Not Dr. Miami being the boss from hell, Santina, who used to be his social media manager, is finally explaining why she left, and she says it came down to being underpaid, disrespected, and eventually pushed too far. She says when she started, she was making about $25 an hour, splitting her time between admin work and social media, but once the TikTok took off, her role became almost entirely content. The results were major. She helped grow the account from about 1.1 million followers to over 3 million and quintupled the engagement. But despite that her pay stayed low, her raise requests were denied, and even when her schedule changed and she was able to work less days, she was still expected to produce the same amount of content without full-time benefits like health insurance, which is crazy because she worked for a doctor. She also says the job kept expanding. It wasn't just TikTok anymore. It became YouTube, Snapchat, brand deals, even helping other doctors with content, but she was not receiving any extra compensation for that. Then there's the work environment. Santina describes Dr. Miami as someone very focused on attention and money and says there were multiple moments where boundaries were crossed. Dr. Miami allegedly kept poking fun at her arms, suggesting that she get arm liposuction, which she did because it became an insecurity, and says she was later expected to travel and work while still in pain from that procedure. She also says management, especially Rosie, blurred the lines between boss and friend, which made it harder for Santina to stand up for herself. One turning point came when Santina said she found a way to make extra money on her own by posting her own TikToks, but when Dr. Miami wanted that content for his own page too, she says it became clear even small boundaries weren't being respected. The final breaking point came in March 2023. She says comments about a doctor in Gaza started flooding the page, and while she would have left them up, she claims Dr. Miami was deleting and blocking them while she was asleep. The nerve. She says she came into work furious, and after an argument, she walked out. Later, when she returned briefly for a brand deal, she says Dr. Miami acted confused about why she was quitting and even asked if she wanted to film a goodbye TikTok. No! She obviously didn't want to do that. For her, that moment summed everything up. Because even in
I'm well adjusted and I'm really happy with me, first of all, in general, number one, I don't need others to agree with me, which is incredibly important. So people who try to foist their opinion upon others often are insecure. And if they're insecure, I need others to build me up. To be honest, to build me up. I'm not comfortable in my own skin. I'm not comfortable with who I am. So I need others' approval. I need others covered in order to be safe and secure in who I am. So the Rebbe says something amazing. First struggles with covet. First struggles ultimately if you want the type of desire for covet, what do you have to do? Change your name. Reinvent your identity. Figure out who you are and figure out how to be comfortable within your own persona. Now, sometimes that means I have to become someone different. Because at the end of the day, sometimes the reason why I'm insecure is because I know deep down that I'm a profound personality. Deep down, there are things which are really significantly broken. So sometimes it's just the person who I am. And he's not the person I need to be. There are times when I need to affect some dramatic changes in my life in order to be a productive and in order to be a happy human being. The Rebbe says the desire for comfort comes from insecurity. The desire for comfort comes from the knowledge that I am not content with who I am. So instead of spending my life running after the comfort, says the Rebbe, Shinoi Hashem. Make the adjustments, make the tweaks to your own identity. Figure out what is broken. Figure out what is in a state of disrepair. Change it, modify it, do whatever you need to do to ultimately find a sense of confidence, to find a sense of happiness, to find a sense of fulfillment in who and what you are. All right, we'll stop over for today. So we officially closed out. Okay, again, if you look on your Hasidos, when somebody does get in the topic of covet, does get into this idea of taking covet from someone else, which again, you'll see it's just another example of what we're learning. But I think what we're able to accomplish hopefully is just discussing covet in the most global sense and its approach to the job. All right, so we're saying good morning. That's awesome. I want to just say, here in a few minutes, something a little bit of business today. But also, we can't get the full on, so 10 minutes, just about listening. So remember, again, we left off last week in Os Pay. And in Os Pay, the Rebbe was talking about the concept of how one remedies the Mida of Kaas, the Mida of anger. So now on page Kuf Tzadik Gimel, the Rebbe transitions, talks about as follows: Tikkun Taiva. What is the tikkun? What is the desire? Now, of course, Rebbe over here is referring to inappropriate desires. How does one go ahead and fix taiva? This is the million-dollar question that most of us grapple with throughout our entire lives. How do you fix taiva? First, I say, the Rebbe devotes 2 lines to this. 2 lines. He has 2 lines to fix taiva. So the Rebbe says to this. He says, Shinoi myself. The way to go ahead and fix taiva is to change your actions. You need something, you know? When a person ultimately, again, has the opportunity to sin, but doesn't do so, this gonna go through this, any earlier indiscretions are fixed. Okay, so take a look at the Uriah Hasidus on the bottom left-hand column of Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Baruch Shem Kavod Machito Leinu Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Baruch Shem Kavod Machito Leinu
I felt faith in my desires in this or that. The Rebbe says there's sometimes in life is a general issue with lust. Sometimes I'm just lusting after all the wrong things. He said that's a midah, said Rebbe. There's a midah of taiva. I am a desirous individual and have an inability to abstain. That's the problem. That's the midah. So it may manifest itself in a variety of different ways. But the midah itself is the midah of time, the midah of desire, and my challenge is an inability to practice restraint. An inability to practice restraint. So how do I go ahead and fix that midah? So the Rebbe says, but you have to see this bottom column, left hand side, he says, very dramatic. Okay, so the looking for it. So the Rebbe says as follows. He says, "I did shili ma'isa dahinu sheyochirach b'ma'isa shelo yoshev o v'olam nasos averuzu." This is incredible. How do you fix taiva? How do you fix taiva? This is incredible. Through abstinence, by being faced with an opportunity to do something, but holding back. So I can be about taiva. I can go ahead and exercise my desire, but I'm actively choosing to abstain. דהיינו, שיוכיח במעשה שלו יושב כל העולם לעשות אהרס. So it's like this blew me away. So the Rebbe says, how do you combat taiva? Combat taiva by practicing abstinence. That's it. The only way to break a midah, God says how? To break the midah. You know, this harkens back to the Rambam. Right? They've mentioned this so many times throughout the years. The Rambam writes in Hilchot Chaos, right? That if a person has a problem with their temper, a person has a problem with kas. So the Rambam says, how do you address the midah of kas? Terrible temper, what do? Stop getting angry. You really feel like shkoyach. I could have been the Rambam, right? I could have come up with that one. And I was saying, but it's such a profound idea. Sometimes the only way, it's interesting because we're always looking, it's kind of the same way of spirituality. Like schools, everybody wants a school of this. Like the school of this, the school of that. Sometimes it's not about school, it's not about just doing the right thing. So often we're always looking for strategies or for ideas. How do I overcome this trait? How do I change? How do I this? And sometimes it's just about stop it. There's something I'm doing wrong. There's something inappropriate that I'm engaged in. Sometimes it's not about a strategy. Sometimes it's just about stopping the negative behavior. So the Rambam says, if I am a Baal Taiva, if this is the way I live, is that I satisfy every want. I satisfy every desire, which is indicative, says the Rebbe, of a general sense of life restraint. The only way to fix that is to exercise restraint. So, the Rebbe writes, it sounds so simple. Of course, it's not so simple. But the Rebbe said it is so simple. Sometimes the answers to our problems are actually pretty straight out. If I have difficulty exercising restraint, the only way to address that is to begin to exercise restraint. And the Rebbe says, all you really need to do, this is incredible, all I need to do is do it once. Because ultimately, again, once I find that courage to exercise restraint once, I show myself that I have the ability to do it. Now, again, does that mean I'm going to be perfect? Of course not. But once I show myself that I have the ability to do it, there is what to build upon. The Rebbe says, Kigon, Shabbat Bar Aveda, Kizuli Yodo, Umara as Hasmomila, so all because we'll say, the way life happens. A person is about Taiwan. It is only a matter of time until that type of manifests itself again. Right? Only a Asceticism. Desirous activity manifests itself in them. He says, what's going to happen? And if I choose this time to exercise restraint, and as a result, I don't fall prey to my taiva, min avira, וזה ניסקן גם האוכל הקודם שהזכרה בתיבה ונרשמה ולא הצליחה לקדשה. So I will say, interesting that the Rebbe says that when I exercise restraint, and therefore don't commit this particular Avera again, not only have I saved myself from Avera, but I also have the opportunity to what? To go ahead and atone for the previous indiscretions of the past. What's that was pointed out over here? If this sounds familiar, it's because in footnotes Shin Samach Beis and Shin Samach Gimel, so he points out over here that this is really reflective of the Gemara Masech Suba. The Gemara says, what is a Baal Tshuva Kibura? Right? When do you become an absolute Baal Tshuva? The Gemara says, when you come face to face with the same circumstances that you had in the past. But in the past, I sinned. In the past, I gave into my desires and passions. But now, I find the koach to stand up to them. That's called about tshuva gibura. That's complete tshuva. So that's really what the Rabbi is describing over here. The Rabbi is really framing it as I think all of us encounter tigers in different areas of life. And we all have those desires. That the truth is, often we find it difficult to exercise restraint. For some people, again, it's often it changes as we get older and in different stages of life, but we all have those taivas that we struggle with. The Rebbe says the only way in taiva, the issue of taiva, is I have an inability to exhibit restraint. And the Rebbe says so beautifully, the only way to address that is to become the kind of individual who are capable of exercising restraint. It sounds so simple. It says that all I need to do is do it once. Ultimately, again, showing myself that I possess that capability, showing myself that I possess that particular koach, and ultimately one is able to battle type. Right, well, so we'll stop over for today. We'll pick up and we're going to try to finish up okay. There's one more piece I will say. So far we've done kas, so far we've done taiva, and interestingly enough, the last piece we'll discuss today is covet. Those who desire covet, constantly desire honor, how we ultimately address that, and there's Hashem tomorrow. Go ahead. All right, Jim, we'll say good morning. We're picking up today in Sitkas Atzadi Ois Hey. So we began this particular Ois yesterday. The Rebbe's idea that Tikkun L'Kas, the way to remedy, the way to rectify the Midah of Kas, the neighbor, is Shinui Makom, change one's place. Change one's place. And the way the Rebbe really arrived at this idea was through the concept that the person who commits an act of murder is sent to Golos, is sent to a city of refuge. The Rebbe says too that at the core of the transgression of the tzitha is kas, is anger. So we're picking up on page Kuf Tzadik Aleph, in the area Hasidus, the right hand column, right by the bracket. The Hayah, Harotzeh, Golden Leader, Bigla Yoshe Sham. What would happen in the first scene? Would accidentally kill another individual, they would be exiled to their city of refuge. Below not the Nod Ba'aret, the Olam. If you should to Al-Tayin, the Tikkun Habidas Hanon. Now that's very interesting. Now, that really brings together a number of different things. Because remember, again, the first act of murder was Cain against Hannah. Now remember, Cain was sent as a wanderer. That was his punishment. He was to wander the earth for the rest of his life. So the Rebbe says sentence is not to wander, but rather his sentence is to go to a particular place for exile to earn mitzvot. The Talmud Gamar. What's the reason? What's the logic for the earn mitzvot? Why is it the say that the halacha for the accidental burglar is to go ahead and go to Gavos to the earn mitzvot, to the city of refuge? This is beautiful. V'atam hadavar ki be'emes ish zikdusha es midas pachad mitzvot shehi ish zikdusha. So the Rebbe says, you know, that there is a mitzvah of pachad mitzvah. This is actually how Yaakov Avinu referred to it, of a pachad mitzvah. What does it mean? So the Rebbe says this refers to the mitzvah of ish kedusha. It is a concept of the fire of holiness. Meaning what? Lahardis ba yitzer tov al yitzer hara. Okay, so there's a lot of things happening right here. So okay, the Rebbe is quoting from the Gemara Masechet Brachos. Actually, I was using a direct connection with the today's daf, but today's piece by a topic absolutely amazing. The Gemara Masechet Brachos has a statement of Yargis Adam Yitzer Tov al Yitzer hara. A person doesn't start his needs to get angry. So a person should fire up his Yetzer Hatov against his Yetzer Hara. That's the Lashon of Yargis. Create a sense of anger. So he says, what do you see in here? You see in here that, and he calls this midah the midah of pachad mitzvah, that anger has a constructive side as well. And there's a concept ultimately again of firing up the Yetzer Hatov against the Yetzer Hara. He says, "Uzuras kedushos levar haish the Yetzer Hara." The goal is to ignite the fire of Tov against Ra. That's the goal in life. So I say, we've actually spoken about this concept in the studies before. The idea being that sometimes the most powerful antidote to the Yetzer Hara is a fiery passion for Tov. This goes to a general thought in Hasidus that the most dangerous thing for a Jew is not the definition of sin. Everyone sins. The most dangerous thing for a Jew is kind of like you're just blah in life. And you're just like, you're kind of very chill, nothing really, not excited of a person. Nothing really gets you going.
Did you get a copy of our pro se representation form? Yes, I did, Your Honor. Did you have a chance to review that? Yes. You signed it and stuff? No, I did not. No, do you have it with you? No, I'm not going to sign that. I'm here, if I may speak, Your Honor. Period in persona, especially not generally. I do not submit to the jurisdiction of the court as a defendant. Okay, Mr. Already, that's all you need to say. If you're not going to submit to the jurisdiction of the court, you cannot represent yourself pro se. Although the court does not defend or search to represent you. No, you cannot do it. I am sorry, sir. What you're saying is that you will not subject yourself to the jurisdiction of the court. What that tells me is that you're not capable of representing yourself, because when you represent yourself in this court, you become to the same level as an attorney. Okay? Because you are willing to subject yourself to the jurisdiction of the court, you cannot hold that status. You understand?
Because anger represents that there's a fire burning inside of you. Just anger is the lawful application of that passion. See, the Rebbe calls that, this is what it means when Chazal say the Olam Yargi. See, it's so interesting.
Answer? No, I do
Chazal
not.
could have said,
That's all you need to know.
go ahead and do more good than bad. But that's not what Chazal say. They say that you should fire up. The Olam Yargi is Adam Yitzer Tov al Yitzer Hara. Fire up your Yitzer Tov al Yitzer Hara, meaning that many of us possess. This is what he calls Kivuras Pachad Yitzvah. This ish, this fire, this anger. Chazal is telling us, channel it. Channel it. You don't have to get rid of your anger. You just don't really have to get rid of anything in life. You just have to go ahead and channel it in the right way. So the Rebbe says something like, Chazal. So we'll say, what Chazal said. Where do they say? Right? What do they say? That when the Talmud Chacham gets angry, Zed Talmud Chacham, Samir, Shavali Diro, yes? When the young Talmud Chacham gets angry, What causes the anger inside of him? What causes the anger? Ultimately, again, the Torah said, we'll say, where does this Gemara happen to appear? In Rav, yes. Tainis Daf Dalit. Today's Daf. Today's Daf. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Literally, it's going to be 5 lines in Daf the Daf. Right? So what are Chazal saying? Chazal is saying that where there is good, there's often fire and passion. The challenge ultimately in life is not to allow the passion to go alive and become anger. And to become anger. So he goes on, he says, והטוב שנמצא בשורש מידת הכעס והרציחו, זהו עניין הכפר של הרופא בגלות העולמית. Slow down a lot. Remember, we're assuming that the act of ritzicha, the act of bloodshed, even though again we're talking over here an accidental act of bloodshed, but something says taking life in any form is a manifestation of kas. That's the theory he's working with. Right? Even though again, we're talking for God's purposes, it's talking about a very specific case of an accident. But the Lysar, it says in its essence. So the act of ritzicha is a manifestation of kas, of anger. So what's the punishment? Right? What's the punishment for the person who kills another person? What's the punishment? Gullus. Now I will say, what's the point of gullus? So yesterday we spoke about the idea that gullus itself is a reorientation. Right? So you look at the world differently. But we're taking that a step further. The goal of gullus is anger management. Right? Is to go ahead and go somewhere new. And let's remember again, where did you go for your mikvah? Which cities are in mikvah? Cities of Levium. Right? Remember again. Who are the tribes who demonstrated the most important form of kas? Shimon and Levi. Right? Next week's Harsha. Right? Shimon and Levi go in and wipe out an entire city.
What's up, sluts?
Interestingly enough,
It is 30th of Nissan 5786, Friday, April 17th.
So what does Sheba Levi represent? Anger management.
No one really knows for sure Elevate Elu Divrei Elohim Chaim, but this is the Mazar we live by.
Into something powerfully constructive. The same Sheba that wiped out an
3761 creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve. Chava 3631 137, son of Adam was born. 3526 235 Enosh, son of Seth was born. 34 36 325 Kenan, son of Enosh was born.
What did you do? You put the entire family in mortal danger. Remember again, what did Shimon Levi respond? Our sister should be treated like a harlot.
Look at that, and I didn't know I'm sure each other, but messed up. It's about him.
You're talking back to your father. That passion was there. That anger was there. But Yaakov was saying you're using it the wrong way. Channel it.
Look at that, and I look on the sure each other, but messed up. It's about I'll separate Homer. Blessed be your Son of God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 16 days, which is 2 weeks and 2 days of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days. Amen. Salah. Salah.
Because what you have to learn is how to channel that passion into something constructive. And where do you go? Your mikvah, cities of Levium, because they mastered this ability.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel into the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, let's do a little recap. I hope you have the chance to take a look at the episode on Merkava, or Hechalot mysticism. And so, in order to recap a bit, what I want to do is take a look at those mysticisms just briefly, because in some ways they're going to link us to the topic we're going to be dealing with this evening, and that is the topic of Jewish magic. As you may remember, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism produced a novel religious way of being, but proto-rabbinic circles, the early rabbis, did not like apocalyptic Judaism for lots of reasons, one of which is that it seemed to encourage a kind of bellicose, warlike behavior, and it seemed to commit people to a kind of determinism. And determinism, as you might imagine, doesn't really inspire people to be better. It just says, accept your fate and go on with it. It's all part of the divine plan. Well, the early rabbis really didn't like that idea. They really thought, no, we can choose to live differently than we're living. We can choose a different world. And that emphasis on choice and moral responsibility on the part of the rabbis really tilted rabbinical Judaism away from, although not completely away from, many of the central tenets of apocalyptic Judaism. Now, what does emerge in the world of apocalyptic Judaism is a new kind of mysticism that, ironically enough, does actually prove to be popular, at least with some rabbis. Now, I don't want to paint a wide brush or paint with a broad brush and say, yes, all of Merkava and Shir Koma mysticisms are popular among the rabbinical elite. That's definitely not true. If you know anything about rabbis, one of the things that rabbis do as a hobby is disagree with one another. So there's just no evidence to say that the rabbis were terribly interested in all practicing these forms of mysticism. And just to parse those out a bit, as to maybe jog your memory, the Hechalot or Merkava literature or mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the mystic descends into the divine palaces, and they have to bypass all kinds of angelic guardians, and they have to give them passcodes, and they have to give them secret handshakes and Dakota rings, and not really Dakota rings, but all this kind of weird stuff. And by doing that, they eventually descend through the various palaces of God and ultimately arrive with what we would now call a beatific vision, which is to say they are allowed to gaze upon the throne of God. In some of this literature, they're allowed to sit upon the throne of God, which I always imagine, like, when you were a little kid and you would sit in the big kid chair, and you would sit in, like, the big people tape, like, chair, and you would be, like, real small, sitting in a giant recliner. I kind of always imagine that's what it's like to sit in the throne of God. It's like a really worn out, like gritty recliner that's super comfortable that your like granddad sat in for 50 years. That's what I imagine to be the throne of God. So you can sit in the throne of God, and sometimes you can be transformed into an angel. Why you want to do that, I don't know, but you could, right? And Enoch, of course, is the quintessential version of someone who, well, according to one of the books of Enoch, is transformed into an angel. Alternatively, you could do the nerd option, and the nerd option is math. And the nerd option includes gazing upon the divine body and measuring it, right? And you measure it in this parasong version unit of 3.5 miles, and you're allowed to learn the secret names of all the different parts of God's body, left eyebrow, right eyebrow, left ear, and right ear, and all these things. And you're allowed to measure the parts of the divine body. And these numbers may have been something like a meditative technique, although we really don't know. It's a very bizarre form of literature, a very strange form of mysticism. Although I will say, as I pointed out last time, that Maimonides actually might be arguing against the Merkabah Shior Koma literature in the Guide to the Plex. That might be the target, at least of some of his analysis in the Guide to the Plex. Which, by the way, just to drive that point home, if that's the case, and I think Menachem Kellner makes a really great case that it is, that means the greatest work in all of the history of Jewish philosophy is a response to a form of Jewish mysticism, right? It's downstream of mysticism. It's a reaction to Jewish mysticism. And I think that can't be underestimated and underplayed. I think that's incredibly important if it's true, and I happen to believe that it is true, at least to some degree. The other form of literature that we talked about, or mysticism, is what is called the Sar Torah mysticism, the Prince of the Torah. And this is a para-rabbinic. We think these guys may have been in rabbinic circles, maybe on the outside of rabbinic circles, not quite the inner core, but maybe kind of the hipsters outside smoking cigarettes in the dive bar where the rabbis hung out. These guys wanted to summon a kind of angel called the Sar Torah, the Prince of the Torah, and this angel would teach them rabbinic lore, laws, and secrets very rapidly. I don't know, this is like the person that comes to you the day of the exam, who's a C student, and asks if they can see your notes, and they try to download all your notes the day before the exam, right? It's like, they're that guy. And so what do? They have to go before the rabbinical elites, and they have to figure all this stuff out. They're like, well, might as well summon an angel. And one can hope that the angel will help them with their rabbi test, or their calculus test, or their German test, or whatever test they have to take. I will say, however, that if I could just learn the liberal arts by summoning an angel, I would have done that. And so clearly I didn't. Just as a last thing to remind folks, dozens of these manuscripts survive. Dozens. Right? And history is a bad place. History is a dangerous place. It's a vicious place. Very little survives, right? When you write a book down on papyrus in Egypt, the odds of it surviving anywhere outside of Egypt are pretty low. And so we have dozens of examples of these texts surviving, being transmitted in Europe, surviving in the Middle Ages, in the world of the Hashti Ashkenaz, for instance, the world of the German pietists, who we'll get to later. These manuscripts survived, which means at some level they were popular, they were copied, they were probably practiced. So we see them being used over and over again. We see elements of the Hekala literature appearing, for instance, in the Talmud. We also see elements of the Hekala literature appearing in the New Testament, which I don't have to remind you, is a Jewish text written by Jewish people, right? So the New Testament also contains some mentions of Hekala literature, which is just to say that all of this is a witness to the popularity of these forms of mysticism and what might be called quasi-magic. And I say quasi-magic because the Sar Torah literature is a kind of quasi-magic, right? It is a kind of quasi-magic. And when I say quasi-magic, you are in fact summoning a being, right? You're in fact summoning a being to magically teach you stuff rapidly, right? You can't learn things rapidly normally. You have to download them somehow, right? Almost like putting a jack in your head and like downloading the information. The Sar Torah somehow has the ability to do that for you. So this is a bit of a recap that gets us up to speed, and the links for us, at least at some level, The distinction between Merkava mysticism, where you descend into the chariot, to the Sartora literature, in which you're bringing down an angel. And that bridges the gap for us at some level between mysticism and magic. And those two things are what we're going to move tonight. We're going to move in the direction of Jewish magic. But just 1 second, I'm getting a bunch of emails which tells me that there might be something amiss. So let me see, just check those real fast and before we jump right in. I want to make sure that I'm not missing something in the wrong room or whatever. So 1 second, folks. Sorry again. No, okay, we're good. Great. So when I hear like 5 emails go off all of a sudden randomly, it's better just to check and make sure I'm not in the wrong room or some other kind of mistake. Alright, folks, let's turn to Jewish magic. Now, as you might imagine, magic and Jewish magic more specifically present a lot of complex problems, right? They present a lot of complex problems. The first problem is that the term magic and the concept of magic is basically impossible to pin down. Scholars have been trying to pin down what exactly one means by magic for a couple of hundred years, maybe more than that, really more than that. Because the problem with magic is, where does magic end and where does religion begin, right? It seems like magic is causing things by supernatural means. Well, what about prayer, right? That seems like a kind of supernatural causation, right? So magic is always a term that's very difficult to pin down exactly what we mean by it. And just to give you some evidence of that, this is a recent volume called Defining Magic. Here, right? Defining Magic. It's about 260 pages, pretty dense academic literature of about 30 or 40 different scholars trying to do just that. And guess what? They don't. They all agree that you can. So scholars even today are throwing ink trying to figure out what exactly magic is, and it's a difficult task. Now, what I'm going to say, right, is for the purposes of this lecture at least, I'm just going to mean magic to mean any illicit supernatural practice, right? Any illicit supernatural practice. Now, why do I say illicit? Because magic in history has almost always been used as a way of othering someone else's practices. So, for instance, when the Greeks decided that they did religion, they othered the Persians. And they said, the Magi, they do weird Persian religion, right? We do theurgy. We do real religion. But those Persians, they do magic, right? They are a magic you. So, right, ditto, right, with the witches, right? When the Catholic Church did miracles, the Catholic Church said, yeah, we do miracles. But what do witches do? Oh, they do magic. They do witchcraft. So you can see here, right, that the lines we draw about what's magic and what's not, what's a miracle and what's not, what's sorcery and what's legitimate religion, the line has less to do with what you're doing. It has more to do with who's in control and who gets to decide what's allowed and what's not. So magic, in this case, is almost always an othering term. It's almost always used to describe what the other does. The bad people, the women, the Persians, the Jews, whatever. So it's an othering term. So when I use it here, right, I want to be clear about two things. One, I'm using it in a very circumspect way. And two, I want to acknowledge that for many people now in the 20th and 21st century, magic is an important part of their spiritual life. Modern day Wicca, modern day people who identify as witches, modern day Druids, modern day Jewish people who practice magic as part of their spirituality is a fundamentally different kind of thing than what I'm talking about tonight. So I just want to say that what I'm doing here is putting magic in a very specific, circumspect way in order to elucidate how it's operated within Judaism over the course of several millennia. I am not offering a end-all, be-all definition of magic, because you can't. You can't. It's much more problematic than that. Secondly, Jewish magic is a mess because it seems like a contradiction in terms. Why? Well, if the authorities determine what's in and what's out, what's licit and what's illicit, well, the problem here is, what does the Torah say about these practices? Well, the Torah is really weird about this. Now, I know that you probably have in your mind the idea that the Torah condemns magic. And the answer to that is kinda. Kinda it does. It depends on what you mean by magic. So the most extensive condemnation that we see in the Torah of what we would now consider something like magic is actually probably in Deuteronomy 18. Now there are lots of other places in the Hebrew Bible where magic or something like magic is condemned. Their practices are really people that do certain kinds of things that are condemned. But you'll see here, right? I've left the technical terms in the original Hebrew transliterator here. So it reads in Deuteronomy 18, there won't be found among you one who passes his son and daughter through the fire. This is probably an indigenous Canaanite practice. A kosim of kosamim, a me'onin, a menachesh, a mechashef, and a chover of chever, and one who asks of an oath or a gidoni, and the one who seeks the dead, dorish mate, right? Now, what you see here, right, is I've maintained all those Hebrew words in their transliterated form. Why? Because we don't know what any of them are, really. We don't know what any of them are. All right? A me'onin might have to do with someone who divines things, tells the future through clouds, right? The Hebrew word anan does mean clouds. So maybe it's one who clouds stuff, right? But what they do, we have no idea. A mechashef, right? This might come from the word, for snake, right? A nachash, right? This might come from someone who divines things from snakes, but again, we don't know. A Baal and a Yedoni, again, we don't know. And not only do we not know, the rabbis of the earliest period of the Talmud didn't know either. Now, how do we know that? They debated about what these words meant. You don't debate about what words mean if everyone already knows what they mean. You debate about them when you don't know what they are. And so what we see, for instance, in Tractate Sanhedrin and the Babylonian Talmud, is a very elaborate debate about what's allowed and what's not. What's supernatural causation that's allowed, and what's supernatural causation which is usur, which is forbidden. Now, of course, the most famous condemnation in the Hebrew Bible is found in the book of Exodus. And that line, and I have to say, this line, Mechashefa lo techaye, that line cost the lives, I would say, of thousands, tens of thousands of people in the Middle Ages and the early modern period, specifically women. This famous line reads, Mechashefa lo techaye, female magic doing person, don't let them live. Right, that's literally, and of course you probably know it more famously in the King James Bible translation, suffer not a witch to live, right? That line led thousands, tens of thousands of women to their death in the early modern period during the witch hunts. We think that number is somewhere between 40 and 60,000 people, mostly women, were executed during the witch hunts. And that line, Justified, they lean heavily on that line, right? Because it's so brief and so terribly profound. Now, of course, we have this line, Mechashefa lo techaye. By the way, you'll notice for folks who understand some Hebrew, it's in the feminine form, right? It's specifically targeting women. We do see other texts like Mechashef, right, the masculine form over there in the book of Deuteronomy, right? Deuteronomy, you can see it there. So it does condemn both female and male magic users, but the line in Exodus specifically targets women. So at any rate, what do we do with this Mechashefa lo techaye, right? That you can't let witches or female sorcerers or whatever live. Well, you can contrast it with other sections of the Hebrew Bible which seem perfectly at home with supernatural causation. The two most famous examples are divination. You're perfectly allowed to use divination in the Hebrew Bible. You just have to use a specific form of divination. This is to say the breastplate of the high priest has a device in it called the Urim and the Thummim, right? This is some kind of divination device, although exactly how it worked, we don't know. There's a lot of speculation about this in the Talmud. I say it worked. I mean, who knows what it really was. And of course, the other more infamous ritual is the Sotah ritual, in which a woman suspected of adultery, notice there's no male version of Sotah ritual, there's no men suspected of adultery have to endure this, in which a woman is forced to consume a broth made of sand and ash and things, and drink this, and assuming that she's committed adultery, it would cause her stomach to become upset, and she would be executed. So the sotar ritual, right, is also a form of supernatural causation to sort out whether or not a woman has committed adultery. These are both examples of supernatural causation that are allowed in the Hebrew Bible. In fact, there's an entire tractate of the Babylonian Talmud dedicated to the sotar ritual. So it's clear that these forms of supernatural causation are illicit, while the other ones, right, being Onan or Menachesh, those are forbidden. So, what do these words mean? We don't know. We do, however, get some clues, right? One of the great boons of 20th century archaeology was that we figured out how to read Akkadian. Akkadian is the language of the ancient Babylonians. It's a distant cousin of Hebrew. And guess what we find there? We find cognates. And cognates are the jam of any linguist, right? Because if you can find a cognate in German and Old Gothic, right? If you don't know what the Gothic means, you might be able to figure out from the Middle High German what the Old Gothic word might mean. And it's just fantastic. This is a great thing. So, ditto, right? We find the Akkadian word, for instance, kishpu, which does mean evil magic doer. And look at that, right? Look, we find, right, with the word nachashefa, right? You can see, if you know some Hebrew, right, you can see the exact same root word, right? The ka, the sha, right, and the pu sound, of course, was unique to Akkadian. We can see there in Akkadian that we have a very clear word for sorcerer or magic doer. This is important, by the way, because if you read the Septuagint, of course, is the Greek translation of the Bible, Hebrew Bible, into Greek. The Septuagint actually translates the word nachashefa as poisoner, pharmakeia, right? It translates it as poisoner. So they kind of up-translate it to make it a bit more rational, but it's very clear from the original Hebrew that the word does, in fact, indicate a specifically female magic doer person. That's a really, really bad translation, but you get the truth from the Akkadian word kishbu. Now, does the Torah condemn all magic? As we've seen, kinda not. It depends on what you mean by magic. You may remember this is image here from one of our first lectures here on Jewish mysticism. This is the Kitab Hinnom amulet that was found in a grave in Jerusalem. Well, why might you put the priestly benediction in a grave? Well, you might put it in a grave for magical purposes, to protect the dead from things like evil spirits. Why? Because we see that kind of practice occurring all over the ancient Near East. Again, the Israelites are an ancient Near Eastern people, and they mimic, they incorporate practices from the wider Near East. And so when you see an amulet written on silver with blessings on it, the natural leap is that this document is some kind of amulet to protect the dead, perhaps from evil spirits. Well, if that's true, I think there's good reason to believe that it is. That makes the earliest section of the Hebrew Bible ever recovered an amulet, and therefore a magical object. Now, just let that settle in for a moment. That would mean that the earliest example of the Hebrew Bible that's ever been recovered is a magical device. I think that's profound when thinking about the history of magic. That means magic predates, at least in terms of material culture, everything else we know about the Hebrew Bible. And I find that to be profoundly interesting, right? Profoundly interesting. Now, does that mean that the people that put those amulets in those tombs were allowed to do that? Does that mean that they were operating within the normal limits of what was acceptable at the time? No. We have no idea. What we do have is the material history, and we have to deal with it as such, right? It's not for me to judge yay or nay. All I can say is, someone wrote a blessing that eventually became part of the Hebrew Bible on a silver amulet and put it in a tomb. And anywhere else we would see something like that, we would jump to the idea they were doing magic. Why not just let that evidence speak for itself at some level? So, it's clear, right, that what the Hebrew Bible is worried about, what the Israelites are worried about when they condemn magic, is less practices. They're worried about differentiating themselves from their neighbors, right? These people do this, we don't do that, right? These people do this, we don't do that either, right? These people do these practices, and we don't want those kinds of people in our community. So notice that the condemnations here in Deuteronomy, they're about being people. Don't be a kesed, don't be a me'onis, don't be a menachesh, right? Don't be a chover chever. Don't be a person that does that. It's not a condemnation of the practice per se. It's a condemnation of those kinds of people being in your community. And as we'll see in just a minute, right, many Israelites, at least one Israelite, a very famous one, had to consult with one of those people. So again, the condemnations we see here are not condemnations of practice typically, they're condemnations of people doing those practices. Why? Probably identity formation. We're not those people. We're not those kind of people. But also, it's theologically threatening. If you're moving in the direction of monotheism, right? Monotheism is in your wheelhouse, and you're moving in the idea that there's a singular God who does everything in the world. Well, what does it mean if there's like Menachem down the road or Chava down the road, and they can like monkey around with the reality and like bring people back to life, or curse crops, or make people fall in love with each other? It seems like they have access to supernatural powers over and against the supernatural powers of your God. And that's worrying. That's a theological worry. Because if your God is the only God and the only one really in control, who are these people? And what are they tapping into? How do they have access to these weird powers where they can make someone fall in love with someone else, or make someone get a sickness, or cure a disease, or bring someone back from the dead? That's all very anxiety producing. If monotheism, the strict kind of monotheism, is ultimately where you're going, where God and God alone has those kinds of powers. And of course, you'll see that same anxiety play itself out later in, for instance, Christianity. But Christianity has an easy answer to that. Their answer is they're working with the damn devil, right? And if they're working with the devil, that's how they do this stuff. The Israelites, at least the Israelites once they've adopted monotheism, don't have that answer, right? And so this is a much more complicated problem for them, at least at this point, prior to the apocalyptic. Then later on, following all kinds of bad stuff, as you can see early on in the book of Enoch. The clearest account of magical practice among the Israelites is to be found, of course, in the Hebrew Bible, because where else would it be found? And that account, of course, is to be found in the story of the Baalat Ov. You'll notice here, right, that we have that prohibition on consulting an Ov or being an Ov back in Deuteronomy. But here we have a person with a title, Baalat Ov. We don't know her name, but we do know her title. She is a mistress of the Ov. Now, Baala is relatively clear. It just means Baal means master, so it's one who has control of something. The word husband in Hebrew, Baal, right, is the one that's in control. Whatever. Misogyny aside, the Baalat Ov here is a mistress. She is a she, at least gender-wise, grammatically speaking. And she is a mistress of the Ov. Now, we don't know what the Ov is. It seems possible this word is related to Av. It may be roughly related to the idea of ancestors, specifically dead ancestors, and therefore we might translate this word as something like the person who has access to the ancestors who are dead. Right? Now, that's a really clunky translation. The typical translation we use for that now is something like necromancer, right? Necromancy is manipulation of the dead for various kinds of powers, or specifically predicting the future. That's exactly what we have here with the Baalat Ov. But we don't know what this word Ov means, but I do think it's probably related to the word dead ancestors issue. These are special people that have access to those dead ancestors. So, you may know this story, right? Saul is in a war with the Philistines. King Saul, first king of Israel, is in a war with the Philistines, and it's going badly. Well, not only going badly, God has abandoned Saul. Saul goes to the legitimate forms of divination, the Urim and the Thummim. He consults them, and, well, God doesn't pick up, right? It's like when you, I don't know, you're in a big problem, and you call someone and they don't pick up, well, you freak out. Well, Saul freaks out. So what does he do? He goes to an Ov, right? He goes to one of these people, the Ov, and he consults with this woman. It's a woman character here. And she does successfully summon the ghost, the spirit of the recently deceased prophet Samuel. And she describes Samuel as emerging from the earth as an Elohim, right? She's terrified of that. And she says, I see an Elohim coming up from the earth. Now, we do see in other texts, for instance, in the Akkadian text, in the Ugaritic text, where the dead are sometimes referred to as Elim, as gods. In fact, there's a specific word for dead ancestor spirits in Hebrew, the Rephaim, who also seem to be sort of alive in the afterlife in some kind of weird way. Exactly what the Rephaim are is mysterious. In fact, a new monograph just got published on the Israelite conception of the Rephaim, and I am really interested to read it because this is a very mysterious problem. Sometimes the Philistines are referred to a Rephaim as giants. It's a really mysterious term in Hebrew. At any rate, the Baal HaOv Endor does successfully summon the ghost of Samuel, the Ruach of Samuel, and of course, like all prophets, as you probably know, they have bad news, because prophets always have bad news. Never go to a prophet to get good news. They don't got it. If you go to the prophet bank and go to the good news section, it's empty. It's all full of bad news. And the bad news is, yes, God has abandoned Saul, and he's going to die tomorrow. And guess what happens? God abandoned Saul, and he dies the next day. In fact, he committed suicide dreadfully on the battlefield. So the Baal HaOv is a clear example of an Israelite narrative where magic works. Right? There's no question. The text never says, and the Baal HaOv was full of it, and she was a liar. In fact, it paints her very, very nicely. She's always depicted as preparing food for them, being very conscientious. She even says that when Saul comes to consult with her, that he's outlawed this practice, that she doesn't want to do it. He has to force her to do it at some level, and she obliges him. So the Baal HaOv is nothing like the crooked-nosed evil witch of Hansel and Gretel tales, right? Inherently malevolent and preying upon people. Saul goes to her. She refuses. He insists. She summons the ghost. And then afterwards, when he's terrified of his impending fate, she tries to comfort him with food and drink out of her own commissary, right? She's a relatively poor person, we can imagine. So the image of the Baal HaOv, and sometimes this term is described as the witch at Endor. I really don't like the translation witch at Endor, because the term witch is so loaded in our imaginary that it summons an image of this woman utterly unlike how she's presented in the text. So I think we should call her what the text calls her. We should call her a Baal HaOv, because it indicates that she's an expert. Right? She's an expert at this, right? And clearly she is. Also, for my Star Wars fans, right, you'll recognize the name Endor. Endor in Hebrew, of course, becomes Endor in Star Wars, and there's a lot of weird Star Wars stuff in the Hebrew Bible and so anyway. So the Baal HaOv of Endor, it's very clear that the writer of at least that text in the Hebrew Bible clearly believes in the power of the Baal HaOv. We don't learn anything else about her. She comes into the story, she gets a few verses, and then she's gone. We never learn anything else about her. At the same time in the Hebrew Bible, there are a lot of weirdos, right? A lot of weirdos, right? The Bible's full of weirdos. The most weird perhaps are Elijah and his student Elisha. And these two guys are associated with all kinds of miracles. As you may remember, they're weird prophets from back in the day. They're called Ish Elohim, men of God. It's a weird specific term for folks who are able to not only do prophecy, but also do miracles. And the only times in the Hebrew Bible where the dead are resurrected are always in relationship to Elijah and Elisha. That's the only time in the Hebrew Bible. That's amazing, because the dead being resurrected is a big deal, because typically only God has power over life and death, and Elijah and Elisha are both respectively able to resurrect the dead, at least those recently dead. In fact, people can be thrown into a grave and jump out alive. It's really spectacular. By the Second Temple period, Solomon, King Solomon, the son of King David, is also associated heavily with magic, specifically the ability to control demons. Again, remember, in the apocalyptic period, angels and demons kind of burst on the scene in a way that they hadn't previously in Israelite literature. And these demons, these sort of supernatural malevolent creatures, or at least quasi-malevolent creatures, can be controlled through various magical means. And one of the magical means that we learn about early on, as early as the Dead Sea Scrolls, by the way, and also Josephus and Philo both recount tales in the 1st century of the ability of Solomon to control demons. Specifically, demons were used in the construction of the first temple. That's interesting and weird. Because you have a king of Israel using a bunch of demons to control them, right? Specifically the demon Asmodeus, who's actually a Persian demon, right? Remember that Zoroastrian connection, right? Ashmedai is a Persian deity, a Persian demon, not an Israelite one, but he's imported into Judaism during the process of the Babylonian exile of the Persian period. So Solomon has the ability, at least early on, at least by the Second Temple period, to manipulate demons. And for folks out there who are interested in magic, you probably already know there's an entire branch in the Western magical tradition called Solomonic magic that carries this idea forward to this day. There are people out there to this day practicing variations of Solomonic magic that survived all the way back from the Second Temple period, that have survived into the Middle Ages until now. I won't say that they're exactly contiguous, but there's at least a tradition of Solomon as having the ability to control demons, specifically in the construction of the First Temple. Now, that story doesn't occur at all in the Hebrew Bible. There's no evidence there in the Hebrew Bible, but it does begin to occur around the period of the Second Temple period, in the Apocalyptic period. And we see it again as early as things like the Dead Sea Scrolls, where there is an exorcistic psalm attributed to Solomon who can do some demon wrangling. Would you go to a demon rodeo? I would go to a demon rodeo. All right. The other place, right, where we also see is in the Galilee. The Galilee in the First Temple and the Second Temple period was kind of hopping with weird dudes who could do miracles. You may know Choni the Circle Maker, right? Who is famous as, I think this is my partner, Rabbi Alana Albert's favorite rabbi of all time is Choni the Circle Maker, who we had the great privilege of davening at his kever, his tomb in the Galilee. Choni, as you may know, is famous for forcing God to make it rain, but not make it rain a lot, right? Choni said, I'm going to stand in this circle, and I'm going to stand here until God makes it rain. Eventually God made it rain, but God punished Choni, made it a torrent. And Choni said, that's too hard, God, turn it down a notch. And God turned it down a notch and made it rain normally, and Choni left his circle. This almost led to the excommunication of Choni, because the idea here was that Choni was using powers to manipulate God. That's the thing. How cool is that? Of course, the other guy that we know from this time period, the famous exorcist and the Messiah, you may know him. His name was Josh, Yeshua of Nazareth, better known as Jesus. Although I think calling him Josh, fine with him. Yeah, his name just is the Jewish, the Aramaic word for Joshua. Of course, Jesus also engaged in a great deal of miracle making, predominantly exorcism. Jesus, if he were not known as the Messiah and the central chord of Christianity, would probably be known as a pretty famous Jewish exorcist. In fact, the majority of the miracles that he did involved exorcism. Another famous rabbi from this time period, of course, is Hanina ben Dosa. He was famous for a range of supernatural feats, including exorcism, but also teleporting, flying around. Yeah, Hanina ben Dosa, according to the Talmud, could teleport and fly around. He also engaged in nightly duels with the queen of the demons. The demons have a queen, they have a king as well. Lilith is the queen, and Ashmedai is the king, depending on what text you look at. But Hanina ben Dosa was famous for all kinds of supernatural feats, including engaging with Roman emperors along supernatural lines as well. Great stories in the Talmud about him. Of course, we should also mention Shimon bar Yochai, who would be famous as the writer, allegedly, of the sacred Zohar, the central text of Kabbalah. We'll get to that in a few weeks. But of course, Shimon bar Yochai is also attributed to have committed a great deal of miracles. My famous, of course, is that after hiding from the Romans in a cave for many years, he emerged from the cave and was so disgusted with the impiety of the people around him that laser fire shot forth from his eyes and killed a bunch of people. And he realized that his powers were too strong and he had to restrain them. And so he retreated back into the cave to wait it out. So we have something like Jewish Superman, All of the guys that think invented Superman were Jewish, so I don't know. Maybe the laser eye thing they learned in Cheder. I have no idea. I like to believe that Superman's laser eyes are attributed to Shimon Bar Yochai, but I'm just gonna believe that. I'm just gonna go believe that they're a derivative of Shimon Bar Yochai, but I don't think that's true. B'Machir, of course, is Jesus engaging in the exorcism, his most famous exorcism, the Gerasenes demoniac, who Jesus famously threw into a bunch of pigs and ran them off a cliff. There's a really great anti-colonial read of this exorcism ritual that I think is really important, but that may be a story for another day. Now, you might just think, oh, all this magic stuff is unique to a bunch of weirdos in the Galilee. Jesus and those cats running around with him. No. Rabbinic literature, the Talmud, is absolutely filled with all kinds of magical practices, including things like adjuration. They're magical incantations to be used against various kinds of demons. There are all kinds of demons in the Talmud. The Talmud is full of demons, specifically disease-causing demons. There are massive lists in the Talmud of lucky and unlucky numbers. One of my favorite discussions in the Talmud is in Pesachim, the tractate about Pesach, where you are told you cannot drink wine in pairs because that attracts demons. And if you drink wine in pairs, right, that can attract demons, that's bad. So why do we do 4? Well, you can't do 4. You have to interrupt every single glass of wine with a unique action that interrupts them, so you're always drinking the wine in odd numbers, 1, 1, 1, 1. Also, by the way, you've ever wondered why we say on Pesach, welcome to everyone who wants to come, they can come in to eat? We always say that in Aramaic. Why do we say it in Aramaic, not Hebrew? Well, the rabbis say the demons don't understand Aramaic, but they do understand Hebrew, so we say it in Aramaic. Demons will get invited into our house, eat our food. Not kidding you. That is a belief in Rabbinic Judaism about why we welcome people into our home. Pesach in Aramaic, not in Hebrew. Demons don't understand Aramaic. I don't know why they don't take a Bible class or do a lingo class to learn it, but maybe the demons are very busy. Further, the Talmud is filled with astrological speculation. There are amulets and incantations, specifically, for instance, one against blindness. There's a pretty famous one there against blindness. There's also a really famous one where you can kind of engage in a duel with the demon, and it causes the demon to blow up if you do it correctly. There are also even the accounts and the tractate Sanhedrin of the creation of artificial people and animals. These are typically referred to as golems, and we will be spending some time talking about golems here in just a bit with the Sefer Yetzirah. Now, all of that stuff I just mentioned is considered completely allowable in the Talmud. You can do astrology, you can make artificial humanoids, you can banish demons, you can do all kinds of stuff, right? There's a lot of things that look a lot like magic in the rabbinical imagination, but what's really clear is that not everything is allowed. For instance, we read in Pirkei Avot in the Mishnah, right? The more flesh, the more worms, the more possessions, the more worries, the more women, the more witchcraft, the more maidservants, the more uncouthness, and the more servants, the more theft. It's a famous line from Pirkei Avot. But again, the more women are the more wives, the more witchcraft. Of course, it's clearly misogynistic, but we also see here there's still a combination of witchcraft, right? Again, linked with women. Again, what we have here, right? What men do, what rabbis do, summoning demons and making things, that's okay. It's when women do stuff like that. That's witchcraft. You see it? The othering, right? When men do it, yeah, we can get by. When women do it, and this again, here's an example of what seems to be patently the form of magic, right? This is from Tractate 18 of the Babylon Talmud. 18 has to do with divorce. The rabbis taught, on coming from a bathroom, a man should not have sex until he's waited long enough to walk half a mile. Why? Because the bathroom demon is with him for that time. And if he does have sex, his children will be epileptic. So we have a theory of epilepsy, a very good theory of epilepsy. But what's the reason? If you go into the bathroom, there's a bathroom demon. By the way, the bathroom demon features prominently in the Talmud. So the bathroom demon, once you go to the bathroom, they attach themselves to you, and they follow you for at least a half a mile. So I guess after half a mile, they go back to the bathroom. And so if you have sex, With the bathroom demon attached to you, then your children may become epileptic. Is that magic? Well, it'll do until magic gets here. Looks like magic to me, right? Superstition, magic, religion. The boundary between all these things is incredibly thick, right? The boundary between all these things is thick. Now, if you're curious about if I'm just listing a couple weird things, I'm listing the least weird things, folks. There are far stranger things in the Babylonian Talmud about demons and magic that I have not mentioned here. And I've done an entire class for the Federation, in fact, a week class just on Jewish magic. So you're getting basically the Spark Notes version tonight. But I can guarantee you, if I can fill an 8-week class with Jewish magic, I guarantee you there is a ton in there. So after the time period of the apocalyptic, Jewish magic really goes international. That is to say, Jewish magic leaves Palestine, and there is a great deal of magic out there in the world. I may have to speed up a little bit just to make time here, but if I go a little bit over, hopefully you will forgive me. In the early common period, Jewish magic Jews were associated with magic, and Jewish magic was heavily syncretistic, which is to say that Egyptian, Roman, Jewish, pagan elements were all muddled together to form a kind of international magical practice, international magical language. And an enormous amount of magical documents and magical devices are attested in the ancient world. These are gathered together in what is typically called the Greek magical papyri, of which there are numerous examples of Jewish magic being practiced in the ancient world, both by Jews, but also non-Jews using Hebrew or using Jewish names for God for their own magical purposes. Why? Because they thought the Jews and the Jewish God had some kind of special magical power. This is just a small gathering of some of the magical devices that are definitely associated with Jews that have survived from the ancient and late classical world. So you can see here we have love spells, right? If you would cast this into a fire to form a love spell, you see a Defixiones, right? Defixiones is a curse tablet here written upon in metal that would be used to curse people. You see amulets here that invoke angels, right, to protect you from various kinds of spirits. You see a curse here on the left-hand side, written on papyrus that is survived from the late classical period, early medieval period. And perhaps most shockingly, you can see one of the 3 skull devices that have been found with Hebrew incantations written on the skull of a dead person. The skull incantations we have, I can pull it up for you later if you want to read the entire incantation, but 3 of these skull incantations have been found throughout the ancient late classical world, and these skull incantations are something that most Jews would be shocked by. The touching of a dead body to do anything at all is completely unimaginable. The use of a skull to write an incantation on to harness some kind of magical powers would fill many ancient Jews with shock and disgust. And yet, there's no denying that all these forms of magic were being practiced by Jews in the ancient world. I say all of these practices, if you look at Roman, Greek, Egyptian, other practices in the ancient world, you will find the exact same forms of magic being practiced by them. Lead tablets, magical amulets. The skull thing is kind of weird, but magic love spells, right? In fact, you cast this into a fire, and it says, if as this burns, may the heart of Rachel burn for me. We even have Rachel's name written on there. We don't know who Rachel it was, but some Rachel. Think of Rachel, any Rachel. But also we have named people here in this curse as well. So, needless to say, right, just looking at this on the screen, people who say Jews don't practice magic, that's not a thing we do. Well, you got some archaeology to deal with. Like, really? Like, you got archaeology to deal with. There's a lot of this going on, right? And again, this is just what survived. If this what survived, you can imagine how much there was. You can imagine there must have been a ton of this going on. In fact, what's great about this one here is that there are spaces left for the names to be put in, which meant this was made commercially, right? So this device was made commercially, and then the magical practitioner would go in and add the names in later to kind of make it work. This is being sold. This was a commercial object you could buy in the shuk or whatever in the market from a ritual expert, and they would call people to curse people or call people to flourish or whatever. A very popular form of Jewish magic in the ancient world, but also a popular form of Christian, Mandean, and pagan magic was incantation bowls. Incantation bowls were bowls with images typically of demons. Some of our earliest depictions of the demoness Lilith are found in these incantation bowls. They would be, you would draw an image of the demon that you want to find. You can see that these demons here are bound with chains. You can see that their hands are tied here, they're bound with chains. And then an incantation will be written around the periphery of the inside of the bowl, and then the bowl would be buried upside down, right, concave part down, in the doorway of your house. And the idea is any demon coming in would be captured by the bowl, right? It's sort of like a glue trap, like you would use on a mouse. Don't use glue traps on mice, that's really, really cruel. But kind of like a glue trap, but for demons. For demons. So these bowls were meant to trap evil spirits from entering your home by turning them upside down and burying them in the lintel of your home. Of course, mezuzahs are used for the exact same purposes. In many cases where there's a terrible illness in a home, still to this day in the Haredi world, the rabbi will ask to check the mezuzahs to make sure they are in order, to make sure that evil spirits had entered the home because of a faulty mezuzah. By the way, this demon bowl right here, if you ever get down to the Kelsey Museum in Ann Arbor, you can see this exact bowl. This is in Ann Arbor at the Kelsey Museum on display. There's an excellent little museum there, but you can see this exact incantation bowl for my Michigan people. Get down, go to the Kelsey Museum, see the incantation bowl. You may notice here this is just a lot of wiggles. You're right, it's a bunch of wiggles, but it's wiggles that look like Hebrews. Vaguely. Well, not everyone can read. So, if you could read, you might get the wiggle bowl. But if you could read, you would get the real incantation bowl with the real incantation written around it. So we have these illiterate bowls, right, that are written with pseudo-script. And by the way, we can always tell who these are meant for because the Aramaic ones are always for Jews, the Mandean ones are the Mandeans, the other ones for Christians or whatever. So everyone's using these. There are thousands. If you get the chance to go to the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto, they have one of the largest collections of these demon bowls in the world. They have a whole wall of them. So if you really want to get your fill of demon bowls, go to the Royal Ontario Museum and see them. I also say that one day if we ever do Tazia Arts and Crafts for the little kids, if they're going to do like Play-Doh, they should make demon bowls. It's like a completely authentic Bubbies and Baka Day. They're going to make anything. So let them make the little demon bowls and paint the inside with monsters or whatever. It's a great way for them to put it under their bed to like deal with their fear of monsters. I feel like this is an authentically Jewish way of dealing with fears about monsters and demons by allowing kiddos to make these bowls and maybe have a bit of catharsis and trapping the demons in the bowls. So anyone who says again that Jews don't do magic, well, I got 10,000 demon incantation bowls that you got to deal with. Just as a bit of wrapping up, folks, I want to go through these a little more rapidly. We're coming close to time. Another text that begins to emerge at this time are exactly books of magic, right? Books that we might call grimoires. These are books of magic. One of the more famous, very early ones is called the Sefer HaRazim. I've done episodes on my Esoterica channel on almost all of these books. If you really want to dig deep into some of these books of magic, almost all of these I've covered in-depth 20-minute episodes or so on my channel. So we have this as a book called the Sefer HaRazim that was recovered in fragments in the Cairo Geniza. It dates to around the 8th, 9th, 10th centuries. It could be perhaps earlier. And this system uses an elaborate system of angel magic and magical symbols. These magical symbols here we'll see all throughout Jewish magic to use this magic to get what you want, whether it's winning horse races or gaining love or turning invisible or whatever. The Sefer HaRazim has a spell for you. And it uses these various magical, it manipulates angels by using various kinds of magical symbols to get them to do what you want. Remember, the Sar Torah literature does something similar. It allows you to rapidly learn rabbinic lore. Here we're having it used to do a lot more wider things, including things like turning invisible and healing people of sicknesses, and also cursing people with sicknesses, because it gets salty sometimes. Another famous text from around the 10th century is the Charba de Moshe. This is an Aramaic magical book. that uses a first section, which are long strings of Hebrew or Aramaic letters, and then you would extract out of those long strings of Hebrew or Aramaic letters certain sections. I've highlighted a section here that you would use for doing various things. And you would use those sections along with a magical spell, and those magical spells would empower those code words, and those code words would do all kinds of various things, like turning invisible, making people fall in love with you, cursing people, and turning invisible, the same kinds of things that most magical spell books actually do. They're pretty repetitive once you get into them. So this one's interesting because the sword of Moses is that long list of seemingly random Hebrew letters, which are then extracted out and then used for magical purposes that I mentioned earlier. So the sword is actually what is going on. Some of these magical words also show up later in Christian magical texts, which means that Christians were so interested in Jewish magic that they had the Jews translate some of it for them so that they could use the magical power as well, and then convict the Jews of witchcraft and kill them. But hey, history is a dangerous place. Other famous texts, right, are the Sefer HaYashar and the Sefer HaMalbush. The Sefer HaYashar is a text of astrological Jewish magic that tells you how specifically to do magic on certain kinds of days so that you can focus your magical power using astrology. Again, anyone who says that ancient Jews don't have astrology, well, again, got some text for you to deal with. Of course they did. Everyone did astrology. So we have a magical text that uses magic, angel magic, and astrology to manipulate various forces in the cosmos to accomplish various ends. And of course, we have the Sefer HaMalbush, which allows one to make a special kind of cloak or garment inscribed upon with various magical names of God that allow you to do all kinds of things. For instance, summon an invisible army. Doesn't want 7-nation army, whatever, right? You're Jack White, quote, by Miles Bavarian, right? But you can use this, say, for the Malbush, the garment, to do all kinds of magical things, and you write upon this garment with various kinds of magical names of God, and you fast and these sort of things as well in order to enact the magical power. I picked this image up, by the way, FYI, because this is an image of a Jew from the Middle Ages, and notice he's also forced to wear a yellow device, but notice it's a yellow circle as opposed to a yellow star. So this, I just find this image interesting because he's forced to wear an identifying marker, but it's not the star of later periods, it's the circle. This is also in Germany, a sort of horrifying harbinger of things to come. Perhaps the most famous book of Jewish magic in history is the Sefer Raziel HaMalach, the book of the angel Raziel. Raziel, of course, is a name that means the secrets of God. This is actually a collection of various books, including the Sefer HaMalbush. It's still printed to this day. In fact, I have a copy right behind me. This book is actually printed in very, very tiny little editions, so you can carry it around in your house or put it in your car. And even the book itself is said to have magical powers even to this day. You're looking at an image here of some magical angelic script from the Sefer Raziel. These devices are meant to allow you either kamayot or amulets, which guarantee you various things like success or defense from magical evil powers. So again, here we have magical devices, and these magical symbols, by the way, date back all the way, some of them all the way to the Greek magical papyri of the first centuries of the Common Era. So this is a 2,000-year-long process of the practice of Jewish magic. This famous edition was printed in 1701 in Amsterdam, but like I said, it continues to be printed all the way to this day. In fact, I have an entire copy printed on one piece of microfilm, because the idea is as long as you have a copy of the book, even if it's just on microfilm, then the book still has magical power. Then I have an entire copy on microfilm downstairs with the Sfarim. So this book, the Sefer Raziel HaMalach, is said to have power even just having it. In fact, I have several copies lying around. And so here again, we can see these magical images, and this idea of this magical script continues to be used all the way down to this day in modern occultism. It occurred most famously, of course, in the 1530s edition of Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy, and it continues to be reprinted in modern books of witchcraft. Modern witches continue to use these magical images all the way down to this day. Jewish magic is alive and well. If you go into Haredi bookstores, you will find books on Kamayot and Sekudot, books on amulets, books on magical psalms to recite for various magical powers. You can find all kinds of books in the most extremely Orthodox communities you want to go. I go into Brooklyn and Borough Park. I go into the very, very extreme Orthodox Jewish bookstores because I can blend in. I go in their bookstores and I look through the shelves. I find books of magic. There are books of magic about how to make amulets, books of astrology, sacred mazalot. In the Haredi world, Jewish magic is alive and well today. New books are being written on Jewish magic, and those books are being practiced all the way down till now. It also survives in the liberal Jewish world, for instance, in the Kohenet movement. The Kohenet movement, as you may know, is a revivalist, sort of quasi-pagan Jewish revivalist movement that wants to resurrect the idea of a Jewish priestesshood, and magical practices in that world are also incredibly popular. And so in that world, in the most sort of radical left-wing Jewish world, magic is also being practiced. So we have the most radical left-wing world of Jewish practice, magical practice happening over there at the Isabel Freeman Center, right, all the way to B'nai B'rach, where they are publishing books of magic, Jewish magic in the Haredi world. Jewish magic's alive and well, folks. It never went away. It's always been there, right? It's always been there. How do we know? Because the Bible has to condemn it. Condemnations are always proof of practice. It was being practiced by Israelites. That's why they condemned it. Well, it didn't work. The prohibition almost certainly made sure that it would continue to be practiced. It's been practiced all through time. The earliest part of the Hebrew Bible we have is probably a magical amulet. We have evidence of Jewish magic reaching back to extreme antiquity, to the very beginning of the Israelites. We have evidence of it being practiced in the Haredi Black Hat world and in the leftist Jewish world of the Kohenet movement. Jewish magic has always been here, it is here, and it will endure. It will no doubt endure. I have some recommendations if you want to learn more about Jewish magic, especially ancient Jewish magic. There are some of these great books by Bohak and Hariri. The Hariri text, by the way, is published by Wayne State Publishers, so shout out to Wayne State Publishing here just down the street from me. So if you want to take a look at those books, I can't say they're terribly inexpensive, but they're really high quality scholarship. And if you want to learn more about the history of Jewish magic up until the rise of the Kabbalah, those are both excellent texts to consult. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore.
Rather than something that unfortunately sometimes I engage you, but it doesn't become a part of who and what I am. Take a look at these photos.
You fine. Go fuck yourself.
It's for Reish Tzadik Hey. See, right? So, says, Re'eh, Mashe Kasa Rabbi Sisi Laiba. There's another word called Sisi Laiba, which he writes. On the Sanhedrin. Mashal La'asa B'kai Be'yo. Asa Shmei. Shimshim, so it is like a rose amongst the thorns. Right? So, you go ahead, think about it just a moment. You have a rose. Originally supposed to be a myrtle amongst but if you have the rose metaphor, you see why you're still. If you have the rose amongst the thorns, that's saying there's an incredible amount of thorns. So you never say, well, there's so many thorns, so the rose is no longer a rose. Right? So it's like a bundle of a rose. You have so many thorns around it. Come on, what little rose in a whole bed of thorns really do a really anyway? So that says you don't do that. Even if there's a luminous amount of thorns all around the rose is still a rose. The rose is still a rose. So the Rabbi said, what's the Rishon? Everyone can Arabic. Shimshila HaKama Sovereign Adam, Kikotzim HaSovereign Shoshan.
He goes, oh, everyone knows it's outside. I go, no. Fights are never outside.
No, yeah, I would.
Very rarely. Yeah. I assumed it was an arena.
Oh, it is
no Diet Coke. I'm outside.
I left.
With my wife, there's whores right there. Gosh, and they're hot, sweating with a boner.
I was like Denzel Washington on flight when he gets to the hotel room.
I'm horny right now.
Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. I show you use love, just rebrand it out. Stronger, better, bigger power, 'cause it is love.
And we're in it. Some man,
What hoodie is that, Derek?
some man rife merch. I was cold.
Stay golden.
Yeah.
All right.
Dude.
Golden Hour Ribbons?
No, his
now.
His tour is
Obviously,
the name of his tour.
obviously, Matt Rife ripped a golden.
He needs it. And boy, does he need it.
Yeah,
So I want to tell Matt I want to have a word with him.
You tell him.
He's in Europe right now.
I'll tell him I want to have a word with him. You know what I mean? Hey, my own fault. You started it. Yeah, that was. You know what? Thank you for taking accountability.
Yeah. Unlike my wife.
No. Wait. I had something I wanted to bring in today, guys.
Go ahead.
Fucking locked and loaded.
Finally. I used to carry the load with bringing in.
I know.
Did you get a haircut, Chris? Did you get a haircut? A little trim?
No. So that's just my hair.
I think I sent you. I sent you a picture from of you.
Yeah, I did. I meant to respond.
Long ago.
Yeah.
Oh, Chris, what was the Family Guy thing? It wouldn't pop up for me.
Oh yeah, they just made fun of my hair. Oh yeah, my hair on Family Guy.
On the actual Family Guy?
Yeah,
You didn't like
Family Guy,
Photoshop it in?
No, it's on the episode that aired this week. It was like
Did you know that was happening?
Nah, it was like Chris D'Elia hair tonic. There it is. Go ahead, play it. It's so weird.
Get your Chris D'Elia hair tonic, perfect for your stringiest events.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, no, that's to me. That's like
You might be back.
Someone's a fan. To someone, there's a fan.
no. Yeah, well, I know Seth MacFarlane used to come to my shows and everything, but and he's great. But that was like I actually couldn't stop thinking about that. That to me, like that is up there, but it's obviously not the same as this because I was on the Eminem song. But like I'm like, oh shit, man, when these people like just recognize who you
That's
are.
a big deal,
It's
bro.
huge.
That's a big deal.
This I loved it, dude. I maybe
I just thought you photoshopped it, and I was like, I'm not clicking on that.
Bro, you know me. Why would I ever do that?
I don't know. I was driving, and it kind of looks photoshopped.
It does. But
And I didn't know you sent it. I thought Nick did because they made a comment. So I'm
then
like,
you
man,
Photoshop, sure.
this silly group chat.
This silly group chat, man. I'm gonna crash. That's how you should. But no. So anyway, it was cool, and I got hit up like 900 times. And I was like, all right, let me check this out. And then, so yeah.
That's so cool.
It is cool, right?
What was the joke that preceded it?
It's basically he's trying to get. I didn't watch the whole episode yet, but the whole episode is in this area, like the Silicon type Western thing, and they're saying they're like selling things that are gross. So they're like, you get wet hands here, and then they go, and they're like, Chris D'Elia hair tonic, perfect for your street.
That made it 1,000 times better.
It's funny. No, it's funny. Yeah, this is out of context, but yeah, no. It's
The only comics I know that have gotten references on Family Guy or Simpsons are you and Rogan, man.
oh yeah. All right.
Yeah. But Simpsons was nasty to Rogan.
Oh really? Well,
Yeah. Like Homer answers the door at Rogan's house and he goes, oh, never mind. He is like held bad.
Oh yeah, no.
I've seen a lot of them. They do a lot. The Family Guy's hit and miss. Like sometimes they're nice and they're not nice.
You know, this one was good. It could have been worse.
These have all been like a lot of Dane Cook ones have been.
On this?
Yeah, Family Guy.
Oh yeah. I know. I mean, I don't know if who knows who this came from on that show, but I do. To me, this is one of the funniest shows of all time. So,
Yeah, I love that.
so the fact that they'd even do that, I'm like, oh my god, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
So yeah, but people kept hitting me up. Hey, you're on Family Guy. I'm like, oh fuck, let me see what the hell they're talking about.
Right.
And then I'm like, oh, great. Yeah, it was awesome. So anyway, but I have the thing that I want to talk about with that from I get locked in. Look, okay, go. Remember last time? Load it up. Remember last time?
Yeah, last time you're a little sleepy.
Remember that. Okay. So we do remember. Dude, how can we forget? No, I understand, but and you were right, and I knew you were right. I said, I know. I don't know what's going on.
Yep.
Well, guys, I know what's going on now.
What is it?
I was sick. I got sick. And that was the beginning of it. And that was no, but you know what I was doing? I was doing the thing where I'm like, I'm not sick. There was one time during the podcast where I started laughing hard, and I'm like, oh,
you can feel it.
Yeah. And then I went to go work out after that. No, Brandon, I know you're in a workout guy, but I couldn't do even close to what I usually do, and I was like, what is going on?
Your whole system shot.
I didn't realize that your system just goes, nah.
Unless you're like completely used to it.
Yeah, so I took a few days off from the gym, and then, but man, I was still getting through it. It wasn't like, bedridden, but it was shitty. I had to go to fucking, where the hell was I? Who knows? Where was I? I don't know. Did you ever do that? Like, where was I last week?
You don't know where you're at.
All the time. Yeah.
It's called CT. Welcome to the team.
Yeah, but it's not from getting knocked around in the head. It's from the.
I don't even know where I'm at right now.
I
was in the DR last week, Dominican Republic.
Oh yeah, what were you doing there? Trying to take
Go ahead.
Tiger to baseball?
Drop him off.
Yeah.
Send him to DR. Forget about it.
Now
There you go. Enjoy. I'm sorry I have to leave you here.
Yeah.
Enjoy the waves.
Yeah.
I was commentating fights.
Oh, yeah.
But I was scheduled to be there 3 days, so my wife wanted to stay an extra day. But the first day we get there, I don't speak Spanish, and they go, what do you want to drink? And I go, I tell my wife, tell them I want a Diet Coke. And so she says, Diet Coke. And they're like, what? And I'm like, Diet Coke, bitch. She goes, no, I'm telling her. I go, tell her, silver can, red letters, Diet Coke. And the lady's like, I have no fucking clue what you're referring to. And then she's like, do you have something different than a regular Coke? And she goes, Coca Zero? I'm like, no, dude, Diet Coke. And then finally we got to the nitty gritty of it. They don't import them to the Dominican Republic.
What?
So I left early.
Oh, wow. Dude,
I changed my flight and left.
How what percentage was the reason why, because of the Diet Coke, that you changed your flight?
97%.
I can't even imagine. So were you jonesing?
Oh, yeah.
So, and the Coke Zero doesn't do it?
No, sir.
So I have a question. Like, you're working in the Dominican Republic, right? Okay. Go to your wife. She says, where you going this weekend? You say, I'm going to the Dominican Republic. Yeah. Oh, I'm coming. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I have to come. Yeah, it's just like, there's no world where you go to the Dominican Republic without your wife, right?
But there's whores everywhere. Professionally. I was like, oh, this is cool.
If the plane just starts jizzing, it's like a wet dream, but in real life.
And someone got to suck it. But the thing is they didn't tell me the venue was outside. So I'm in a cool 3-piece suit. And I walk out, and Jimmy goes, dude, what are you doing? I go, what do you mean? I look spicy. I dress spicy. I'm on TV. I dress spicy.
I'm so sorry. I look great.
I'm so sorry.
I'm getting a lot of mileage out of this suit, but it looks great.
Wait. It's Spicy Friday.
He said to him that he looked spicy the same way he said to that bartender, Diet Coke. Yeah. Yes. You're just a mess. You're just a mess here. I just want to be fucking drunk as shit because you're just fucked.
Oh, yeah, I'm fucked.
Yeah.
I'm fucked. Again, he goes, no, the venue's outside.
Oh,
I look at the guy running the thing, and I go, buddy, do you not think that's something you should have mentioned when we did the whole production breakdown?
Yeah.
Is that not something outside?
Yeah.
He goes, oh, everyone knows it's outside. I go, no. Flights are never outside.
No, I would.
Very rarely.
Yeah.
I assumed it was a fucking arena.
I would have done
No Diet Coke. I'm outside. I left.
With my wife. There's whores right there.
Gosh,
hot, sweating with a boner.
I was sounds like Denzel Washington on Flight when he gets to the hotel room.
I'm horny right now.
You're like,
That's a great
I'm about to bust. I'm about to bust.
The adjoining door was like,
Yeah.
that is a great scene in that movie.
Isn't that the best?
Because you're in the movie theater like this. Don't do it, Denzel. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. If you're black, you're doing that. Well, if you're white, you just watch a movie. But if you're black, you're just
Even
white people were like, come on, man.
But then remember, then it comes to him in his court and they go, "Sir, you drunk?" He goes, "I'm drunk right now."
Yeah, he probably just, that's Brendan. He probably just, like, you know, that's a great move, holding this dick. I can't realize how great that movie is. I'm horny right now. I'm horny right now.
You've been horny on air, horny, sir?
I'm horny right now. I'm chilling right now. There's a Dominican hooker underneath this table right now. Oh, man. Yeah, fun. Dude, speaking of, like, fights, you know, man, those fights, man, were crazy. Didn't watch it.
Did you tune in, Nick? I know Nick, of course Nick did, but Nick sent the group chat a message, and I was like, there's no way you guys are tuning in.
Well, yeah, you know, Nick, if I'm home, you watch it. I'm not doing shows, I'll watch, but it's like, I wish I would have watched it again, because I was saying to Nick, like, I think that you need the preamble to really
appreciate
it, because, it'd be like a story. No, I'm saying, but it'd be like, if you build a story, if you're into basketball, you can watch any basketball. Yeah. But there's something special when you're, like, watching your team, or, like, you know,
of course.
The story. And I didn't get the story. I saw, like, a brutal fight, and then I'm like, oh, man, I wish I would have known who this person is.
Background, yeah, it makes it way better, yeah.
And I think that's what there might be missing, is, like, just some more social media presence about what's about to happen, who these fighters are, and just get it out there, because I think it would have made it a lot better for just a casual fan. Because I'm just a casual fan.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Especially that guy. Like, he hasn't had that many fights. The hardcores, we know who he is. And he does all this, like, cringy stuff leading up to it. They could really tell his story. Yeah, Josh Hogan.
Yeah, and then who was in that other fight? Because that guy right there, what a brutal fight this was, man. Like, these guys were.
He's also given up 25 pounds. He's only 230 pounds.
There didn't seem to be any, like, this was just a brawl. Yeah, man.
It was wild. How do you eat wild?
Jesus. How do you eat those? I mean, that's right. Okay. That's right. All right,
it's funny.
It's all good.
It's funny because they both had to go to the hospital after this fight, and they were riding the same ambulance. And the white dude looks over at Curtis Blake and goes, "Dude, why wouldn't you just give the fuck up?"
That's so funny.
Look at us. Why didn't you just give up?
Wow. We should at least finish it, huh? They're going in the van. Do you think if one of them would have tried some sort of takedown move,
they did?
But in the middle of that brawling part, you know, like, there was at one point where their faces were just bloody. And I'm like, somebody try something different.
They're too tired, and then both of them are high-level wrestlers, so they kind of negated it. The takedown.
My boy won.
Your boy Paulo Costa. There's nothing more tiring in fighting than wrestling. There's nothing that exerts your energy more than wrestling. So that's why you don't see it late, especially from editing.
Trump told your boy he should be a model.
I did see this.
Oh, dude, this was gay. So I was like, whoa. Thank you, sir. Thanks, man.
He would have sucked him off.
Yo, 100%. Hey, but he's on Epstein Island.
He's already tapping him on the leg man. Come on.
And Paulo Costa is literally the biggest Trump fan. He loves Trump. I've never met him. That's the first time meeting him. He's like, "You're my favorite." Like, cool, man. God, you're way too beautiful to be fighting.
The fact that how lucky do you have to be to compliment Trump and have him be like, "It's all good, man. You're good looking." That's crazy. So wait, but
or it's a gay man. There's also that.
That's what I'm saying. If it's a very Trump should have threw applause in there. He should have thrown applause. Or like, you're a good looking guy. Applause. But that would be even more. Just think about it. Did you see? But Trump often comments on people's looks. Did you see the thing where he was at the golf course and the wife was like Trump, and he gets out of the golf cart, and he's like, oh, she's in beautiful shape, she's in great shape. Come here, and he hugs her. It's like he's.
Remember the one lady on the plane? He's like the fat pig with the question over there.
Look, it's all about looks, which is wild.
And he's not exactly handsome.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah.
That doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't.
I mean, listen, there's certain things, man. Like maybe you're super rich. Maybe like Elon Musk can say or do whatever he wants, right? He's like,
Is that it?
But like when you're the
when you're
president,
the freaking president of the United States,
This is it.
that. Your husband?
oh, I gotta come get this.
You want a picture?
Okay, first of all,
He's feeling
you know what? If I'm a leader of another nation or people that hate him, now you know how to kill him.
100%.
True. Careful, Eric. True. Careful saying that, and I don't agree with you.
This is my thing though. Where's the Secret Service?
Oh, they're right there.
He's there with a giant gun to the left.
Drone catcher. That's what that thing is.
You see him in the beginning. He has a giant fucking machine gun.
That's a drone
on the left.
I know, but that's like Trump just.
No,
It just should be like should you be able to like just walk up to the president and hug him? Just
Ain't no fine bitch killing the president.
It's
You
like
don't have to worry about that.
It's like that one. You don't, except for the fucking. What was the one where they? Oh man, it's such a crazy. Where they? I think it's some Asian territory where the spy just walks up and like rubs their mouth, and then the guy.
Oh yeah, kills the Asian dude. I've seen that video.
What I'm saying though.
I know.
Hey, how you doing? And then like there's like two like needles in her titties.
Just Austin Powers.
She's like,
Austin Powers. Yeah.
two little needles come out like this.
Oh, I saw a movie that's bad, and I thought of both of you. I'm like, oh, these two would like it.
I love it.
But it's a terrible movie. It's called Primate. It's a horror movie.
Yeah, it looks bad.
I figured you guys would watch it.
I wouldn't. No, I didn't want to. You know what?
It does look bad though.
I saw this and I was like, no.
You know what it is? It's fun. It's fun. Like, it kills one of the teenagers by putting his hands in his jaw and rips his jaw off. It's fun.
Yeah, but people, I don't. Is this one of those? I don't love this term, so bear with me. But this is what is. Is this like a creature feature? Like one of those fucking?
The fuck are you talking about?
Just
Talking about like Anaconda?
Yeah,
Like Anaconda?
Yeah, basically, yeah. That's why it's always one name, and then the creature is the name of the movie, by the way.
Oh, like Aliens,
Primate.
Predator, Lion King.
No, not Lion King.
Lion King.
It's not Lion King. It's not a creature.
Yep, creature feature, Lion King, good one. Looks Life,
New season.
Lilo and Stitch,
Can't think of the one. I can't think of the fucking
Garfield.
Johnny Depp plays the lizard. God damn it. Keep going. Yeah.
Oh, Rango. What are you talking about? Rango.
Oh, wow. Chin chimes in. Has he ever chimed in? Rango. It's his favorite fucking movie.
Oh, no, because Chin's in it. Chin's a voice in it.
Yeah.
No, he is.
I did the commercial.
Chin was the voice in Rango.
What the fuck are you talking about?
He was a voice for the movie in the fucking Rango.
Okay. But, no, it wasn't.
Chin, bring it up. Chin, bring it up.
Text it to me. Text it to me.
Okay, I'll look for it. Now listen, he's not the lizard. He's like a
I know
weird
Johnny Depp
puppet.
is the fucking lizard.
I know.
If you
Cool, man.
shit,
Oh,
Rango.
I know what's going on here. Oh, I know what's going on. You were in Family Guy. Chin just won up you because he's in Rango.
Yeah, that's not cool, bro.
Wow.
And I brought it up too, damn. Chin was sitting on that when I said the Family Guy thing.
Oh, I've never seen him with more energy in my life. Because Rango, it's Rango.
You guys see that video that's an Asian dude going off on some black girl at a store? No.
Wait,
There's a lot going on in that group chat, man. Sometimes it's tough.
sometimes, yeah.
You gotta put a Diet Coke can in there for this.
Oh, I didn't see this, but I saw you sent it. I didn't click. Oh, let's see it.
Should we watch this first, or should we move to this? He sent me the link.
This is just the same thing. It's just the same thing. Oh man, he's cooking kind of. She didn't know she got an Asian with a little bit of flavor there. Yeah. Like, that's way better than Rango. You know what I mean? Jen killed that. It's like I love just crash outs. Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay, so what's this, man? Here we go.
See, that's Chin right there. Look at his eyes.
Okay. This is just a Chin set.
It is the same.
That's no, you know what?
That's top five.
Should have seen
top five Nick moments right there.
Nick's face, how proud he was. I was all for it.
Nickelodeon Movies presents a song about
See, that's
Oh,
Chin
that's
singing.
Chin.
That's
Awesome. Multicolor shirt. How much did they pay for this, Chin? Decent? $1,000. You had no agent. Wow. A big commercial for a movie? $1,000.
How?
Wow. It's Asian slave labor.
Guys,
We also had to make a phone at the same time.
how
Did this $1,000 on my break for making iPhones?
how did this happen? Why does Chin not even have a microphone?
yeah, tell them. Get a microphone.
What is the deal? What?
He has a mic sitting in front of him.
It doesn't work.
No, he doesn't turn it on. He has a mic, an earpiece, a Bluetooth. He's doing something over there.
A camera on him.
Just over here, just chilling.
That's unbelievable. Wow, Chin, that's cool.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, that is cool.
I'm not even trying to one up. Here's a Chin right now. Your boy booked a national commercial.
What?
I come to LA next week.
What is it?
I can't tell you.
Oh, dude,
I'll tell you off air. Yo, I fucking wish, dude. I would have led with it if it's Diet Coke.
Will you be here on Tuesday?
I get there Tuesday morning. I shoot all day Tuesday. I leave Wednesday at 5 a.m.
Oh, jeez. Oh, no.
Ooh-wee. But that's my doing. They wanted to go later, but I got to get back for Tucker's practice.
Yeah.
So no.
So pop on and record here. Yeah. Wow, that's wild, dude. Cool.
I can't wait to tell you guys.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear about it. Anyway, I was sick.
Yeah, we actually moved way past that.
My chest is feeling a little bit better.
Yeah, that's good. That's good to hear. What do you think it was, a virus or something?
I don't know. I don't. Yeah, I guess so. I think my body was just like, you know what, bro? You know,
I'm tired. Right from traveling and shit.
Yeah.
So we're on. I'm on my workout shit now. So I got on my rowing machine.
Okay.
And then Rachel's going to Pilates. There's a Pilates place down the street, right?
Pilates is tough.
Okay, check this out though. She comes and goes, I want to start going. Can I get Pilates? I was like, yeah. So how much is it? So expensive. Crazy. Okay.
Like $600 a month?
It's unbelievable. Okay, and I say to her, well,
Because they're saying when you sign up, you have to sign up for 3 months.
Oh, no. We're going class by class.
Brendan! I said,
You're going to stop in 3 sessions.
He's married.
He's seen the movie.
He's seen the movie. So I say, we're going to
I wrote the movie.
I said, you're going to go through one, see if you like it.
Yes.
Okay? See if you like it, you know? So she goes, okay, I agree with you, but you can't even get one. You can get this 3 package. I said, get the 3 package.
Sure, yeah.
It's $100 and something. I get the 3 package. Okay? See if you like it. She goes to one class. She comes back and goes, I loved it. I signed up for.
I signed up for 3 years.
She said, I signed up for the thing. And I'm like, you have to go.
Yeah.
It's a mortgage.
I said, now you have to go. And I'm going to be on you. You know what I mean? It's not going to be like, hey,
And it's not because I care about you. You need to be fit or anything.
No.
You just gotta fucking.
No, we're not wasting money.
Eric, speaking of, you know what might be good for you? I was thinking about this. So, Fight Camp sent me. It's like a heavy bag, and then you download the app and you stream it to your TV. And I do it outside. You can do it indoor too. But it has all these dope workouts, like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
Oh, really?
But it has trackers, like carb tracker, calories, how hard you hit. If you go on my Instagram, Nickerton, it's on the post. I'm in the bag with Tiger, and me and Tiger compete against each other.
Oh, I did see that. That was
compete
cool.
against each other, buddy. I'm telling you, I was thinking about you. You would crush this, dude. And you can track all your shit.
And then that, okay.
So it'll show you a combo to do, and then so you do that for like 30 seconds, and then it'll teach you another combo, and then there's intermediate, and then like advanced, and then pro. So you can pick different levels.
Damn.
And then if I do it with my kiddo, but you can go against a computer and say what level computer, pro level or amateur.
I gotta say,
Pro, you gotta keep up.
when I was watching this video, you know what I was impressed by? Look at Brendan's footwork. Like, he is like, you look like a fighter. You know what I mean? Like,
I would hope so.
the stance is like, you know what I mean? I was just like, oh man, look at this. He's ready. You're ready to go.
Oh, buddy, if the UFC didn't test right now, your boy would be fucking guys up in the top 10.
If they didn't test, because you're on
Yeah,
the
you can't test. Your boy's on sauce. Your boy's on sauce. Your boy's on sauce.
Oh my goodness.
Billy's getting into it.
He's killing it.
Yeah. The fact that she wears Wolf will not. I have some boxing gloves for Wolf. He just won't. He don't want to put them on.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? Who wants to put those on when they're 3?
Yeah, but they like if you hold the mitts though, they fucking let my kids want to do it. Tiger's like, Dad, I'm gonna be a UFC fighter. I'm like, no, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. You know that meme? No, you're not.
Billy turned 3.
That's great. I really have.
When was the B-Day?
12. April 12.
Getting older.
Let's take a break, guys. Let's talk about Quince. This time of year always makes me rethink what's in my closet.
I'm trying to get fewer things, but better ones. I just went out and did a haul. Pieces that are well made and easy to wear all the time are what's important. And I keep going back to Quince. The fabrics are elevated, the fits are thoughtful, and the pricing makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. Quince makes high quality, everyday essentials using premium materials like 100% European linen. And they're insanely soft, flow-knit activewear fabric, which I actually have some.
You like the linen pants, the shirts are lightweight, breathable, and comfortable. You're wasting money on this other stuff. Just have Quince help you out, because basically they've got the perfect stuff for spring. They got the pants that strike the right balance between laid back and refined. Their flow-knit activewear, moisture-wicking anti-odor,
soft enough that they'll actually want to wear it all day. The best part is that the prices are 50 to 60% less than similar brands. How? Because Quince works directly with ethical factories and cuts out the middleman, so you're paying for quality, not brand markup. Everything is designed to last and make getting dressed easy.
Eric likes the Quince linen pants. They're his go-to, and they're breathable. He's like, man, they're so comfortable, and I'm like, all right, yes, okay.
And I'm just like, no Asian kids have been on my clothes.
But he told me how inexpensive it was to get that fit. I'm a jealous boy now. Refresh your wardrobe with Quince. Go to quince.com/golden for free shipping and 365-day returns. Now available in Canada. That's go to QUINCE.com/golden ce.com/golden for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/golden.
Getting older, folks. Chin turned, Chin, what, 59? 49. Sorry, 49. Chin's Chin 49. This weekend. 49. This weekend. Birthday party. This weekend, all his friends and family came out this weekend.
Was the fridge open?
God damn it. They got him a gallon of kimchi.
Yeah, man, that's, Wolf can't say sleep, he says heat. Oh, wow. It's like he's Australian.
Yeah.
He goes, mommy, heat.
Sounds like he's been listening to my podcast. I have a speech impediment.
Why does it sound like Brenda is from Lawnmower Man?
I just texted Chin. I wanted to give it that laptop starting to die.
Did that out?
Let's go to my AI. I'm making an AI series. Hold on, before we even get off to that, because we just spent 50 minutes talking about AI last time.
Oh my God, I got it. I'm into it, Aaron.
One mention for fucking 40 minutes.
Yeah, it's the entire episode.
This week.
It's the entire episode. You did a tutorial and got us on it.
I'll be in fucking Chicago and stuff. So go to chrisley.com. Go to AirGriffin.com. Go to Florida.
Is it Chicago though, Eric? Or is it Chris? Or is it Schaumburg? Yeah, see, it fucks people up.
Right, but the people will come from Chicago.
Schaumburg has a lot big. It's big.
It has a what? It has a what?
Schaumburg's like a big suburb. Schaumburg is huge.
New Westminster, BC, and then, Nick doesn't want to scroll, so that's fine. But Salt Lake City, Las Vegas, Nashville, chrisley.com. You don't have to scroll that much because I don't have the shows. Wow, AirGriffin.com now. Yeah, baby. That's local shows if you're in LA. Ooh, I got the local shows up now, ready to go.
I like that.
And then Ontario Improv this weekend.
You know what? Eric's doing too much.
April
Eric's doing too
18th,
much on his website.
North Iowa Comedy Festival. The Raleigh Improv May 8th. So those are the upcoming shows. And then if you're in the Hollywood area now, people always ask me, hey, where are you performing this week? Now that I'm controlling my website properly, that's not going to stop. I know, but now you can go to airgriffin.com and see.
Eric, you're good with AI. We're changing the shop show back to the very first name of the show, the Big Brown Breakdown, and I need a graphic.
Big Brown Breakdown. Say no more. Say no more. It comes up fucking corny John Wick shit. Play the John Wick thing.
It's so stupid.
I didn't put the right prompts, but it's still fucking. Yeah. Oh my God. There's no control. It's like I'm being attacked by. That's kind of sick, actually. What if this was a movie? Yeah. I'm calling that John Thick. That's kind of sick. My next one's going to be Luke Beige. My favorite is this. Yeah, with the knife. I know. It's so funny. It's like these video rendering programs. The thing is, you have to be super specific about what you want.
So what did you put on?
I just said like, John Wick. I had to describe myself. So you make a character, you make an avatar of yourself, so it looks like you. Okay. And then I said, give myself an all black suit, give me chin length, black hair. Okay. And then I'm walking down the street and hot dog vendors attack me, and I fend them off because I'm an assassin like John Wick. But that's what you wrote. Yes. Okay. But you have to write even more specific things, and it'll really give you what you want.
Well, I don't know. This is pretty good. One way to do it is, I don't know what program you're using, but take like in Claude, put in what you type to the video thing, and it'll give a more specific one with like lighting or whatever.
I did that later, but I just thought this was funny. I didn't make the video because I like this. To be honest, I'm calling this Unk AI. You know what I mean?
Funny. To be honest, that doesn't look so bad. But once it starts moving,
once it starts doing the thing, it's like so you put. And I had to put. I said, because I made another one, but it was too. The guy was too buff, and I was like, no, that's not really looking like me. So I said, I'm kind of pissed off that how I described it. They actually. It came out to like,
what you described
my body. That's funny. I said, portly, heavy set,
pear shape,
shaped like an ostrich,
upside down, bowling pin looking ass.
I put that in from the Asian.
Do you mean upside down, bowling pin looking ass? We gotcha.
Because when I did this one,
just like I'll show you this picture. Yeah, I'm gonna send a picture. Yeah, man. You know what I was thinking about with the AI? Here's the future of AI. So, like, say you're reading a book, you know, sure, and then now you could like put this book into the AI, and then it makes a story, a movie for you, sure, or a cartoon, whatever, and you can follow. You know what I mean?
The possibilities are endless.
And that's how the audio book. That's how the audio book was.
You can't stop talking about AI. It's unreal.
That's gonna pass you by, and you're gonna be like,
idea, but keep it to yourself.
No, it's not going to pass us by because we got you fucking here, dude.
Yeah,
It's going to keep
you're the AI expert.
damn right, bitches.
AI on AI, all in on AI.
Oh, and you know what else? By the way, guys,
More AI shit.
it's not AI. It's something else. People, you know,
Allen Iverson.
my comedy specials, like I don't know how they ended up here.
They're on Tubi.
But they're on Tubi, and you can watch them both for free. People always ask about, I never see you on, let me see your comedy. Watch my guy. Ugly Truth is my first special in 2016, and then The American Warrior came out in like 2018.
Oh, dude, I know it's stealing all the views on Tubi. It is my show, Gearhead's Gone Wild. So watch that, and then watch Eric's specials.
Yeah.
We're taking over Tubi. Come on over to the Tubi water, Chris. It's warm, baby. It's warm.
I mean, to be or not to be, huh? You know what I mean?
I don't know, but Tubi's getting big. But whatever. Actually, at this point, I don't care. I just want people to watch it. So you can
Who cares? You just want people to see it.
Yeah, because I came at a certain time when I was doing this where like internet wasn't like this. Things weren't like this right now. So now you can go back and take a look. You know.
No more. Oh, what did you put in the prompt, bro? Come on.
So this one is too like I was like, nah, this guy can whoop ass.
When you see that, what's that make you feel?
This guy with
the penguin.
No, what's that make you feel?
I'm like,
I gotta
get my shit.
Yeah, because that's kind of dope.
Yeah, kick Brendan's ass if I look like
Never get out of the street, bro. Be the whole state guy. Get out of the street, bro.
But it's you know,
that guy's annoying. Dude. Oh, you're annoying. Now I look at you.
I didn't like that. That was too real.
No. Well, bro, wait. Well, let's get one thing straight. I'm annoying.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
This is not even. Yeah.
There's so many ways you're annoying. You know what I mean?
I don't even want it. I'm saving from
how annoying you could be.
From my. If you want to hear my 35-40 minute, and we know what my podcast is on. I'm not going to say because he hates it. My podcast, but another room service one, bro. I can't. I don't know if I have the internet.
You can't do that.
I mean, you know what, Chris? The common denominator is you, Bubba.
I said that on congratulations. I said that on congratulations.
I don't know. I need to hear first.
It's not me. They all apologized. This was me waiting for my food.
Was it a nice hotel?
Very nice.
That's when it's the worst.
What's nice?
That's when it's the worst.
No, you know what it was? And I didn't explain this, but it's the mid-tier hotels, the nice mid-tier hotels. They don't give a fuck because the nice
like Holiday Inn.
No, that's low. But I'm saying like
roof in.
No, like
West.
Well, yeah.
The best beds.
Right. Okay. Fine.
Not like an Omni.
Yeah, like that. Yes. But I don't want to call out the fucking but it was a nice hotel. I go in, I go, oh, awesome. Yeah. And not awesome. I'll just say this: 3.5 hours. That's not.
Wait, what? Hold on. What did you order though? Hold on. What did you order? And what did you order at what time?
What could I have ordered?
What did you order? Like a small Asian boy or something? Like what could he order?
A 3D printed Taj Mahal?
Yeah.
I don't fucking know.
Salmon, bro.
How? He ordered food.
At what time?
That doesn't matter.
8:30.
All right.
Wait. Here's my thing. I don't care what time it is later. If on the menu it says,
oh yeah, I know.
From if we serve food at this time and I call for food,
you guys, listen. We're coming through 3 road dogs. We're 3 road dogs. You gotta know after doing this for a number of years. You know, if you order late, That shit ain't coming fast.
Fine.
Especially when you're trying to get sand.
Let me handle this one. Not coming fast is like, okay, 35 minutes.
Yes.
40 minutes,
35
okay.
minutes is pretty good.
40 minutes is not 40 minutes is like not coming fast.
I agree.
3 hours is more. Somebody needs to get fired.
Yeah. Did somebody die?
Yeah. Is there an emergency? Is there a fire in this hotel? I'm with you.
I called them downstairs. Hey guys, I'm worried why you haven't called me to evacuate because there's obviously a fire in the building because I haven't got my food in 3 hours.
What'd they say?
So many different things, bro. I went down and up and down and up.
Oh, you even went down,
bro. It was a party, bro. I was talking to the person who checked me in. I was talking to the kitchen. I was talking to bro. They got to the point where if you really want to listen, I'm not gonna fucking. But if you really want to listen. But they had literally were like. The chef went home and they were like, we got another one. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, he lives here in the hotel. And he woke up to come. It wasn't just me. There were other people like, where the fuck's all my food? Wow. Yeah, I don't even. Bro,
that's crazy.
I don't even know.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy to me about you guys? You know what's crazy? Is you fight for the food for 3 hours. I go, after an hour, they go, yeah, I don't know, man. I go, all right, fuck it. I'm not eating tonight. And I go to sleep because I'm not a hoe.
No, I need to get my macros.
It's not even about the food anymore.
It's not. No, it's about
That's what you don't understand. It's not about the food. Fuck the food. I'll throw the food out. It's about accountability and doing the thing that you said you were going to do.
At 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
It's not 2 in the morning.
It was 8 o'clock.
Bullshit.
It was 9.
It was after a show. A little later.
It wasn't after a show. I landed at 8:30. So after that.
Okay, so airport, by the time you get there, flight 10 at least.
No.
And then they had to wake the chef up. They
didn't have to fucking wake the chef up. It was open.
You just said they had to wake the chef up. They didn't get another chef.
Well, this is 3 hours later because whatever chef, the chef just was like, you know what? Fuck y'all.
It's because nobody ever orders, I bet. Was it like a Wednesday night?
This guy.
You ever been anywhere?
Yeah, you go places.
It's a hotel with big lights.
Hey,
everyone was there checking in.
Wait, this is the guy that changed his flight for a Diet Coke.
The fucking guy.
Fuck you.
Guy, yeah,
Fuck you. Fuck you, buddy. I don't want to hear you.
This guy's in his wool fucking sweater.
Yeah. You're on the side of a fucking fur
On his
coat.
flight. I
This is
got
the Dominican Republic, you know what I mean?
Coke. Just jizzing
This guy
everywhere.
thinks he's Denzel at the fucking, at the...
Just having wet daydreams.
Yeah, you know what I mean? How dare you?
Fucking.
Yeah.
Bro, I mean, some of them were checking in. It was fucking one person
Also,
working.
just Uber Eats, dude.
That's true.
Postmates.
That's true.
That's the fucking move.
Except for they kept saying it's coming. It's coming.
Right. Oh, they lied to you.
Wow, they lied to you, Brendan.
Yeah.
Oh, Coca-Cola
They
Light.
call it Coca-Cola Light.
I just was saying it wrong.
Just American idiot.
No,
You never really stink.
my mama said, no, Joanna talked to them in Spanish, and maybe it's just a few of them don't know shit.
No, I know what really happened now. Joanna doesn't want you to drink Diet Coke.
No, come on. That's not a good
She was,
buys them from me all
she
the
was at the
time.
bar like, just say you don't have any. But she was saying,
Oh, no,
no,
because she wanted him to be so he wouldn't fucking be jizzy.
Oh, you're right.
They don't have it, babe.
She wanted me dehydrated.
I need a fucking Diet Coke.
She wanted me dehydrated, so I didn't have all that yum sauce. Yeah.
figured it out.
Wow.
Wow.
No, women don't.
Well played. Well played.
Yeah.
All-time backfire. She had to leave Dominican Republic early.
Yeah. Or you left me there.
She didn't know how serious I was about my DCs.
Hey, Chris, let's talk about fan media. Think Doctor's, what's that, Squatch?
Dr. Squash.
Yeah, think Dr. Squash is some small, wholesome company Burt's Bees, native, think again. They've been bought by mega corporations and private equity firms. And they hijack these beloved brands and fill them with the same corporate slop as everyone else. But one company is doing things differently, the Van Man Company. They started the tallow trend a few years back with their grass-fed tallow moisturizers, and they've been crushing it ever since with hit after hit of clean, nearly edible solutions to your everyday products.
Here's the thing about tallow, it's best moisturizer. It's the best moisturizer on earth because the fatty acids in tallow are nearly identical to the oils in your skin.
Yeah, so the body actually recognizes it. One use and you'll feel the distance. Your skin will be, one use and you'll feel the difference. Your skin will be softer and smoother than anything you've gotten from a bottle full of chemicals. Chemicals, dude, and fillers. So, come on. You got to get here with this natural stuff, and because there's no filler garbage, a little goes a long way. This stuff actually, it lasts.
It's powerful enough to heal the skin. It's safe enough to spread on your toast. I love that. That's real ingredients. Ready to ditch the corporate chemicals? Go to vanman.shop/golden and use code golden for 50% off, 15% off your first order.
That's vanman.shop/golden. Don't forget /golden. Vanman.shop/golden and use code golden for 15% off your first order. Van Man, real ingredients, no exceptions.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows.
We're coming at you with everything we got.
This is free. This is free. This is movies like Pineapple Express, the entire Star Trek film franchise, and Gladiator, and TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghosts. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
And Saturday night was the big UFC. I had to get home.
I hear you. Where was that fight?
Miami.
Oh, God, that's a terrible place to fight. For a fighter and all the distractions in Miami.
Brother.
I mean, I think if you count that type of distraction places, it's probably Vegas #1 and Miami's got to be second.
Miami might be number one.
Yeah, Miami.
Yeah, depends on your time.
Yeah, especially with the fighters types.
I know, but then you also, but I'm saying you're adding gambling and all that stuff.
Everybody's time.
Yeah, Miami's a pretty.
Yeah, but you have the cocaine in Miami, you have the fat asses, the Colombianos, huh, boys? Am I right?
Yeah. Hey, this is public service announcement. Don't send Brendan to Miami.
I'm going there first week of May.
Oh, damn, for what?
Cocaine and ass.
Oh, my God.
Imagine Brendan on cocaine. Oh, my God. Just all big with a fucking white face. Just sweat with fucking, just like a streak of white.
I'll tell you what, the cocaine wouldn't get very far with the three of us with those noses, fellas.
I don't even understand how people.
Eric could snort from here.
Eric's a dealer. You go like a...
What is that? Why would I do that?
You're dealing it because you got kilos in there, bro.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, cargo, baby.
How much you want? I got you. The coke dragon, they call it.
Stored cocaine.
Coke dragon.
So dumb.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
It's so funny.
Nick's got his AI face on right now.
Oh, he's doing
You know what I mean? Oh.
I was reading this thing. You were talking about Miami having distractions. Someone analyzed a couple years ago James Harden's performance in every NBA city, and they approved he does worse in the cities with better scoring.
This is how you know there's too
terrible in
many people.
Atlanta.
We're just keeping track of this.
The worst performance was in Miami.
Well, now you can.
Wow.
Yeah, but now the AI
He ain't Kobe. He ain't Kobe. Kobe went to bed early. You know he did.
No, his distractions were in Denver.
His distractions were more fog, honestly.
Oh,
I don't mean that. But it was fun.
in Calabasas, that's why it's helicopter crash here. Keep up.
I wasn't making a joke. I was just being, talking about the wind.
Literal.
I wasn't actually making a joke. I was like, distraction, unfortunately, was fun.
And it's actually the pilot's distraction, right?
I thought he was kind of.
No, he was he's not pilot.
Oh, well, you know these guys are. They just look at yeah. But but sometimes they do that for fun. It's like these guys, they have everything, so they're like, I'm gonna get my pilot's license.
Yeah.
Also with the Mamba mentality,
Yeah, maybe.
Poor guy.
Yeah,
Sucks.
Well, he really brought this podcast down.
Yeah, that was terrible to bring up. Well, I mean, was it me really? Or I'm just trying to make sure we don't go back to AI.
Chins and Rango.
Really?
So you think that's better?
Chins and
Don't
Rango.
forget, boys, Chins and Rango.
I'll never forget that.
Chin, did they ever reach out for part 2, or? No other, you did the one role and nothing came your way after that? That wasn't your big break?
I didn't know how to do it. I should have had an agent.
Yeah, should
Is
have.
there a Rango too? How the fuck you get hooked up with that?
Yeah, how'd they even find you, Chin, if you didn't have an agent?
I went to audio engineering school, became friends with people there. They worked at a place called Trailer Park that does all the movie trailers.
Oh, you just got hooked up.
They just said audition for the role, and I auditioned. Got it.
Okay. Well, bet.
Did you check out Project Hail Mary yet? Or are you still reading the book? No, I'm still reading the book. I'm going slow because I'm also watching other stuff. I'm watching TV.
That's in space, right?
Yeah. Well, it's in the theaters now, but
I'm out.
An Atlanta apartment complex started using robots to control.
I've been seeing these kinds of things all over the place. Not in real life, just on it online. I just
The
Do
reaction.
they actually work?
The reactions.
They got the motherfucking robot dog in the motherfucking hood patrolling the apartment. What the fuck type of AI shit it is? What the fuck? He look like he finna bite your ass.
oh, it's great. Excuse me, Zach.
Yo!
Well, I mean,
Hello? Oh, baby,
Can you just grab it?
how are you? Where are you at?
It's a person on it.
So, what y'all got the robot dog in here for?
To watch the people so they don't take
Sorry. So we're actually like the robotic security dog here.
So, what y'all got to tell us?
Stop. So even the robot dogs are in Bangladesh?
Yeah.
oh yeah.
That's bananas, man. That's bananas.
Well, you can stop and be like, oh, by the way, I have a question for you about my fucking phone plan or whatever the hell.
But that's crazy. Oh, wow.
Get you on the phone. Yeah.
Wow. I thought it was more of an urban accent than Bangladesh.
Wherever
Is it
it
not?
was.
No, it's like Filipino.
Yeah, Filipino
Is
or
it?
something. That's crazy.
So we're actually like the
Yeah, Filipino.
Oh, yeah.
Asian.
At first I thought it was like a Puerto Rican woman. That'd be funny. Sometimes when you win, you sometimes when you lose, you actually win.
The robot's got a fat trunk.
With big nails.
I tried to honk the horn in a Waymo, and it stopped. And some Filipino lady comes on and tells you not to do it. She was super polite about it. But I also heard they will control them in tight spots. It's not robot.
Oh.
They're like.
Well, the rumors are that they're also being controlled by prisoners. That's the big conspiracy.
Did you hear that from Sam Tripoli?
Yeah, they just got they're in prisons. Just dudes, they got their goggles on. They're like, well, to me, that's how war should be fought. They just,
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With Filipino women.
Yeah.
In prison.
Yeah. Just Filipino robots. Like, come out.
Take him out.
Yeah.
Take him out.
But yeah, I've been seeing the robots. They got them in China and shit.
It's crazy.
Just running around. Just like.
I saw a great Elon Musk video. I don't know if it was great or not, but there's some guy asked him, why should I invest in Tesla? And just what he explained, you're just kind of like, yeah. You know what I mean? Did anybody check out any of this Coachella stuff? No. It's wild on YouTube. That this time it was like streamed live, and just when you go to the Coachella YouTube, it's just overwhelming all the stuff that was going on. Like, you don't even have to go now. Like you could have just had a Coachella party.
Wasn't Bieber just playing like from his laptop?
Well, the reason why he did that is because he sold the rights to his music, and this was a way for him to still play the songs and sort of sing with the songs without having to pay the publishing company. Kind of a boss move, really.
How's that even work? Like, how come that's legal?
Because it's like
because YouTube's publicly, if you're paying for premium, you can play it. You know what I mean? But
I think there's a different fee to play it, like if you play basketball music in an arena.
Right.
So it's like cheaper.
Well, the comedy clubs were doing this. So comedy clubs there was a certain time when like they would be like, well, what song do you want to come out to? So there was a certain time that they got in trouble for that.
Really?
Yeah, they couldn't just play a song at the thing because you have to get licensing for that.
People there at the Brian
So
Callen show.
what they started
Sorry, we can't play AC/DC.
So what they started
$400,000 for this song.
but if they play it off Spotify,
I want Back in Black.
if they play off of Spotify or Apple Music, that's why they did that. So now it doesn't matter because that's how you get your music now anyway.
They're like, Brian, you actually owe us $20,000 because we played that Van Halen song 4 times for you.
I wanted to do a bit, but Eric was just hell on getting
That
it
was just
the
I
hour.
know, dude.
Just wanted that.
I was with you, Chris.
I don't bit. Eric just wanted.
Even I tried interrupting him.
He just wanted fucking Spotify info out.
Oh, man.
Well, it's actually, Chris, while humorous, Spotify and when they came in and they merged with the fucking God damn it, dude. God forbid I want to make a joke with this motherfucker.
Well, technically, Chris, just hang tight for a moment with your comedy. So the thing about Spotify is, if you're gonna use the music,
I appreciate you. It's the licensing agreement. It's in an arena, and it was so while Brian Callen could play AC/DC.
technically, Brian Callen, yes, he could play AC/DC, but if you decide to play Metallica, you're looking at a 40% profit loss.
Hey, you?
Yeah, well, you can get his info out, dude.
Man.
Brian coming out to 25 people. Brian coming out to 25 people in Tacoma.
Or you catch him straight.
Why not?
He always does.
But anyways, good job. That was some of those.
I said,
My boy Teddy Swims was there.
Oh,
my
my
guy.
God, song, it was great.
he's great.
But
You know him?
Yeah, he's on a fight companion.
he's a big comedy fan too.
No, I know.
Yeah,
We follow each
Who
other.
the fuck's New Dad?
I'm telling you, man, it was pretty.
And they only got 80 views.
A lot of
New Dad with
89.
she looks like
Thousand.
yeah.
Just like she's struggling with her pronouns.
Sexy red. I don't know. This was like.
This is just something I just
How many people? I've never been.
Chris, didn't you
Never
go to this
wanted
last
to go.
year?
no. I've been to Stagecoach.
I remember you went. Oh, Stagecoach. That's right. Stagecoach is like,
How many people? I'm curious how many people. You got this
oh yeah, they went.
You about what's her name? Ruby Rose or something is accusing her of shit.
Yeah.
That's wild.
I didn't read it, but I saw the headline, and it's like, wild. Believe all women, right? So they're both telling the truth.
Yeah, who do you believe?
I don't even know what happened. I just saw the headline.
She was just saying like 20 years ago in Australia in a club, Katy Perry rubbed her pussy on her or something. Something like that.
How's that news? What are you looking for, babe? What are we doing?
Well, Ruby Rose is, she's said a lot of
She said a
things
lot
has
of
happened
things.
to her.
Yeah, she said
So
a lot.
if you just Google her name, it's like, they didn't pay me right, they didn't do this right, I got injured, and it's sort of like,
She got fired from the Batgirl thing because of her behavior on set, according to reports. I don't know if that's true or not, but I mean, you just kind of go, I don't know. Why
What about Sydney Sweeney? What you about?
Ruby Rose talking smack like, oh, she's not
yeah,
lesbian.
Ruby Rose
Yeah, that
was
was
on
her.
Sydney Sweeney during the Gene campaign. That fucking
She's not cool.
How you gonna pick on? Dude, Sydney Sweeney's a gift from the heaven.
Well, hold on. Also, the lady that she's playing
for the movie
supports the movie.
Oh, the boxing movie, Chrissy, which I watched on the plane. It was very well done.
wow. Well, I will say this, hold on.
They had to tie her tits down in that movie. Those puppies still came out. There's nothing you do. There's nothing you do. There's nothing you do.
You should have a movie review show.
Brendan wants him to win the special effects award.
Yeah. Oh, come on, dude. Avatar, give me a break. No, but they, Ruby Rose is beautiful. Yeah, okay, yeah. I don't want to say, yeah. He was saying, don't, he's making fun of
She
her.
wanted to play that part, What part? The boxing one?
Yes.
Oh.
She wanted to play that part. Bring up Ruby Rose currently for me, because I
don't know.
10 years ago.
I don't know. I haven't seen her in a
She
long
like
time.
shaved her head and hates people. I don't know, dude. It makes her less sexy.
Well, that's
Out here, Sydney Sweeney working on fucking vintage Broncos with her tits out. I mean, come on.
No. Oh, okay, of course, bro.
Oh yeah, there you go. There you go.
She's pretty. Come on. Look at her face. I mean, I get it. She's kind of masculine, but
Nick was a girl. You know what I mean?
no. Nick doesn't look that good.
She looks like a teenager. Get the fuck out. Next to Sydney Sweeney, are you guys on your fucking...
Brandon, I'm not... Yeah, this is cute. Sometimes you take something that we're not saying, and you make the argument about that. What I'm saying is she's got a beautiful face.
I'm having an argument with myself right now.
Yes! We agree with you.
Out loud.
Yeah.
And I'm saying out loud, I'm crazy.
I don't know what this is about. She is right.
Yeah, so she's saying, I don't know, she's put out a lot of posts about it too, this stuff. But this is how she's held her shit together and grew her hair out. We're cooking.
Yeah, I know, but also, she, you know, this is how people stay relevant.
Like a friend is still coming, she comes to her house every 6 months to check her hair.
Yeah.
We're not cooking yet.
Yeah.
Let's stay inside the house.
Yeah, it's just,
I don't know, it's just weird. I don't know what, just, you know, I don't know what's going to come of it. I don't know, just
I'll tell you what comes of it.
Weird things.
Nothing. She's like, you get booked in many roles with that attitude and that haircut.
I think that's what's already out.
Oh, is that Matt right?
It's Matt right. That is Matt.
Oh, wow.
I thought it looked like it.
That fucking fucked me up. So I was like,
wait, I gotta send me that. I gotta send that to Matt.
well, I should get more tattoos. Oh, that's weird.
Why am I rock hard?
Now he's into it.
Never look at Matt the same after that, huh?
Honestly, Ruby Rose, she's really come on. She's really pretty. Her face is good.
No, it's just what makes her her paintings and the fucking haircut.
Obviously.
Yeah. Chill out with tattoos. She has a Bruno Mars tattoo on her right arm. Give it up.
Oh, she does.
Bruno Mars makes her need that. I bet it looks like it. The other thing about Bruno Mars was like, I've already paid off my gambling debt. You know, there's this rumor that he owed $50 million to the casino. So he was on stage with somebody, and the guy was like pretending to be him, and he was talking about his debt. So Bruno comes in, and he's like, I paid off my debts already.
That's funny.
Funny stuff. Funny stuff. Just do one show and pay for that, really. That guy's really an awesome performer.
He's so talented.
Yeah, he really is. It's crazy.
Alan.
You wouldn't even know. Are you like into like Bruno Mars? What do you do?
All I know is Bruno Mars is about 3'6".
That's most, but he's talented as fuck.
No, yeah, he's talented.
A lot of Hollywood, actors are.
Yeah, I guess so, but it's weird. Like, we're all very tall. You know, even Nick.
Yeah.
Bro,
Chin's fucking gigantic Asian
I know, yeah.
You know, less than 2% of the population is over 6'2"?
Wow.
And we just, you sort of just take it for granted, too. And it might even be over 6 foot. Yeah, to me, I'm just living, baby. Yeah, just living. I'm just living.
Hey, I'm gonna be walking around.
Just top shelf living.
You know what I'm saying?
Just living. When I walk down the street, congrats. It's very rare. We went to a restaurant yesterday, and then so Rachel and Wolf, you know, and he's 2, and he's like, he's getting huge, you know. So the lady, I go, well, he's only 2. Because she said he's gonna be tall. I said, she thought he was like 4 or something. Yeah, out loud in the restaurant. Shit! Oh my god. Shit in the restaurant. Let's get
There you go to Schaumburg, Illinois, Chicago, Chrisley.com, Westminster, BC, Nashville, Las Vegas, Salt Lake City, Let's Go, Chrisley.com, Miami, Denver, Pittsburgh.
And then click on over there, Griffin.com. I'm going to be at the Ontario Improv this Friday, or is it Saturday? One of those days. Saturday night, Ontario Improv, 2 shows. North Iowa Comedy Festival, and then the Raleigh Improv, 8th and 9th.
Are you the headliner at the North Iowa Comedy Festival?
Yes, I am.
Oh, yeah. I'm a poster.
I'm headlining the Portugal. Lisbon, whatever.
You got it. All right.
Yeah.
But also check out, it airs tonight. It's called No Leg Days.
days. No leg days. It's on YouTube. The YouTube is No Leg Days. My boy Nick, both the Nicks made it. He had huge guests on there. It's like a fun fitness workout show. They go to Venice, Gold's Gym. They're all over. So go check them out. No Leg Days.
And then Tubi, check out my specials on Tubi and Brendan's show on Tubi.
That's right, kid. Love you.
Worst podcast ever. That gum shirt is hilarious. It's so white.
So in Spain, they found that.
Hi, everybody. Here we are. Holy moly, how exciting. We're at the LA Podfest right now.
This is fucking ridiculous.
We're in a penthouse at a fancy hotel. Holy moly. This is excitement if I've ever heard of it before. Thanks to everybody watching in Daily Motion. I would say make some noise, but we wouldn't hear you guys. Sure, in bedrooms right now.
Brought my dog. I got the this is a dog friendly hotel, so you can pay this $75 so your dog can fuck the shit up in your room, and you don't have to pay any extra. So if anyone wants to piss and shit in my room,
I know I already did. The dog, when we were in there, the dog actually came out and had a little something in its mouth. We thought it was poop for a moment, but what was it? It was a little chocolate. This tiny dog found a tiny chocolate and was walking around with it in its mouth. So thank you, Sheraton Delphina.
yeah, thank you. Thank you for allowing my dog to find poisonous chocolate underneath the fucking dresser.
That's right, the Sheraton Hotel, where we kill the cutest baby dogs you've ever seen.
I was gonna do that thing. Oh, here it is. This one.
versus those have to be able to look at the other people to differentiate besides the other. Very often, we automatically assume that people characterize the character of someone based on their actions. If you do something bad, that means you are a bad person. And what Bruno was trying to highlight was this incredibly so. That's not necessarily the case. Other bad people, of course, are bad things. But very often, there are good people who do bad things. And if you're just able to stop the bad things, taking the bad things, the inner good ultimately comes out. So instead of davening, says Bruno to her husband, when these guys deny, davening, they should tshuva. But if the tshuva, you tell them let sin cease from the world, and if there is no sin, Rishayim there will be no Rishayim. Because the Gavra is good, just sometimes the Gavra corrupts himself with grace. The Gavra, the individual, is restored to his primary level. But Bruno's laying here was essentially this concept is the cornerstone of children. Like without this bad. If I'm bad, so is there really some significance here for my salvation, my personal restoration? This entire so I'm a good person who does bad things. I may do bad things very frequently. That's quite possible. I may even do more bad things than good things. But at the end of the day, my inner good is still it's just overcome by the negativity. The negativity is sin. Yes, as a sign, by the way, I appreciate that. But we did this because the other thing is characteristic of social, which is having a job in
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Still Tony. I am Blue. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Fuck yeah, everybody. How you guys doing? Hello. Hi, everyone. Good to be here. Happy Monday to you. Episode 36. Tony, you're with good friend Rabbi. How you guys doing tonight, everybody? Always fun. Down? What are you saying?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. This sound system here changes every single week. It's fucking annoying.
Yeah, I'd say they probably do about 20 or 25 different shows out of this room a week. So I can't imagine how many crazy hands get on all the dials and everything and different things.
Yeah, that's 20 different people that does not know that.
Right, they have no idea. Yeah. Oh, it's totally, they always just a comedian working that big box back there to try to get a spot on whatever show it is. It's in the place just been, so imagine that. I mean, that's every week, 20 different hands times 52 weeks times 40 fucking years this room has been
Yeah, they keep on blowing speakers and replacing them with like 80s boxes or whatever these I think these are iHomes, old iHomes that they're using here.
Yeah, though, we're getting it all figured out. We're the master disaster with that shit. It's important.
Yeah, see, chords are changing. Girds.
Wow, hello. Yeah, it's been a crazy week since the last episode. Last episode, I'm pretty sure, was definitely, undisputedly, our most buzzworthy episode.
You were saying that's the best episode we had, and we were very nervous for last episode being first in line, too.
We hit number one on Stitcher in some category at some point.
Oh,
that's a first. No applause on that. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for your support. I mean, number one's not that big of a deal, but I mean, there's other numbers. So who cares, right? Who cares about being number one? Why would you work towards that goal? But I mean, and just the fucking tweets, the everything, it's the outreach and support of the show has been unbelievably awesome.
It's great. Like I don't think I've only heard a few negative comments, and the negative comments were all like, "Hey, us people that like to fuck dogs are very disappointed in Death Squad."
Right. Yeah. And I'm telling you, man, it's amazing because, the podcast world is one thing, but there's also this crazy Hollywood land thing that I like to delve into during the day with like auditions and there's just everything. It's show business that we're in, and there's an amazing amount of buzz there too, which really surprises me for a raw renegade type of podcast that takes place in the belly room of the store. Like, it's so funny to hear people talking about listening to the episodes and this and that, like pretty high up people. So we're rattling the cages, so it's very fun. It's really exciting. And to think that we did it after getting stabbed in the back, but that's what it took. The betrayal is what it took to push us to number one. So, it's just, to push us to the best that we've ever been. So that's an exciting thing. And, last week it was fun. We tested out the Iron Josh. And maybe we'll give him another chance. But in the meanwhile, I think we should keep testing out different types.
That's right.
See what we got. Tonight is something very special. This Iron dude is pretty well known in the Death Squad community.
Very well known. Been in many episodes of Death Squad, especially Ice House Chronicles. He's been a friend of the show for a long time. He's been there since the beginning.
Let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, our head of security tonight. Put your hands together for Iron Petrie! Wow, look at this!
Upgraded.
Wow! Stronger than ever.
This is great. As we can tell, there's been some upgrades. No longer does he have the iron penis snake. He has a advanced wireless mic system coming out of his crotch. Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah, that's a hot mic.
It is a hot mic.
Heck yeah, some IKEA lights on your palms. That's pretty cool.
That's right, too.
What was that? Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
You gotta
stay in one spot, Patriot. Or I mean, Patriot.
Is it the Patriot or the Iron PVC?
What do you think?
Well, I particularly like Patriot.
Patriot it is. His name's Pete. Took the patent of Pete. It's the Patriot. So fuck yeah. So what's been going on, Patriot? What's going on? What's your world like?
Tough day on the boulevard today.
Yeah.
Just got to a fight with one of the Superman guys. Got to get my tickets and get dollars from kids. Bullshit.
Exactly. Now you had a band too, right? What's that called?
I did it called Filthy Lobster.
Filthy Lobster.
Yeah. That's a hit song, Share My Papaya.
Share Your Papaya.
Share My Papaya.
Oh, wow. Heck yeah.
It's really weird because, like, him looking over at me really seems like we're looking at the original Iron Page.
Yeah.
It's a pretty nice city, but
Yeah, it's slowly getting there.
It's like if the Iron Patriot. This is what the Iron Patriot looked like on Halloween when he was 6 years old.
Or it looks like the Iron Patriot's like on a slumber party.
Yeah.
He's in his little jammies, a little
sleepover. When all else fails, just make those noises. Hell yeah, you've done your research. That's great. Well, I'm glad to have you here, Pete. What do you say we get this thing started, huh? Yeah. Oh, yes. Wait a second. What is it? What is it, Pete?
I've used the restroom.
Oh, well, absolutely. But in the meanwhile, to stand in for you while you use the restroom, we are going to bring up the Iron Patriot, everybody. Our first ever homosexual head of security. Wow. It's Iron Justin Martindale, a.k.a. the Iron Patriot.
Okay.
How you doing today, buddy? Wow, this is amazing. Right, exactly. I'm glad that you were able to be our backup head of security today. A lot of people weren't able to do that. I had to call This is podcasting kryptonite.
Yeah, it's weird. But, I'm sure he's used to touching tips. Also, it's not a really hard thing. Just
You got it right there. Just last time you had this trouble with a mic, it was a guy actually named Mike.
Yeah, I don't know what. He just turned it on and off now.
It should just stay on.
He's doing some sound effects for us.
I gotta hold on to his dress set.
What was that at number 32? Okay. So Gatry, what's going on? Anything going on?
I fell out of a hot tub this weekend.
Oh.
Yeah, it was exciting. Yeah, and then the people, I was in a group of people in the hot tub, as one should. And then fell out of the hot tub, trying to get a drink, and they were like, oh, we forgot to tell you the floors were made of marble. And yeah, so I had to eat shit out of a bunch of people.
Now, Tony, the Iron Patriot brought sent me a song this week.
What?
I heard you guys like music, so...
Wow, it's been a couple weeks since we've had a song from our head of security. I'm pretty excited about this. Ladies and gentlemen, here you go. The Iron Patriot, everyone. Whoa, what's this gonna be? It sounds scary.
Guys, give it up to the Iron Patriot!
Wow, heck yeah. That was awesome. Heck yeah, there he goes, the Iron Patriot. That was amazing.
Justin Martindale, everybody.
Heck yeah. Unbelievable performance. Thank you so much. Everything come out okay, Iron Patriot?
Yeah, we're just fine.
Fantastic.
I don't know if you guys know this, a little bit of factoid for you, but this is the first episode of Kill Tony that's ever taken place during Black History Month. So, I got a lot of tweets from my female N-words about that today.
Oh!
I love you guys.
Oh, wow! Very good.
You may see me retweet them.
You call girls Nancy's. That's very old-fashioned of you.
Very, yeah.
Real quick before we jump into it, we are at the local Kill Tony comes to the La Jolla Comedy Store on the road for the first time ever on March 1st. So San Diego, if you're listening to this, it's going to be March 1st. Tickets will be available online probably by the time you hear this. So it's going to be very soon. It's going to be March 1st at the La Jolla Comedy Store, the first ever comedy on the road. So very exciting. Also, that's it. This is Tom Segura's t-shirt. That's available at tomsegura.com.
Yep, tomsegura.com.
Special birthday shout out to Marie.
Yeah.
Water boxers in the house, everybody.
Yeah, I think so.
My favorite person. He's a fan of me, but I'm a fan of him. Very good. Yes, exactly. All right, so let's get it started. You guys ready? Kill Tony 36, motherfuckers. And just as always, it's super duper special. In no particular order, your two guests go like this. Truly one of the first people to ever take me on the road with them or work with me. One of my favorite people, one of the funniest people here at the Comedy Store. It's Steve Trevino, everybody. And also, coming with him, from the Big Lebowski, from Seinfeld, another one of the best comedians in the fucking world, Dom Herrera, everybody. Steve Trevino. Good to catch.
Tony.
Heck yeah. I know. It's always too long. Actually, it's just been a couple days. I did your podcast the other day.
That was really gay. Is the gay trip?
Right, yeah. Exactly. Like, what?
Yeah. I go to the gay gym hoping to get raped. That way at least I know I have a nice body.
There you go.
I tried. See, it's not on.
It's on. It's this weird failure being crazy.
Yeah.
It's like,
Can you guys hear us?
it's only super clearly.
No, we hear you. We just don't like it.
Do you guys want a drink? Josh is going to make a run right now.
Josh, y'all have a beer, bud? Do you need beer?
Put your hands together for my fucking guests. We're going to have fun tonight, guys. These two guys know comedy big time. Patriot, you got any questions for our guests?
I'm doing a little research there. And Steve, you started comedy in Texas, right?
Yep, Texas.
Then you came to Hollywood. You got a writing gig and opened up for Carlos Mencia, right?
Oh, let's keep that to yourself. I'm still trying to shake off the stink, buddy.
Well, I heard you on Mark Maron's podcast.
Yeah,
talking about Carlos knows from you. Has he contacted you since then?
No, I haven't. He doesn't talk to me much anymore. He doesn't talk to anybody fucking much anymore. Apparently, I just like the way that the questions are coming from your dick.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where the voice box is.
So yeah,
It's a good question, Patriot. How about anything for Dom?
He's been in Big Lebowski, Seinfeld, Golden Girls, Everyone Loves Raymond, The Late Show, Tonight Show, Conan. So my question for you is, what's your favorite breakfast cereal?
say it's Mr. T, please. Special K. No, I actually stole material from Carlos Mencia. Nobody would believe him.
Fuck yeah. You just jinxed on that one. That's a great move. So you guys know how the show goes. I'm so happy that you guys made time to come on this because I trust your opinions up there with, absolutely fucking anybody.
Thanks for inviting us. Monday nights are jam. I slipped into my schedule because I love it.
You are the best. Even Comedy Central said you're one of the top 50 comics in the world.
Top 100. I was number 79.
Oh shit, I really blew that one.
No, let me tell you, I'm not bitter, but fucking Cedric the Entertainer was 78. And how can I compete with an entertainer? I mean, all I am is a stand-up. He entertains, he has people over, he has a nice spread.
Solid point.
That is great.
I was voted top 10 of comics in Gregory Portland, Texas.
Oh, that's a very important list.
I was number 9.
How big is that zip code?
There's about 2,000 people there. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
My mom was on the committee to vote. That's all I got, number 9.
Oh yeah,
Thanks, bud. I like that.
awesome. So you guys know how the show works. As always, over 30 comedians signed up tonight for the opportunity to do 1 minute of stage time in front of our lovely guests, myself, and the show. We try to help them out or talk to them, find out information about them. They go from comedian to guest on the show as soon as the minute's up. And you know your minute's up when you hear that sound of the kitty. Aww, how adorable. That's when you know you've hit a minute. Now, don't go longer than that, or else she'll be running the light. You'll bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Wow. He is extra angry tonight. Holy shit, he really is furious. So, we try to teach the people, you got to do your time and get off.
Yeah, it's part of being a stand-up.
Yeah, exactly. So, all those little lessons. Right. Can you imagine that?
I'll let you tell him.
With no further ado, what do you guys say we get into it? Here we go. I have a bucket full of comedians. Two of my favorites.
Please pick Dane Cook, please. Dane Cook's just stopping by to do a quick 90.
Just a tight 90.
No, sir. I was number 79. Don't forget it, motherfucker.
I won't. I'm sure you'll remind me a couple more times. Well, here we go. Your first comedian goes by the name of Tracy Greenwood. Wow, right there in the front.
This is stick number one. Is this thing on? That's
Can you turn on the microphone? There's a button on. Is it? Okay. There we go.
You gotta talk into it.
Sorry about that. Okay. Well, actually, in my daytime job, I was an attorney until I got fired. Michigan, I was confidential. But I worked with a guy who used to bring his phone to the bathroom. I didn't like that, so I gave him a public service announcement to tell them that I didn't like doing that. And I wrote it in the book. Don't use your phone on the throne. Don't put that image in my dome. I will text you, sex you, tweet me some tea, but don't call me from around the porcelain scene. I think that my concern is legit. I just don't want to hear your shit. So if I hear an echo or a grunt, I'm hanging up and I'm going to. Some things are just better when you do them alone. Don't use your phone on the throne. Thank you.
That's it? Wow, okay. 37 seconds. That was a lot of poem. It's, okay. So, you don't do stand-up. This is something like you're trying out right now. Is this your first time on stage?
Second time.
Wow. Where was your first time at?
The Improv.
Wow, see, that place just puts anybody up. That's the difference between the Comedy Store and the Improv, by the way.
If you pay for a class, you get to go up at the end.
Oh.
Is all your material like poem based, or do you have jokes? Like
I have jokes, yeah.
Can I hear a joke?
Sure, I have a joke about being a father.
There you go.
Tell it. The great thing about being a father is you don't have to be very good at it. It's very positive. Set your sights really low and just be very enthusiastic.
That was more of a statement. Maybe a tweet. That could have been a solid, pound inspirational. You know what I mean? Something like that.
Thank you.
You know, that would be great on a calendar of father advice.
Yeah. With a kitten, you know, something like that.
Sure. Absolutely.
I'm not a laugher, but I gotta tell you, you had me crying.
Thank you very much.
I have a little bronchitis. I was wheezing. And I think Cedric the Entertainer did that rhyme on Def Jam in '93. I'm pretty sure they killed Murder.
I'll bring him up.
That's actually original. That's not
the Def Jam where
it's totally original.
Are you thinking about doing this for real? You want to do this?
Absolutely.
It's hard to say anything. It's your second time on stage, so
right.
The only advice I have is fucking keep doing it.
Yeah.
Maybe make it funny.
Right.
Yeah, probably make it funny. That's
two times on stage. I'll tell you this, just so you nip it in the bud. You want to do poems? That's great. You gotta. I mean, if you really want to be like a poem type of comedian, it's gotta hit hard. You gotta raise the stakes. You gotta start rhyming with crazier words. You know what I mean? Like you really gotta go for it. And what I'm basically saying is, if you want to do stand-up, I don't. That's what he's saying. There's the poem.
Yeah, because you don't want to get.
That's my first time.
That's what he was trying to get to. Don't do the fucking poem. Jeff Ross wants his poem back.
Yeah. I mean, like Dice Clay is a good example of doing a poem right, even if it is like a nursery rhyme or something like that.
Even stole from Otto and George, by the way.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It wasn't even his.
My inspiration.
Wow.
Attila the stockbroker.
Well, if you're going to do that way, you might want to start off at the poem side because stand-up comedy comics would just start beating you up. You want to poem.
Right. When you say you were inspired by Attila the stockbroker, is that an actual stockbroker or is that a comedian?
No, he was an uncle.
But not a comedian.
Right.
No, but he was very funny.
I think you're very likable.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think you're very likable. I think that I like the way you started out with the mic not working. That was
No, I couldn't.
That tight tuck t-shirt, hilarious. Tight tuck, buddy.
It works on my body type.
No, it doesn't. But it's fine. I mean, this is your second time on stage, guy. It's your first to hit me. Who's the fucking host of this show, guy?
Yeah. No, it's okay. No, he inspired me. I do want to hear what.
When you said your name was Tracy, I was sure it was going to be a woman. And you're not, but I do appreciate your breasts.
See why I let that happen. Yeah. You don't want to wake the Petrie. The Petrie, it only thinks evil thoughts, so you probably
should have just sat down. First should have counted your shit and sat down.
But I'll tell you what, Tracy.
Your dick looks fat in those jeans, though. I'm going to be honest with you. Looks huge.
Everybody at home is watching.
One of my favorite things about this show is getting to watch people really finally, whatever you've been through in your life, the fact that you're finally now taking a chance and trying to chase a dream that is so hard to accomplish, yet so fun and unorthodox to try. It's so fascinating to me that you're doing it now, and that's great. So if you're into it, work hard and have fun and knock it out.
I would kill the poetry side, though.
Yeah, don't do the
If you do the poetry side, go over to the poetry shops and just kill them all. Be the star.
Be the funny poet.
Yeah, be the funny poet. Yeah.
But also, look, man, for you to get on this stage second time in front of us, that takes balls. And that's half the fucking battle.
Exactly.
To have the balls to walk on stage.
And then to have the balls to do a poem in front of us, holy shit.
That's insane.
Truly,
Wearing a Whoopi Goldberg shirt, too.
Whoopi Goldberg. This is
I'm sorry. Wow, guy, I'm embarrassed. I didn't realize.
I've been having trouble sleeping. If there's any way you can get me that phone.
Thank you so much.
Can I plug my podcast? No, you can't.
Plug your podcast? They can find it if they follow you on Twitter. It's at WFascination. He's on Twitter, WFascination.
Tracy, ladies and gentlemen, with
Tracy Greenwood is second time on stage. Is it a poetry podcast? Poetry-based podcast? Poetry podcast.
Oh, yeah, everybody listen and find out. You heard him.
Sit down, man. He's cocky.
Yeah.
What's cocky?
You're real cocky now that you sit down, motherfucker. Want that cocky up here.
Oh, this show is fun, Tony. You said it was going to be fun.
No, we're just getting started.
We're crushing dreams. This is awesome.
Let me ask you guys something. Do you remember maybe like a joke or something you did when you very first started stand-up comedy? Maybe you regret and like you're a little embarrassed that you did. Can you share it with us?
I know him from the shit. True story. No, the joke that I hated that I did, that I really fucking hated.
That you did.
I did the joke, but I hated it. It was so joking. It made me sick to my stomach. The guy stood up on my ass. I told you it was terrible.
But you remember those things. There's jokes that I did 5 years ago that I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking?
I don't even like your other stuff.
Motherfucker, don't clap so hard, guys. Don't clap so hard. I hope you stick it out, motherfucker. I hope in 5 years I can remind you about your bullshit poem.
Hell yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. We are playing with fire. Wait, did you answer that?
Here's the first joke I ever wrote.
Yeah.
I go, my father used to take me and drive me around the nice neighborhoods. And my father would go, look around, son. One of these days, if you work hard and stay dedicated, you cut a yard like this. And I was 9, right? I was 9 when I did the joke, and it used to kill.
Wow.
And then I started doing comedy again as an adult, and I was like, let me dust that fucking gem off.
Right.
And it just, yeah.
I think you said the joke you hated. I mean, the first joke I wrote that I actually liked.
No, I did say joke that you were embarrassed that you did on stage.
One day he came, he says, look, I got to love with you. I met another kid.
That's a great fucking joke, man.
I was an extra.
I think Mencia's doing it.
I was an extra in all my children. Right. And I did that. That was just one. And the other one was, I got this girl out. She was like, yeah, she's more bad. I don't know what she's doing.
But I will say, that you look at like a pro like God, your delivery now is just you can say fucking anything, and it's so funny, you know. Yeah. But you know what I mean? Like your cadence, you learn to kind of get that, and your second time on stage.
There you go.
Yeah, that's really
Solid point. Number 79.
Yeah.
3. I mean,
Top 100. Now on, Tony. I'm out of here.
I love
Wait for fucking Doc Harris.
do that show. All right, here we go. Your second comedian tonight goes by the name of Steve Cochran.
Alright, it's great to be here. Fucking sweating already. I was thinking of joining a gym, and you can tell with that decision wound up being. It looks like the world's biggest integrator out here right now. Not doing it, but not doing it. We got to take a tour of the gym at least, which was a cost waste of my time. She took me to the spinning room with all the cycles. She said, you can go at your own speed. You don't have to feel bad if like Louis Armstrong is on the bike next to you. I thought that was an interesting choice. Because that's a black jam music. Some people are going a little too hard. When you're working out and you got dick veins running through your whole body, let's skip it. You know what I'm saying? Like, eat a fucking burrito already. I'm over here. I gotta peel off my shorts. I got waistband marks, just dimpling in. It's like a mold for macaroni. Pretty much is what it is. Just glue it in, it will melt. Next workout, you peel it off, you have a little snack. It's good.
Wow, he stopped talking. That is one angry bear. Couldn't wait to come out.
You ever think of doing poetry?
You've been doing it a while, haven't you? Yeah. He did the right thing. He moved the microphone to the side.
Smart. Yeah, like it's what Cedric is.
Yeah.
No, I'm just sweating.
Really tired? You're that tired after 1 minute?
More nervous.
Now that strong minute.
I was fine at 30 seconds. I couldn't catch my breath at 45.
I love the Dick Saint shit. The belt thing, as being a fat guy, I'm totally down for that whole idea. You can also have some idea of like maybe having different belt buckles gives you different kind of fat tattoos. You know what I mean? Like I got a move. You know.
Are you really going to the gym?
No, I didn't join.
I would have probably opened with the dick veins.
Okay.
Especially when you got like a minute, fucking hit them, man.
Yeah.
You got usually a 7-minute set. Come out strong, fucking hit them, and then you got them, and then you can kind of do more premise. You get a lot of premise, a lot of, let me tell you about the gym. Well, motherfucker, tell me about it. You know what I mean? So come out, get them on board.
We do it within the half, you have 14%.
Right. Right. And then you can run the light 15 seconds. You really got time.
Yeah. At a minute and a half, you probably need an inhaler.
Probably the way I'm feeling.
You get exhausted pretty quickly.
I like the whole thing, guy. The hair, keeping the Jufro even though you're losing it in the front there.
It is. It's going bad.
But that's something you can talk about. You walk on stage, people see that immediately. Fucking talk about it.
Significantly.
Yeah, if you have curly Jufro and you lose it in the front, is it easier to do like push it towards the front cover up instead of like forward? The real problem is the top dries faster than the rest of it, so it looks like I don't mullet for like an hour after I get out of the shot.
So then you can do something with that, like the redneck too.
Yeah.
You hate yourself.
That's
You know what I mean?
yeah.
But you look at your appearance, kind of talk about that real quick. That's really great. I was not impressed enough to take you on the road, but
Where are you from, Steve?
DC mostly.
How long have you been in LA?
Just past 5 years.
you hang out here at the store much.
I come by on Mondays. I don't spend a whole lot of other time here. I feel kind of weird, just like, hey.
That's part of the process.
I guess so. I
You
don't.
just gotta fucking hang out.
Yeah. I guess
Nobody's. It's like you put it the best, didn't you? You said it's like Fight Club.
I did. I agree with that.
It's like Fight Club. You sit on the porch and people take your stuff, and then they finally invite you in the house. You just gotta fucking hang out.
That sounds fair. I guess it was more of a comfort thing than anything else. I didn't feel
You gotta get out there
around all the
But it's hard. Yeah,
Well, that's the thing. You have to make yourself comfortable with whatever it is that you do. You got to try to make friends or try to find something or whatever. Find exactly your favorite liquor or pot or whatever the hell it takes to numb the pain, and you get through it.
And that's the cool thing about the comedy store. You know, it's open till 2 a.m. So you can do other spots and then come here right here at the night and hang out.
Yeah.
Get to know people, become a part of this place. The man, you did a great job. I don't know what he has to say. Word.
Yeah, you definitely have. I mean, it shows the 5 years. I mean, how long have you been doing stand-up?
About 4.
Right. Okay. So my question is in that gym joke, do you say that you didn't join, or do you say that you were testing it out?
I
What do you
said
say?
I was gonna join, and you can tell what the decision wound up being.
Yeah, you're right. I don't see fat when I see you. I think like huge.
That's not a terrible thing.
You're not out of shape enough to do that joke. It's like somebody doing a fat joke that's not that fat. Like if Tracy had done it. I thought we were being honest. Just kidding.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think you're a little bit on the chubby side, but not enough to really be able to sell the. I think you can tell what that decision was. Like, I think it's funnier if you just say that you tried, right? That you took the tour.
What you saw on that tour,
right?
Everybody that went to a gym, you get the bullshit tour. You know. In that area, there's something that you're in bad condition because you're not fat.
Yeah. Okay.
You're actually just kind of cute. Whoops! Every time. Whoops! Took the words right out of my mouth.
But I definitely, like Steve said, I'd start with the dick bait thing. Then you're cooking with fire. You already have momentum going into anything else.
Yeah, right after that.
I like the belt idea that you had too. Was the different,
the cookie cutter shit.
Those are the two big punchlines in the joke.
I didn't really get the Louis Armstrong reference. He's dead too. You know that, right?
Yeah. She meant Lance Armstrong.
Gotcha.
Now it's funnier. I can see the parallels between Lance Armstrong.
Fucking hilarious. Tweak some words to make that work better.
Yeah, make it a little more obvious that she fucked that up.
That's one thing lately I've been noticing that, like, in my head, I think I'm already being obvious, but you actually have to dumb it down a lot. Like, that's the hardest thing is dumbing it down because it pisses you off. Like, you should get this. You should be at least on the dumb level that I am, because I'm a retard. But no, like most of your audience are even dumber than what you think.
Like, even if you said Louis Armstrong, he's black, and then you kind of let him into, he's black and has both his balls, something like that. So you let the audience know who he is. Because when you said it, I didn't immediately go, oh, yeah. All right. I think you did great.
Steve Cotroneo.
Thank
you so much. He's on Twitter. He's on Twitter at Steve Cotroneo, Cotroneo. Heck yeah.
This is fun. I didn't have to crush him. That was good.
Yeah. No, it's fun to start off with the Tracy Greenwood. You get that out of the way. The guy that's just starting, It's good, Tracy, because, I mean, the $1 million question, when I said you're new at this and you go, this is my second time, that means that's like the complete get out of jail free card.
Right.
Sometimes
what the fuck is this?
Where I go, okay, great. Well, you're just starting out. And they're like, I've been doing this 13 years. And that's when I'm like,
you should kill yourself.
Right, exactly. It's just like, yeah. So, heck yeah.
That's a good thing about your set. There's nowhere in the world. Started, right. You have to get better from there.
At least starting from the bottom. How'd the set at the Improv go?
Well, this is great for a podcast.
One person came exactly perfect. That sounds about right. You gave that one person a ticket.
Which, by the way, for young comics, that's the worst thing. Like, when you're a young comic, you want to invite your family, you want everybody to come see you, that's the fucking worst.
The bringer show shit, just skip that. I don't even believe in that concept. That's a scam. That's a guy trying to make money off you guys. Do not fucking do that bringer show shit.
Yeah, it's better to do any open mic.
after the show, I was like, "Come on, and then with me, not that I'm old. Come on, get off your high horse."
Yeah. Did you ever do like an open mic with musicians or anything?
I didn't do it when I was an actor. I was already in college. I didn't have any material. I couldn't believe you had to read material.
Right.
That was the hardest thing to do. Like, I done it last night. You were some artist.
Absolutely. That was the exact same thing. I mean, I was totally amazed. Obviously, not the first night I was here, but the second night I was here, when I saw them again, I'm just like, wait a second. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, well, one of the first people I saw was Pablo Francisco, and he tricked me.
And you think there's no way
Yeah, I'm
that
like,
he could do that.
made all that shit up.
Right.
So the next day I go, I gotta hear what he says to see today, you know, that's the trick of it. Then I came back to see him, and I'm like, wait a minute, motherfucker.
And then if they can
But it was still brilliant.
Right.
Yeah, it was still brilliant, still laughed, you know, but, I mean, and then you realize that every fucking motion, everything that he did was worked out somewhere, you know?
You add it, and you notice quickly, like a real good one, in my opinion, is Al Madrigal. Like, you can watch Al one night, and then the next night you'll see him do the same thing, but it'll be bigger.
Right,
it'll be better.
I don't mind that, but what I mind is the fake laugh.
Oh,
About the
laughing at yourself, kind of,
laughing at yourself is just like crack yourself up.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, really
Sometimes
that's my number one thing,
right? Sometimes it's
Well,
real.
it's real. That's
Yeah, sometimes it's, but I usually get a laugh from somebody in the audience. Like, sometimes I'll say, I'll say something, and then somebody will react in the audience that'll make me laugh.
Right.
You know, like somebody will lose their shit or they'll fucking pull their glasses off.
I have a lot of fun on stage because I love looking at girls' faces when I say things. That's my favorite.
Right,
thing.
you enjoy what
I
they're
just look. Let's see how disappointed she looks now. Blah 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 blah.
I was
like,
I was in a show in Knoxville the other night, not to brag, and this woman, I was asking them the difference between hillbillies, rednecks, and hicks, and she said she was a hillbilly, and as we went on in the show, and I'd never seen this before, she got a standing ovation in the middle of the show. I'm not going to do it justice, but I said to her, "Are you married?" She said, "Yes." I said, and she says, "I'm here with my brother." I said, "Well, now I know what hillbillies are. You know, they're fucking the brothers." And they fucking stood up and clapped for her. And I said, "I can't follow you."
Follow the audience member.
Yeah. You can't follow Angela, the hillbilly.
When natural.
Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Inu.
I can only take it back.
Dom, I love your face. I can look at your face all day. You have a great face.
Yeah.
It's very comforting.
It's big. It's big and it's sad. It's sad. And drugs, a lot of steroids. I could never kill like this.
You must slay pussy though, because you are a charming guy and you have a charming face.
I get chicks that I should never get if I didn't have an act.
It's the best. Exactly.
I can make them come just doing setups. Look at these two. You want a piece of this, don't you?
All right, your next comedian tonight is Kevin Jones. Kevin,
what do you have?
I'm pretty sure these are all good names so far. Wait a second. I do believe Kevin Jones just missed his spot, which means he's blacklisted. Very good.
Wow. Did you do that? Wow, that was pretty damn good.
Hey, by the way, for all future blacklistings, you have to recreate the car alarms from the one that's been on since the 80s, like the.
That's the British one.
That's the British one.
Well, Kevin Jones is blacklisted. He's not going to be on the show.
Which, by the way, that's a horrible way to start your comedy career, by signing up for a fucking open mic and not showing up.
Yeah,
that's horrible.
Exactly. How about Jessica Blankenship?
This is a dude, I'm going to be pissed.
I see movement in the audience. Oh, here we go.
She is Jessica Blankenship.
Hey, so I realized that I'm not fit to be a parent today. I live in a small camper with a big dog, And usually she's a really good roommate. But the other day I came home from work and she had shit all over the floor. And instead of cleaning them, I poured a bottle of water, put a towel down, took her to the park. So I can imagine if I had a kid and she got sick, I'd just pour a bottle of water on her and tell her. If she got sick in the backseat of the car and instead of cleaning it up, I'd wait for her to eat it. I'd probably end up asking her.
Oh, it's over.
You know, I really don't think I should be hearing that I should.
That's it, 56 seconds. Jessica Blanken show. I can really tell you're brand new, right? Okay.
Okay, rule number 1. Grab the microphone stand and move it out of the way.
Yeah.
That's rule fucking number 1. You walk on stage, if you're not going to use it, grab it, move it out of the way. That's rule number 1.
And another dead giveaway was that I noticed you slowly moved back throughout the entire minute. Slowly but surely.
I love the premise.
Going away from the audience.
I love the premise of the joke. It was a really good premise. And there's beats there. What joke? What joke? You know what I love? Yeah, I know. It's not funny. No, but it's real. That's what's good. Keep it real. The thing I love is I would love to see a really professional comedian do that. How much time do I have? Yeah. How much time do I have left? And then a minute set. I'll take a 30-second light if you give me a. And then another one at 45. She did it. Blink it at 45. Second encore.
You definitely just need to start going on stage more. You definitely can tell that your stage presence is very shy, and like if you sell it, you can probably work with it. You just need to put some tax in it, and lighten up the mood a little, make it a little bit more sillier and less depressing. If you really live in a trailer, you seem like you're right up in Oliver Stone movie or something like that, like robbing banks. And
yeah, well, that's what makes you great. I can tell that you've been you're punished and abused.
Right.
Which no, that makes for great comics. Yeah. It really does. The more pain you have, the fucking funnier you'll be. You know what I mean? You can tell that you fucking
It's true, and all that definitely gives you perspective. And so I mean, you gotta if you're interested in this, then you gotta be knocking out open mics, because what the open mics do is they just burn away that muscle of how you kept looking down at the stage, how you're slowly moving to the back of the stage, and all the little fundamentals like moving the mic stand. That's what all those open mics.
Personally, I thought it was great that you walked up here with a nice premise.
Yeah.
You had the right idea. You did the comparison between the baby and the dog. I thought you were on the right track.
Right.
Doing.
Your material is not the problem whatsoever. That's a great problem to have, is for it to just be the on-stage stuff. So you already have the right idea.
Yeah. And you have a lot of shit that seriously dig into the shit that we're not used to. The road that
you live in a fucking trailer
tank, or like farting in a thing while it's raining with a boyfriend in there, because there's not much you can really do.
Yeah, there's all kinds of shit to me. There's not anybody that just the idea of saying you're about this trailer park trash. We're here, man. You know what I mean? Like, it really is. I'm from Texas. I've met several.
I guess it's just, to me, it's regular. It's not much.
But that's what it is. Your life. You talk about your life. And when you're with your friends and you're at a party and you're talking about your life and they're laughing, you got to bring that on to here.
Yeah.
You can park your house in a handicap zone, so your house is wicked retarded. You can go into a lot of different areas.
Yeah.
I had to unhook the porch the other day to fuck. It's funny.
Yeah. I have a little bit about how I have to move.
The getaway house. The getaway house. What did it look like? It was a fucking house.
How many times have you done stand-up? Have you been working at it, or what is it?
Less than 10. Maybe once a week.
There you go.
I mean, have you ever had sex at your house where you have a donut on your house? There's.
I've got a little bit working about the house, about how.
But this once a week shit's gotta stop.
Right.
You can't do it once a week.
Well, I have a job that
You have to figure it out. Stand-up's an everyday fucking thing. You gotta figure it out.
Yeah.
Whoa.
if you fuck a black guy, you have to put the emergency brake on.
That's just racist.
All right.
That's just racist.
Yikes.
Because he's going to pound you and you don't want to roll down the hill.
Oh. Jessica Blankenship, everybody. Thanks, Jessica. How fun.
Got to dump down the
Great premise. Interesting stage presence that can easily be fixed by doing it more often. And you've never known anybody that lived in a trailer, Dom? You said the only trailer you've ever been in is a movie trailer. One could say.
I've actually thought about
It's not
buying
really a
one of
joke.
those.
It's true.
I've thought about buying one of those silver trailers because I'm never home. Why don't I just live by the beach?
Yeah, live on
Here's
Let's keep it. What? No. Oh wow! One of the lights
one of the
just fell off
Patriot.
the.
The Patriot is falling apart.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it seems like some upgrades are cheap, right?
Well, I'm sorry. I have a lot I do every week. I think the upper body's starting to
Maybe you
look
should
pretty
call me
sweet.
when the show gets a little bitter. And when you're going to afford a better costume.
Wow, you do a great Patriot impression.
I think Amazon Prime's doing a perfect job.
Amazon Prime.
All that stuff from the computer to the front door in less than 2 days.
Yep.
Your next comedian, another, I believe, new name. Put your hands together for Brian Vestal.
Hey guys, so my first date was also my first concert when I was 14, and it was Boyz II Men with Montel Jordan opening. That is true, and my mom said, because I asked the girl before I asked my mom, you have a date? My mom said, yes, but I'm coming with you. So true story. My mom bought a seat, sat right behind us, and read a People magazine until the show started. And then when the show starts, everyone stands up. My mom says, as loud as she possibly can, to everybody around, why is everybody standing up? We paid for these seats. We should be sitting in them. And proceeds to get everybody within arm's length to try to sit down. That was the first and only date I had with a girl named Rachel who had mall bangs. And that's it.
Okay. I'm waiting for the Montel Jordan or the Boyz II Men thing to come back into play.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was the audience all black?
No, it was pretty much like whoever was into hip hop at that time. So I guess a bunch of 13 and 14 years olds.
How old were you?
I was 14.
So you were literally a boy becoming a man, and your mom
And Boyz
had
II Men.
Boyz II Men.
Yeah.
But you're with your mom, so you're really not fulfilling the prophecy after all.
No, not at that time.
One could say that when you're watching Montel Jordan, you are thinking, this is not how we do it.
No. But he did say the party's here in Sacramento, and everyone lost their face.
Just laughing hysterically because there's not a party in Sacramento.
How long have you been doing it?
This is my second time.
Ever on stage?
I do a lot of sketch and improv.
Yeah, you're an actor or something.
Not stand-up, so I'm trying that this year.
Well, what's amazing is that it's really interesting how blatantly great your stage presence is, because even Dom, and I agreed with him when you first came up, the way that you moved the mic stand and started talking, he leaned in and said, "This one's a pro." And not like he hadn't heard the fact that you right. But
Tell me you've been on stage many times.
Right.
We have that whole Jay Moore thing going.
Right. A little bit.
Don't be rude.
You're like,
Yeah. Wait, Jay Moore, when he's successful or now?
That was funny.
Yeah.
Why didn't you say that when you walked on stage?
Don't do that fucking story. Do jokes like that.
I literally haven't written anything yet, so I was like, I'll just use that. I remember it.
Very comfortable.
Yeah, let me do something I remember. Let me go back 20 fucking years
Yeah.
and bring up a story about my mom. That's what you remember? What about what you did yesterday? Where did you go? Where did you eat? Where did you get that bullshit t-shirt? You know what I mean?
But, I
Guinness is one of the few white games that doesn't have like pit stains here. So it's like if I get hot, I won't look like I don't like no laundry.
The idea of sitting people down, I think that's very, like, everyone has been there where you're sitting at like a boxing match, UFC or something. People are standing up, you're just like sitting there like, come on, do I have to stand up? So there is something there you can probably play with, or you can just do something else.
Well, and then the embarrassment of having your mom on a date. You know, your mom's going, sit down, everybody like, Mom, try to finger bang there. Can you give me a
Right.
I like the idea of your mom scoring. You know, your mom scores some guy, she goes up with one security guy, and you don't give a fuck. Your girlfriend leaves you, and your mom gets laid.
Now we're talking.
That's right.
That's fucking. That's a great. That's fucking funny because you go out.
I look back and mom's making out with one of the singers.
Whatever song it is, the end of the road or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. Just.
But you're really pretty. So that's good.
They said if you don't have material, just like tell a story that you know. So. Just turn.
I think that's for people. I think you're a little bit. You just off the. I know it's saying probably too much, but I think just off that how you responded to that Jay Moore thing alone, I think you're funnier than that story. So I agree. I agree with Steve. Right, and you can always punch it up, but that's a story. I mean,
fucking lady.
Thank you. It's in my iPad or iPhone notes to do comedy, so that's the first thing to do.
Are you going to continue to do it? Or?
Yeah. I plan on coming as often as possible, at least every Monday night here and then other places.
Awesome.
Wherever I can get up.
Do you smoke weed?
Okay. I stopped today because I have.
You stopped today?
I stopped today because I have a job interview.
I stopped today because I'm out.
Yeah, I need to get it all out. So I picked the day to stop smoking weed to stand next to this guy. And I could, if I was so high right now, I could just go for like 20 minutes on.
I have the best weed. You really fucked up. Pick a bad day.
I know. Yeah. You're talking out of your crotch. But
I like the whole fucking white boy, you know, thing you got going on too. I mean, it's whatever those are called.
Khakis?
No, the shoes.
Oh, Sperry Topsiders.
Yeah, those
yes.
fucking gay things.
I don't own a boat. I just wear.
No, but you have a good look. You know,
Thank you.
Good look. You have good stage presence.
Do you live in the valley or like Dawson's Creek, or where do you live?
Up on One Tree
Hill. Place.
There you go. Brian Vestal.
Thanks, guys. Good name.
Second time on stage. So we've had 3 out of the 4 people. Second time. In less than 10 people. Less than 10. So, popping a lot of somewhat cherry. So it's not really popping the cherry. This is like that second time when it's still nice and tight with no blood. Anyway, I know this guy. Very funny one-liner comedian. Put your hands together for the one and only Gabriel Killian.
The guy breaks down the size of a girl out. Anyway,
he's got fucking jokes right here. Rapid fire.
He sells his voice loud and strong.
Yeah, talk, you motherfucker.
I was watching some porn online, and much to my surprise, I came across a 48-minute video featuring my girlfriend getting gangbanged by 6 black guys in Jesus. I don't know, man. Let me tell you this. I would have been so fucking pissed, but thank God he was just a Girls don't believe me anymore when I tell them I'm a light-skinned black guy. When I have to start saying light-skinned. They don't believe me anymore either when I say I'm black from the waist down. But it's true. It's the price I paid for a signature in school when I was 19. I used to think that Herbal Legends were really cool basketball players who were really good.
Nailed it. 58 seconds.
That's funny.
Fuck yeah. Your voice was stronger this time, but you're very quiet and shy on stage. You're wearing a hood and a hat.
Yeah, but you know what? I kind of like it.
Do you?
Yeah, I kind of like the kind of, whisper into the thing. Got that raspy voice thing. You're hiding behind the hat. Mitch Hedberg, I used to work with Mitch and bragging. And I asked Mitch one time why he covered his face and he said he had stage fright. And Mitch said that's why I grow my hair out so that I can put it in front of my face because I'm afraid of being on stage. And that just kind of was the allure of him as well. So I kind of like that. Quiet. You have to listen.
Yeah, it makes people listen. Put some
trick.
I didn't know you were light skinned the whole time I knew you.
He's not. It's Armenian. Do you have any jokes about being Armenian? All right. Do you have any jokes about being Armenian? No.
Oh, come on, that's hilarious.
Right. Nothing, huh?
Nothing.
There's gotta be.
I roll up, I never told it. It's just short.
As opposed to the other ones.
I'm half broken, half right.
Half broken?
Half broken, half right.
Yeah, don't do that.
Armenian.
Was that Iron Patriot?
Sounds like a full Armenian to me.
I think you did good, man. You do a lot.
It was my first time on stage.
How come you don't do other places? You signed up, you said earlier, you mentioned to me before the show that you signed up for the last 17 weeks in a row and you didn't get on. Now yeah. You're saying you haven't done this show for a month.
Before this, I went up and the followers downstairs. That was my first time.
You really get nervous on stage.
You are so shy. What if I kiss you on stage?
Do it. Do it.
Okay, I'm going to kiss you on the lips.
Oh, shit.
With a little tongue.
Wow.
A little tongue.
Yeah, pull out that dick. Let's touch tips. All right, so
This is a Kill Tony first. Oh, wow. There you go.
now, what makes you nervous on stage? Like, because I can tell by your hands, you're like going like this and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
the way that he
Who
breathes
cares
is
about
pretty...
these stupid faces looking at you? Who gives a shit?
It's weird. I don't feel nervous on the inside. My body reacts that way.
You get like jittery.
Especially because it's been a while since I've been on stage.
Do you ever look at audience members in their eyes when you're on stage? Does that part freak you out a little bit?
I don't usually, because most of the times I go downstairs, yeah. Other places.
What do you look at? What are you looking at when you're
I did the Flappers main room and I was looking at people there.
Right in their eyes. Is that a club?
I admit, I barely look at people's faces. I gaze through them, or I gaze around them, but it looks like I'm looking at them, but I really barely ever look at people.
I look right at them. I look deep into their eyes, and I command, and because it wasn't always that way. When I very first started, it was sort of like, whoever the fuck, Jessica Blankenship, who was looking straight down a lot. I was a lot like that. I had a bad habit of looking straight down, and since I started in the original room, I had a bad habit of looking out that window on the right side. So I'd be looking down and then out the window. Almost not at all did I look at the audience. And I'm talking my first couple weeks, but one thing that I started doing immediately that I'm now super glad that I started doing is now I can get a feel and a vibe in the middle of a set or the beginning of a set or the end of a set for the tone, how they're feeling, what they want, because I'm literally looking so deep into their soul, I sort of know what they're thinking at the time. So if you wanted to, you could really do that, and I'm sure that would help with your stage fright, is to make a point to really make eye contact with people. Because looking at the ground and looking at the lights and looking at the ceiling, it's cute and all, but why not make it worth something?
If I go up a couple of days in a row, nervousness is going to be gone.
But I mean, if you keep writing and you keep writing funny one-liners the way you do, it won't matter. Just fucking boom,
Then you'll be getting laughs, and you'll be like, oh shit, I'm getting laughs.
Right, and once you get that, put your best joke first. That way you get that laugh out of the gate, and then you feel more confident. If you get silence out of the gate, you're like, fuck, now what?
You've absolutely got to be going on stage every night. I've heard your jokes before. I just brought you up as the one-liner guy. It still works.
Yeah, the fire joke's smart, man. It's a really good joke. Yeah, that's the price you pay.
You got a knack for writing those one-liners. Get in the game, man. Stop pussyfooting around and do it, because your jokes are way too funny for you to just be doing once a month or whatever the fuck.
God's alarm's going off. He needs to take his pill.
But is it bedtime? Is that your sleepy time alarm?
Sleepy time.
I think you did great, man. I was impressed.
Yeah, awesome job as always. That's Gabe Killian. He's on Twitter at Gabriel Killian. That's GABRIELKILLIAN. Killian.
I disagree with the thing about him.
Yeah?
Yeah, because I see guys I see Stephen Wright, guys that don't look down.
Mitch,
if it's funny, Mitch,
he's not looking down much anymore.
Unless they buried him out.
I was saying that literally, I said I use it to know sometimes where to go, but I'm talking about his stage fright.
Right. That's what I was saying. I think you can get away with it. Joke of poor personality. He actually poor personality. So. No, I'm kidding. And what they're saying is if you guys would get together, you'd be one good comedian.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Steve.
You know what I mean?
I do wish I could write jokes. If I could only somehow find a way to make a living out of doing that.
No, but I agree with Mr. Herrera here. Like,
No, yeah, totally. I was telling you about the stage fright. It's something that I know helped me. Was just real. I remember a few weeks in, I was literally just staring at people, which is a bad extreme. But I was trying to break the habit of looking down and right. So fuck yeah, we're really getting to the roots of shit tonight.
Let's burn through some.
Yeah, we're flying through it.
Funny is.
Your next comedian is Mike Roberts. Mike Robertson. This is Robinson.
I know. Simulation theory, guys. All right. Hey, I'm just gonna get straight to it. I've been divorced 32 times, and nobody knows but me. And my wife doesn't know. It's all in my head. And I walk past her in the living room. I look out on the couch. Smile in her face. She doesn't know. I had to realize one thing first, that she's crazy and I'm slime. The reason I'm slime because she treats me like slime. Alright, that wasn't all right. So the reason she treats me like slime, the reason she treats me... Alright, you guys making me laugh at myself. Alright. So let me go back to it again. I've been divorced 32 times.
Yes. Straight to the bear.
You know what it tells me that you were laughing? Your thoughts were funnier than the actual words you were saying. In your head, you're like, oh, this is going to fucking kill. Whatever you would think, you should have told us.
Yeah, exactly. That was a simple case of just not saying what you were thinking.
What do you work? You're a manager at Target or something?
What do you do for work?
No, actually, I work at Xerox.
Xerox,
So,
yeah.
That's still around?
So you nailed it.
Yeah,
Big corporate, right.
Yeah, big corporate.
Yeah, I can see the slacks, you know, the shirt, the whole thing. It's just you're black. I didn't think you had a job, but
I wanted a few.
There you go.
So,
how long have you been doing this?
I'm very recent. I used to do it back in the day in the 90s, but I'm just not getting back to it in the last 6 months.
So how often have you been going out the last 6 months?
I've been coming out a lot, but not really getting a lot of time.
Once a month? Once a week?
Yeah, about that. About
once a month. Right.
So it's hard, man. It's got to. I mean, you got to try to get on stage as much as possible.
I would recommend Haha Cafe and places that charge you $5 to get on stage because at least it's guaranteed. As much as that sucks, but that's why you have to pay it. Because if it's not convenient for you to wait in line and not get up and stuff like that, you have to pay the $5 just so you can get the mic time.
I always tell comics too, and you know, a lot of comics go, I don't want to host. That's the best spot. If you can go to an open mic and host it, that's the best spot. Because that means you're getting on stage that night several times as opposed to sitting in the back, not getting on stage and waiting for your stage time.
How much do you hate your wife? I'm sorry, were you saying? How much do you hate your wife? It seems like a lot. I'm getting the vibe of a lot.
There's a percentage of it, but I don't really hate it.
How long have you been married for?
19 years.
Oh my god.
That's your opening line.
Yeah.
I've been married 19 years. Painful. I get it.
How's it going? Do you have kids?
I have 3 kids. Yeah.
Wow. How old are
You
they?
have a wealth of material.
They are in 9th grade, 11th grade, and 1st grade.
Oh, you just talk about that shit nonstop.
Yeah. And the fact that you work at Xerox, there's got to be funny stuff in there, right? Is that what you said, Xerox?
Trying to get people to stop emailing.
Copycat. Fucking camera sucks.
Oh my god, that's so great.
It's funny. I don't know if this is funny. I've been married for 18 years and I love my wife. More than that, like to fucking kill her. Or I hate her. Just going for one.
Right, just flipping it, telling the truth, because it does, there is something about what you were saying about the 32 divorces and this and that. Basically, what you were saying was that you don't like your wife.
Every time I walk by, right? But you have the balls. You don't have the balls to do it. Every time I walk by, I picture her being hung. Picture her in an electric chair. Right. Just every. I don't know about hung. She's black. That's just racist.
This was one of the most racist episodes of the show.
She might not be black. Is she white? Oh, I was saying if she's white, that's a whole nother fucking shit you could talk about. How she improved your credit. You know, I mean, fucking something.
Iron Petrie, what'd you think about this?
I wanted to be a homeowner.
Oh shit. Well, I couldn't see him from the front, but I thought it was funny he worked for Xerox because he's an exact copy of Brian Moses. I just saw the backup.
It's inside joke.
Very inside reference. So inside, not a single.
Good for you, man. You're doing it. You're doing it.
All right, good job.
Yeah, Mike, there you go.
Thanks, guys.
He's on Twitter, believe it or not. His Twitter handle is @KingMikeBoogie. You got that handle, huh? You're King Mike Boogie. Wow. You got it.
That's awesome.
Heck yeah. Mike Robertson, everybody. Hell yeah, man.
He prints out his tweets.
Keep doing
I
it.
was thinking about the same thing.
Yeah.
Mail his tweets.
I thought the only comedian that copies was Mencia.
That's not true. There's a lot of fucking joke things out there. That's a big problem, by the way. Like,
I don't know if there's a lot.
there is. There really is.
A lot?
I think there is. I found a guy the other day that was stealing my shit. And
Wow.
And if you know my
Wow.
and if you know, it's true. And if you know my shit, it's very like hard to like just come up with that type shit. You know, it's very like creepy and horrible. Yeah, I just said my shit was horrible.
There you go. That's crazy. Did you talk to the guy?
Yeah, I called him out.
Did you really?
What did he say?
What did he
See,
Denied. I don't even remember it.
His name's Brandon Jeffries, everybody. Not the guy that steals. Your next comedian.
Your next comedian.
Name Brandon Jeffries. There he is. Lots of new people on this episode.
So I'm 29 years old and I work 2 shitty dead-end minimum wage jobs, you know, because I dropped out of college, so I really painted myself into a corner there, you know. And one of the problems about working these kinds of jobs is you work with a lot of other people who are fucking like gave up on life just like me, you know. So I try to keep it pretty positive. I don't complain a lot, you know, but every now and again I'll have like a small gripe, you know. And somebody will be like, have to correct me. They'll be like, you know, Brain, just be glad you at least have a job, you know. Just be glad you have a job up one plate out there. And like I fucking hate that mentality, dude. It's like this person's aggressively settling for life so hard that they try to bring you down to their level. That's like the equivalent of saying like, I don't like fucking rat shit on my Cheetos, but at least have an afternoon snack, you know. Or saying like, my wife's slowly trying to poison me with cyanide in one of my dinners, but at least I have a warm hole at night, and like a warm meal at night, and somebody to love me. I kind of fucked that one up, but that's all I got.
I counted 9 you knows. You can't do it. You can't say you know. Well, I counted 9.
And yeah, that became such a big problem that like gave me heart palpitations. Like it was that bad. That's all I could focus on.
Yeah, it was pretty freaky.
You know?
I thought I had it hammered out, man. It's a lot different when you actually get up here.
Of course. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've just been doing this like open mic in Riverside for a while, and it's just like music poetry, and then they let me go up. So that's the only one I've really done so far for about a year or so.
So this is your first time not in an open mic.
First time in a comedy exclusive open mic, and yeah, first time not in Riverside.
So great, exactly. So it's like in Riverside it's basically like saying and or the because that's how they talk right there, right?
Maybe I just don't notice because I'm in Riverside.
You know, you got me. I got that one.
I think it's just a nervous thing now.
But I liked your energy on stage. Like you had good energy, and you went up there and you were like into it. It's just that you knows were driving me fucking nuts.
Yeah, honestly, the second I heard the 4th or 5th one, I wasn't even paying attention.
And you were about 20 seconds in, just to let you.
I think you should be the comedian. Oh, buddy, I'm seeing t-shirts, cool lugs, cap koozies.
What's the first thing that comes to mind when you hear the word VCR?
VCR, video, whatever it stands for.
Brandon, nobody's ever gonna make it to what you're even talking about until you get rid of your yellow
Right,
habit.
right. I noticed like everybody's kind of tuned the fuck
Well,
out.
about the
Totally.
6 people laughed, because they were like, holy shit, I'm having to say
Right, and then they also laughed because they didn't know
And,
what you were talking about. So like at that point, you had set something up, and we sort of knew that you had attempted one, and then you said you know.
You're like, no, we don't.
No, we don't know, man. So it sort of made it funny because they're like, we don't know.
But what are you, Mexican, black?
Yeah,
White?
I'm half
Great
black, half
question.
white. Or yeah, like most people think I'm like Mexican or something. I don't speak in Spanish.
Oh, talk about that. First thing you get on stage, talk about what you look like.
And I'd also talk about how you sound white as fuck. Like,
Right,
I mean,
that is
super white. Yeah. Riverside's not next to, like, the ocean.
Not at all.
But you sound like a surfer.
You skate?
Yeah.
That's what it is. What is the deal with, like, riding boards like that makes you talk super white? Like, no matter how black or Mexican, if they ride a board of any kind, it's very like, hey, what's up, man? You know?
I just like to hear both, like somebody else that is like him talking to each other. You know?
Right.
No, you know.
Oh, yeah, I know. Do you know? Yeah, I know.
If you didn't know, now you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, so you know there is way too much to get past, like, even what I'm talking
Totally.
about.
No idea what you...
Seriously, I had no idea. I was just focusing on how many times you said you know.
Yeah,
Because
I was at 9.
When you listen back, when you download this later and listen on... No. Seriously, you need to, because it was really crazy how many times you said you know.
All right. Give him a break.
Oh, yes.
Here's the thing. I thought I like the idea of working 2 minimum wage jobs. The fact is that takes a lot of character.
So you are Mexican.
I listen to your podcast at work, too.
There you go.
You know what I like about you? Everything.
And
No, but I think there's something really intrinsically funny about somebody who works 2 jobs, because it's admirable, because you can make more money not working. You know?
Well, and the fact that you went to college, didn't want to work hard to get through school.
Right. In the long run, I'm working.
But in the long run, you're working 2 jobs. I agree with you.
And you have a great perspective. It's totally true. In the very beginning, I almost forgot about this. I'm like, whoa, this guy's owning it right now, because you were in it. You're like, I have 2 minimum wage jobs. I'm a lazy fuck. Whatever you said, like, you were truly in it. You were owning
We
it.
expected you to go off on that.
Yeah. And then it went a whole different direction. So just know. A whole what?
The whole unfunny direction. No, but you got something, definitely.
Yeah. So don't quit.
Good job, man. Just like
that
focus on
goes-
the you know. Seriously, that's all you have to do.
Don't quit goes for fucking everybody.
Right.
Period.
Right.
Even you, Tracy, don't quit.
Yeah.
Just hate to say it to you, but don't quit.
And Brandon, that's got to be just like, it sort of seems like a theme of tonight is, the things that these open mics are great for is eliminating shit habits right from the get. So you don't need to come to the Comedy Store. You can take care of that at your Riverside open mic. Whatever you write, whatever you do, if you get it down to 8 to 5 to 3 per minute, great.
Fucking 8. If you get it down to 8.
Right. But you got to start now.
Yeah.
Brandon Jeffries, everybody. He's
Yeah.
on Twitter.
Hey, and by the way, Iron Patriot, you can't step outside if you want to like cool off for like 3 minutes, because you're allowed to move and do whatever you want. You can sit down.
You can fly.
Oh, it's nice and dying over here.
Yeah.
Take off.
We're almost done.
Heck yeah. We're actually going to move on to the part where we get our 2 regulars on stage. Every week we have 2 amazing regulars that have been writing a new minute of material every single episode, if you know what I mean. And it's always fun. It's always exciting. And we're going to do it again right now. Your first comedian tonight, your regular, you know her from the Kill Tony podcast. She, just as like the other one, will be in La Jolla March 1st. Kill Tony on the road. Put your hands together for Kimberly Congdon, everybody. Here she is.
You know what I mean?
So I was reading up on nature versus nurture today, which I thought was pretty interesting. A bunch of moms had opinions, and one lady said, "No child is born evil."
I got to thinking, like, I've never seen like a bunch of evil babies. Like, have you ever seen an evil baby gang where they started their own gang? Like, somewhere in America, is there a basement full of little tiny newborn babies, and there's like a leader baby, and he's like, all right, first rule baby club, we don't talk about baby club because we can't fucking talk yet. If your shit's green, you're on that side, that means you're sucking titties. Brown poop, you're on formula. Don't mess with the other kids, can't fuck around and catch chicken pox. If your mom was in labor for more than 8 hours and she was in a lot of pain, you're gonna fucking say dada first. Punish that bitch. And since your dad got to hear dada first, you're gonna wait till he changes your diaper and then you're gonna piss in his mouth.
Was the end of that you're gonna piss in his mouth?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That was a weird one. But,
Well, it's definitely but you have to you have to come up with a new minute every time you go.
yeah.
You have great stage presence.
Oh, thank you.
Really good cadence, good confidence.
Thank you.
The joke was
Yeah,
but
You went for it.
no, she committed.
Yeah.
She committed to the joke, and you had the ideas
Yeah.
written out.
Baby Fight Club. No, wait. Why would they be in a gang again?
I was reading on Nature Ghosts and like how they say like control.
Right.
And I thought it was sad.
Because they were born sagging their diapers.
Yeah, there was a whole bunch of people taking shots. It was
The stuff that you left out of the minute probably was.
So what's the brown and green shirt?
formula and titties.
What's green?
It doesn't matter, I made it up. Formula. Formula. Brown is titties.
Titty mouth chocolate.
You know, the
Oh, you're used to
well, I was gonna do.
Maybe the evil babies have a 40 of milk.
Yeah, well, you know how Bloods and Crips are like blue and red. I was gonna do like the color of your poop determine which gang you were in, or something. You know. I thought a lot about babies today. Yeah,
I used to do that too. You have great stage presence.
Thank you.
How long have you been doing it?
Like 7 or 8 months.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, she started on the show.
Yeah,
Really?
her first
It's a
time
good
was
one.
on stage here. She dropped out of college to stay with us. And,
For you.
Thank you.
she dropped out of the University of Florida.
Did you really?
I did my last year.
And what are you? You're kind of brown.
My mom's Puerto Rican. My dad's Irish.
Oh shit, you're an alcoholic.
Native Americans. Native Americans, fuck this shit. Could open up a casino.
We make it real money. Quickly.
Heck yeah, Baby Fight Club. That's an interesting one. It definitely needs to be beated out or eliminated or something. You know, we got to get somewhere with it.
Yeah.
That's what open mics are for. You come up and you just try every single baby example you can come up with.
Yeah.
Until you find the ones that work.
Kimberly, great job. Kimberly Congdon, everybody. There she goes. Working it out, getting through it. You want to do a minute?
Yeah.
All right. You want to? Let's get through our last comedian, and then you can do a minute. The other regular on the show. Put your hands together for Sarah Weinshank, everybody. Here she is.
I'm an adult 26-year-old female with a glow-in-the-dark pink sparkly retainer, guys. Yeah. On my retainer, there's a peace sign sticker with rainbow petals. What makes me sad about this is that I don't get to eat tape by the foot when I'm wearing it. Okay. I got Play-Doh. I have some type of developmental issue. I was looking at this Play-Doh, and I realized in that moment that Play-Doh is a weird thing. Have you ever seen dried out Play-Doh? Nothing's worse than dried out Play-Doh, guys. You go to open the container expecting to have some fun, and what do you get? Disappointment.
A rock.
Yeah. Rubble. You know? Rubble. Looks like stones are just ground up inside of this Play-Doh container. Also, the scent of Play-Doh. Have you ever smelled Play-Doh? Yeah, you love it because there's chemicals in there that make us addicted to it. You know what I mean? You see it and you just want to open it. When you open it and all those colors are smashed the fuck together and it's just rust colored, you're disappointed. There's nothing worse than dried out Play-Doh.
Sarah's voice is taking things like that, like normal things, and stressing out over them.
No, I love the Play-Doh.
This one's Play-Doh, and the scones reference was, it's a callback from Another Minute That Killed, where she just talks about scones.
Get more descriptive about, whatever it's inside that Play-Doh.
Right.
Just go, then it's just dried up fucking Play-Doh. What does it look like?
That's what I wanted to talk about.
There's hair in Play-Doh. It starts getting pubic hair. It starts getting shaved.
Yeah, it's in that weird little tube, so you can't. What is that like? It's almost like a Pringles can for midgets or something.
Yeah.
It's like a tiny, thin little.
How the white Play-Doh used to turn all black from, when you're a kid, your hands are dirty and playing with the other one.
Stuck in the bottom.
Stuck in,
Yeah. I had other shit I was gonna say about it. Like how the lids don't match the color inside.
Like, motherfucker.
You're like, I want it fucking green. It's just like, everything is like that same play color.
Dama, what are your thoughts on Play-Doh?
It's like a press conference. Well, I think Play-Doh should be used for good, not for evil. I like Play-Doh. You can actually pick up this print.
Silly Putty.
Play-Doh, Silly Putty.
That was after this.
I got 4 fucking months left to live.
But I like the way you play like the little cute girl, I have the retainer with the.
That was weird for me to say because I feel like that's not my normal voice. Like I have a retainer. So
You really have a retainer?
I do.
I have to take it out to suck dick, nothing like that.
No, but I don't want to talk about dicks. Like I want
you to.
Start talking about penis.
No, I prefer to talk about Play-Doh.
No, but I thought it was funny. It was hard because you went with the, it was hard for me to eat
The tape by the foot.
the tip of the. Yeah. That's the only 12 inches I put in my mouth. Well, thank you.
I think it would be the biggest left turn ever, knowing you as well as I know you, seeing all the minutes that you put together. If you, all of a sudden at some point you just make a huge left turn and start talking about dicks in your mouth. Go from seashells to whatever, to this, to that, Play-Doh, scones, dicks in my mouth, everybody.
Yeah.
All us guys put Play-Doh on our dick when we're kids too, to mold it, to look
Nope.
at it, stuff like that.
All us guys do that?
Buddy, don't put me in the. There wasn't enough Play-Doh, motherfucker.
Oh! Costco, bitch!
I thought you did great, though. You're really.
There you go. Sarah Weinshank knocked
Good job,
it out.
Sarah. Good job, Sarah.
Did it again. We did it again. Did you want to do a minute?
Yeah, here's my intro.
Okay. Here's Dom Irera.
Wait, no, wait. There's a guy who's been auditioning here since the Comedy Store opened. Very close to this.
This is
He's a friend of the club. Razor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, your final comedian of the night has been performing here, auditioning here since the club opened in 1972. He's very close to being passed. Put your hands together for Razor.
Razor!
What's up with turtles? I mean, they're like this, and I'm thinking, pick up the pace. You ever notice? You ever on a bus and you mean to pull your stop and you forget it, and then you pull it 2 blocks later and you have to walk back? Don't you hate that? Anyway, it's amazing because I was at my cousin's christening, and I was really killing. And my aunt said that I should be a comedian. That's why I'm here, and I thank you for staying. I appreciate you all looking at me. Isn't it amazing how people climb up Mount Everest when it's already been done? Think what the fuck. Thank you.
Razor, everybody.
Wow. Couple things.
You guys want to critique me?
Yeah, couple things, Razor. Anybody that looks like this, not gonna make it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, Razor, I know you've been doing this a while and that you're almost past here, but I mean, you have the stage presence of a guy that's number 79 in the world in stand-up comedy.
Chihuahua. But
Guys, we gotta wrap up this
the turtle premise.
Dom Irera has an amazing podcast. He's Dom Irera on Twitter.
I just did it, and you just did it.
Yeah, we both just did it, so you're gonna want to listen to that. What's it called again?
What? Live at the Lamb Factory.
Live at
Live at the Lamb.
You can find that on iTunes. Steve Trevino is Mr. Steve Trevino on Twitter. You got something huge coming out.
I have my second 1 hour special coming up February 16th.
Showtime?
It's going to be on Nuvo TV.
Very nice.
Nobody's ever heard of it.
I saw your last one. It was fucking great.
I'm really proud of this one, so hopefully people tune in and watch.
Is that the one you shot at Corpus Christi?
Yeah, I shot it back
the arena.
We had 4,000 people in there. It was beautiful.
So there you go. We're making magic happen. Thank you guys so much for being on the show. Iron Patriot is at PEC on Twitter. That's at PEC on Twitter. Stick around. The Ding Dong Show is next.
See you in La Jolla, March 1st and 2nd.
That's right, in Traverse City, February 14th and 15th. I'm going to be there at the Traverse City Film Festival.
I got Omaha and Dallas, Texas coming up.
There you go.
Denver and Columbus, Ohio.
Look us all up on Twitter. Find out where we're playing near you.
That's Dom Irera.
Thanks, everybody.
You know.
Hey, everybody. How you guys doing tonight? Happy Monday. Some of you are stoned as fuck. Some of you are reactive. I can tell who's who. I'm guessing you two are stoned as fuck. Am I right? Fuck yeah. Can't even believe. How did I know? Welcome, everybody. Happy Monday to you. I think believe this is episode 37 of Kill Tony. Happy to be here. Another Monday in a row. A lot of fun stuff happening. I just finalized everything today. We are going to the La Jolla Comedy Store on March 1st for the first ever Kill Tony out. We set a record, actually I believe it's a record, 39 people signed up tonight for the opportunity to do a minute, chat with us and our very, very hilarious guests that we're going to bring out in a sec. What's happening with you, Brian Redband?
Nah, I'm feeling a little disappointed. My masseuse is not here. I invited this nice little 20-year-old Korean.
20?
I think so.
How could she not get into the Comedy Store? She's 20.
Wow. I got her an ID.
Ooh, there you go.
Yeah, it's weird, man. Like Asians, not better than Korea, but yeah, a lot easier for them to get fake IDs. I'm not going there. I said too much.
Oh, because they all look the same.
No, I didn't say that. But it was really easy to do. It's amazing.
That's so sad that your masseuse couldn't make it.
Yeah, it sucks.
Hopefully the story will end up having a happy ending. She'll end up being here.
Pitch that one right to you.
Exactly. Set it up, I'll knock him down.
We should bring up a friend of the show, friend of Death Squad, Missy Martinez, has been in the hospital for the last 4 or 5 days.
She has a gland infection in her mouth. Her face is all fucked up. She looks like a chipmunk. So hit up her Amazon wish list. Yeah. Throw her some love. Buy her something. She made her stand-up debut on this show and killed. She's been on twice, and she's destroyed both times. Yeah. Very specifically. So shout out to Missy X Martinez. Always cool, fun person. What else? I had a big audition today that I can't talk about, and it went so exciting though. And it went so well. Yeah. Well, you know what might happen though? We can't talk about what it is, but if you get this, we're gonna have to figure out what's going on with Kill Tony. We're gonna have to figure out everything. We're gonna have to have a Tony replacement. Well, if this thing happens, Kill Tony, it's gonna be bigger than ever. We could do. Eventually, it will be. Yeah. We're gonna be at the Staples Center. Sorry, Monday Night Raw. You're gonna have to go to the floor. Kill Tony's at the Staples Center this Monday. Yeah, that's very exciting. Yeah, I mean, we could probably talk about it. Yeah, I have 2 months until the callback for this thing, and it's like 2 months to prepare. But if I get it, man, it's fucking game over. I swear to God, it's the craziest thing. If anybody that knows me knows how braggadocious I am and how badly I want to talk about what I did today. It's unbelievable, but I can't talk about it. That's how the universe works. Finally do something so cool that it makes your head want to explode. You can't even fucking talk about it. It's insane. Anyway, happy how things are now. I'm content even if I don't get it because I have so much fun here on Monday nights. And, for those of you that followed the show a few weeks ago, our head of security for 34 episodes, the Iron Patriot, quit the show. Said he got too big for the show, that when Comedy Central wants to have the show, that he'll come back, that he'll be waiting by the phone. But until then, he quit the show. And so what we decided was that we were going to start having replacement Iron Patriots each week. We had the Iron Josh, we had the Iron Patriot, our friend Pete. And this week's no different. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you our first ever African American patriot. It's the Dark Patriot, everybody. Throughout the beams, here he is.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Dark Patriot.
Happy Black History Month.
Yes, that's exactly it. It's Black History Month. How you doing today, Dark Patriot?
I feel swell.
Now, did you take the bus here? The Iron Patriot used to take the bus here because he had a big uniform that he couldn't sit down in.
I decided to ride with Ryan Mervis.
Oh, interesting. A little bit of an inside reference. Mervis is. You remember Mervis is the stand-in Patriot, the backup Patriot.
Is that me?
Probably. And you have a bigger microphone than the Patriots. Our first African American Patriots bringing the feed back. I absolutely love how your fro sticks out of the top of the helmet. If the original Iron Patriot with his racist antics was still here, I think he would literally blow a fuse. Is that really how long your arms are? Because your arms are almost touching your knees. That's like a really
The NBA version of the Iron Patriot.
It really is unfucking believable. How is that possible? No way. What is that optical illusion that's taking place right now? Do you have really long arms, Willie? I mean, Dark Patriot? Almost.
I just have very long limbs.
Wow, fuck yeah. I like African American Patriots.
Thank you.
Now, one of the things that the Iron Patriot used to do is he would sing a song once in a while, and you actually sent in a little diddly to us. Was there something you wanted to sing tonight?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, are you ready? We'll hit the music for you.
Hey, Maestro.
All right. Let's see what this is. The Dark Patriot Special. Oh shit. Oh. Classic. Very mobile. Oh, I guess we'll have the instrumental version of this one. She says I am the one. Wanna dance, wanna go, get around. I like this part right here. Starts right now. People always told me that's what I should do. That is the long version. I'm not expecting that. I love it. You're damn right. You stayed in the pocket. That YouTube version of that karaoke song was a little misleading. Fuck yeah. But hell of an effort. One more time for the Dark Patriot. Well, amazingly enough, the format of the show isn't even about our head of security. That's just an added bonus. What we really have here is a bunch of comedians that signed up for the chance to do a minute on the stage, and I always have two of my very funniest friends joining me to help me along with that process. This week is no different. Two of our favorite guests that we've ever had on the show. Two of the funniest comedians that I know. Put your hands together for Mike Lawrence and Fahim Anwar, everybody. Fuck yeah.
Oh, man.
Mike, you're back.
Thank you. Give it up for Tyler Perry's Tron, everybody. I love the fro because it looks like what Maya Angelou would look like if she was wearing that. I know why the Ironbird sings.
Thank you, Mike.
I appreciate that. Oh, God. I worked at McDonald's for 7 years. So every time he talks, it just sounds like an angry customer.
Customers robbing your McDonald's.
Easy there. It's funny too. Every time you call him Dark Patriot, it just gets slightly more racist. Like, every time you say the word Dark Patriot, that's one more time you have to go see Ride Along. Just so you know. It's already better than the old one. The old one, I saw the old one walking here, and it might have been one of the saddest things I've ever seen. Like walking on the freeway. That's like the two iconic LA moments are someone face up drowning in a pool, and a guy in an Iron Patriot suit walking at 7:30 p.m. Like as beautiful as the sunset is, that's how ugly he was walking here.
Yeah, it's always a very sad waddle that he put on.
Oh yeah, that's really sad.
I've had so many requests on Twitter to have you guys back on. I'm so glad that
Two requests.
They were from Dark Patriot, do you have any questions for our guests tonight? Classic Patriot tradition.
I prepare for this, I do.
This is Dick talking because that's or the
Rothschild. Right, I didn't know that you started powering very young. How old were you? Can you tell the audience?
I'm 31.
That surprised me.
Can you tell me why the Iron Patriot wears Nike shoes? I thought he was more of a Reebok guy.
I read North by Nike. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
8 years.
That's it.
Yeah.
Wikipedia lied because it said you started when you were 15.
It's a different Mike Lawrence.
I think he's using the Wikipedia interface in his machine right now. It's giving him false information.
That was a good question. Do you have one for Fahim?
I do. Fahim, you dance a lot. What do you think of Michael Hall's what I just did with Michael Jackson?
I mean, you're limited in space, so you did good at what you had. Hand movements. You jumped in a little early
turns out prescription medicine saved him from having to see that. So the medicine did work.
What prescription medicine?
That Michael Jackson overdosed.
Oh, yeah. MJ would be rolling in his grave.
Was that too obscure of a reference?
No.
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson fans out there.
That's true. You're like the iron pedophile up here. It's great. It's fantastic.
That's why it's funny when you're like, I've got this gig and I can't talk about it. It's gonna happen.
No, I know.
Defense attorney for Woody Allen. Like what?
I don't think so. If I get that gig as Woody Allen's defense, I mean, that's just a career change.
Because the prosecutor has the easiest job. He literally just has to go, look at him. I'm done.
I know, that really is interesting to me. Like, I always think, maybe Woody Allen, maybe the wife's lying. Maybe that's just a way to get back at him for hooking up with the Asian. But then you look at an HD picture of Woody Allen, and you're just like, this guy's a fucking pedophile.
Well, it would be something if he gave the opportunities to Asian women in films that he does in closets. I feel like the world. It's great. Everyone just sighed, but then like one person ripped up their notes, like, fuck. It begins.
Your pussy is so great.
Just imagine Woody Allen just talking to like a little kid's voice. His wife's like, when will this be over? And he's like, soon, ye. Soon.
Well, you guys know how the show goes. We have a bunch of idiots that signed up for the chance to do
Please
one
tell me
minute.
Henry Rollins is getting on. I love your early works.
There is a guy that looks exactly like Henry Rollins that comes by here sometimes, and it's just some coked up doppelganger. But it's really interesting. I've seen people just, is that you? Somebody bet you $20 that wasn't Henry Rollins, and you took it. They had to give you.
What is that on your? Is that Frankenberry on your arm? What is that tattoo? He's like, respond to that, motherfucker.
While he showed it, he also flexed his bicep. Like, do you really want to fuck with this tattoo?
And afterwards, he's like, it actually is Frankenberry. And I'm like, why did you say this for your daughter? Because I'm a liar.
Well, guys, you guys get to do 60 seconds if you're picking. 60 seconds. So you go to meow the kitty. Oh, how adorable. That means your time's up. Don't go much longer after that, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Yikes.
That got more intense than last time. I don't recall it.
Yeah, I did.
That West Hollywood bear is legally able to get married now. It's still angry.
It's actually angrier for some reason. It's very bizarre. So let's do it. You guys ready? Then get this thing started. Episode 37. Our first ever African American patriot. This is exciting. And your first comedian is Brad Sachs.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Last year was good for me. I got engaged to be married. Thank you. Thank you. Who else fucked up their life last year? Just me. Yeah, I said to my fiance, hey, can we make a sex tape before we get married? She was like, absolutely. Who's going to play you? Like, she's casting. Yeah. I've been engaged for a year now. And, I remember I love to see my fiance about a year ago, Now, 1 year later, if I'm driving home and I get home late tonight and her car's out, just around the block, guys. Thank you. Wow. That's all. Just like the haircut and the anger. It's like you look like a music teacher who really fucking hates their job. Like someone fucking plays the trombone one more time, and it's just gonna like what was it? Was that? Yeah, I mean, it went from jokes to you just really hate your fiance when your wife is become like. Does she listen to podcasts? I hope not. She's like, we're a year in. No, it's It's not that bad. Sometimes.
It sounds horrendous, man. It wasn't even that way. The last thing you said wasn't even a joke. You were just venting anger.
If she's willing to marry Art Garfunkel, maybe you should reconsider.
Wait, is this a girl that you met in Ohio that you came out here with her?
No. It's like I go to open mics to make fun of her, and she goes to her Narcotics Anonymous meetings to make fun of me. And that's how we stay together.
So how long have you been dating her?
We've been dating for over 4 years. About 4.5 years.
How long have you been in LA?
I've been here going on 17 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've been here for a while.
Okay. Why are you engaged to her?
No, it's safe, buddy. He's like, why are they questioning the hate speech I just made? Why exactly do you hate the Jews? Well, sometimes they spell. No, I do love her. She's wonderful, and she's been wonderful for my life.
It really is like a Hitler situation. Like, I feel like if we pulled Hitler out of this fucking pre-Holocaust, he would just give it to you like, I'm not saying I hate the Jews, but I'm saying that when I see one, I just drive around the block for a few
She's willing to take the last name Sachs. I would not judge her so harshly.
If you're watching this at home, you can't tell because the camera's like behind you, but you were winking at us when you said that you loved her.
She's at her job waitressing at Denny's right now going, Brad loves me, and this keeps me going on. Vagina is an abyss, and I'm Sandra Bullock trying to get home in it. Yes, sir.
Do you really, really think that you should marry this chick, or do you think that you won't have another chance to get somebody as cute as she is? Serious question. It's not meant to be funny. That little blonde cokehead girl. Just relax.
I think I can find someone else, for sure. Big city, LA, and everything. But I question if marriage is for me. I just don't know. I'm scared if it's for me. I'm not sure about this. Not really. So you're just gonna go, what? There's nothing wrong with it. I love that you didn't open mic the proposal when you're already open miking the divorce.
So, do you have a date set for this wedding?
For the wedding? No, not about a year. 1 year from
1 year from now.
1 year, probably in March next month. No. Did I hit anybody? Does she speak English? Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're engaged. I mean, I bought her a ring and everything.
Does she speak English?
She does speak English.
Is her native country?
She was born in LA, right here. West LA.
Oh, wait a second. I think I might know her. Sugar Mama?
No, I mean, she does better. She does a little better than
Is she supporting you doing stand-up?
No, I mean, she,
You absolutely got to dump this bitch. No. She's probably sitting somewhere listening to this, crying her eyes.
This is probably where she says, I bet you go out there every night and you just talk about how you don't want to marry me. No, I do bits about Snookies. Listen, she's very supportive. I don't want to take up all the time, man. This may be the longest relationship you're in, so we're teaching you about commitment. That's good. No, I truly think it's just hard. I don't think I just turned 40 and I'm like, there's just no way I can be with one woman for the rest of my life. I just don't think it's. Wow. You mean you can't be with one woman for the next 15 years? Right? For the next 6 months?
If the one woman's gonna kill you in a few years, then I say it's probably not worth it.
You definitely need to talk to her about all this because. Why are we? This is not
It's a great twist. It's a great twist.
You know what? She does not. She's so even-tempered and calm that that's the good part.
What's the most negative thing about her? What's the thing? You're hiding it because now all of a sudden you're backtracking. You're maybe she's not gonna find out about this.
She liked the Red Hot Chili Pepper Super Bowl performance because if she didn't leave her, that's a deal breaker.
Totally.
I don't know. I don't know
what's the best thing about her.
Wait, here's a good question. How many times a week do you have sex? That's one of the things. There's not much sex. It's not. That's the problem. I'm more of a sexual person. A sexual person. That was yeah. Look, there's once a month. Well, you know, it depends. Oh my God. It's a complicated story. There's a lot. There's so much going on. They already saved the date for when they have sex next.
Next month.
I don't want to. I feel very guilty taking up all the comics.
I love that you keep trying to dismiss yourself. This is great podcasting. I'm sorry to tell you.
So do you think you're going to do something very soon? I mean, because obviously you're still talking. You know what? I don't know. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not jeopardizing anything. I'm just viewing my thoughts. That's all. I want to. I try to be honest. I mean, you come up here on stage, you need to make yourself as vulnerable as you can, and I can't live my life if I can't be honest about my thoughts. You know, the greatest thing would be if her name was in this book. If she was the Dark Patriot.
Brad.
Yes.
Look, what about this material? We should well, that's the thing, is that either you really like her or you really don't.
Right. I mean, not. I do a lot of material that's not as. I mean, it's more funny than I really do my material constructively.
I will say, like, once we started scratching the surface and finding out what's really going on, that's far more interesting.
Right.
I go around the block, take my wife to police.
Yeah, right.
You know?
Right. For sure.
Real shit.
This is real shit.
That can be mined for, like, better knowing it.
Yeah, right. Of course. Just gotta find funny about it.
It's more specific. Specificity is better than just generalization.
And a lot of it was wired in there. I mean, a lot of it we talked about. You should be talking about how, I mean, you're barely getting laid once a month now, and you're not even married yet. And that's a premise that people can't cover. You're engaged, and you're barely getting laid.
Right.
Like,
Or not enough. It varies, but.
Right. I'm sure it stinks. Knowing that tens of thousands of people are listening to this right now.
Shit, dude. Tens of tens. It's okay. Does she make you happy? Are you happy when you're with her? Look. She really does. She's here's the thing. Comedy never will. Comedy will never make you happy. I'm engaged, man, because this will never fucking fulfill you. You'll always be sad, angry, depressed, and you got somebody that loves you. So I totally agree with that. I want to see what he would do if he clapped.
Yeah, the picture would clap and it would start an electrical fire. So.
If one tear just comes out of the front of the face. Does she not have enough penis for you? No way.
Gay twist.
Oh, no.
Brad, I would delve into all that real stuff a lot more. There's a lot going on there.
Yeah.
Instead of beating around the bush. Yeah, exactly. I would write down all the stuff that you don't want her to hear.
Right.
And do that shit fun.
And then have her hear it before your wedding.
Okay. And do that same 60 seconds. Los Angeles. And do that same 60 seconds to your therapist tomorrow.
Seriously, there he goes, Brad Saxon. He's been on the I'm also going to give out his fiance's Twitter handle.
Big booty, no sex. That's why am I doing this at hotmail.com? That's depressing because I've been in that situation. I dated a girl for 8 years, moved out here with her, and immediately when she moved out, you see all these beautiful women, so she gave me an ultimatum. Like, look, we've been dating for 8 years, we got to do something now. And so we got engaged, and I just remember being in the same situation, like, I'm not going to do this. There was no difference between how I felt like a week ago until now. I'm not excited about this wedding at all. And I was like going to just go through with it, man. I was going to do the same thing. I was just going to do it too because I didn't want to break up. It would be easier just to do it, get a divorce later. So, what is the deal with all these ugly people thinking like pretty people, all right? If someone accepts you fucking taken, does it mean I'm happy? Will bring you down. I also say that every single ex-girlfriend usually is always an improvement over the girlfriend before. And if you ever go the opposite way, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, it's tough.
But also realize that if you're 31-year-old bearded man with stained glasses and you say, I'm going to go see the Lego movie, and the girl says, that's cool, have fun, that is a glass slipper that will never appear. And you better fucking work on it. I'm almost 40, and this is who I was with last night. See, that's why you don't get married.
You're the biggest 12-year-old ever.
What are Woody Allen's daughters?
Too soon. You're nice to meet you, everybody. Move along from this love story. Thanks a lot, Brad Sachs, for bringing your shitty relationship. Put your hands together for Teresa Sigmund.
You said with an argument you'd overhear at an Olive Garden.
Yes. You all know how kids are brutally honest. So my son overheard me practicing. I was practicing working for a lawyer. I was practicing oral argument. And he's asking me, Mommy, who are you talking to? I'm like, nobody, what? Who are you talking to? We're arguing. He said, what does that mean? I said, acting. Okay. A couple of weeks later, our guests were at food. And we're like, running the sightseeing, and there's this guy going off on somebody. And my son goes, Mommy, he's acting like you. And I go, no, Mama, he's doing the acting. And the European friends go, this is a homeless guy going crazy on the side of the bridge. I'm like, no, there's no acting. And he's asking me, what are you doing? And I don't want him to know for private reasons. I don't want him to know this whole lawyer thing. So I'm like, I'm doing acting now. And then acting. It's like acting out. Like being a homeless guy was a lot less worse than doing acting. I thought I just got away with it. So that people from
She teaches dance at the same school Brad teaches music at, so that's good.
Yeah.
We're getting an episode of Glee tonight. This is nice.
Teresa. Yeah, can you talk to the mic? Yeah. How long have you been doing stand-up?
No, I'm here tonight because I bumped into this place. So.
Oh, cool. Interesting.
There's no funny Germans, and I just like to show that everybody's right.
Well, it was the closest thing we've ever gotten to an apology for the Holocaust.
I don't know the Germans. We're very sorry about that. That is,
We learned some of their ashes on your scarves, so that's
at our church, they were doing,
when you say our church, are you mispronouncing Auschwitz?
Coincidence that they were doing, and it's an American message. They were saying, they were praising, I'm a Christian, they were praising, God. And I was just I know, I just thought, I'm a German, it's so ingrained in me not to do, and I just called me
give that joke 99 red love balloons out of 100.
I love that. So, how long have you lived? You were born and raised in America?
No.
Germany. For how long? How long have you been in LA?
Yeah, but
There you go.
psychic
I smell like he knows a lot about European ladies. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he did.
So you've been to Red Mine?
But
What?
the VAT, but okay, how do you pronounce Wilshire?
Wilshire. Oh my God. Wilshire?
We must go to the Wilshire. Wilshire is where Magneto's parents were birthed.
Everybody says Fisher. It's Wilshire. And when I try to order pizza, it's like, nobody knows the street. And I say, it's between Sunset and Santa Monica. They're like, you mean Wisher? I'm like, it's Wilshire. So, you know,
I go to my favorite pizza shop. It's on the corner of Wilshire and Wilcox.
Look, I know it's not going well, but I like you. I want you to stay in this country. I think you should marry Brad anyway.
What's this in the bucket? A green card? Now, are you a full-time, like, are you a citizen now? Or are you just over here running from the law?
running from the law, running towards the law.
Taking shy eyes.
And go left on Temple, right. You guys should all go Tuesday and search of civil rights at the books. They hate melanin rich people. I always fight for you people and say, stop it. Melanin rich are being incarcerated. What you say?
Now, do you mean blacks or rodents? I'm not sure.
I mean people that are being falsely incarcerated because of the same thing that us do, but they get in prison, we go to rehab. That's the difference.
Are you saying melanin rich?
Well, I don't like to say black because I don't think there's black people. That's scary.
You call me melanin rich?
Did you guys see?
That's actually the name of Willie's first comedy album. Melanin rich.
She's a 12 years of slave conspiracy theorist. I don't think if you look for the clues, did it happen?
Patriot's glaring at you right now.
Larry, he loves me.
Are you celebrating Nothing History Month?
It's not black. There's not such a thing as a black person. It's melanin rich. In our literature, black is associated with that.
So, do you call white people melanin poor?
Yes, in fact.
Really?
Yes, in fact. I should. But they're also melanin rich. Just not
Well, let's just send the racial slurs.
Yeah. No, that's just reserved for albinos.
I don't discriminate against race. I discriminate against stupidity. It's a whole different race is if you can prove to me that race is something to do with stupidity, I'll look into it. As long as it's unrelated, somebody of any kind of like looks is completely unimportant.
Dang, but you gotta admit those melanin rich.
First they takes all our jobs, then they takes all our melanin. God damn it.
Well, it's funny. We all try to look like them. We know we try to.
She just thinks I'm so
We all try to. We all get fake tan. We all try to get poofier hair. We all try to do a lot of things that they have, but then we just kind of say, oh, that they're bad. We all try so hard, and then with man, they really try to do.
I think our time is done. Teresa,
once you go melanin rich, you're one happy bitch. Wow. I wrote this joke into my diary.
Man, those are definitely the two most interesting openers we've ever had on the show. This is like a fucking amazing start.
That was two really different types of sadness. That was very...
She really did apologize about the Holocaust for a moment. I don't know if you guys thought that. She goes, we are really sorry about that. It's so fucking funny. It's our bad. Oopsie. Oopsie daisy.
Oops, I did it again.
Oh, he really didn't mean to do that. Accident.
Did I do that?
Oh my god.
That's the melanin rich character, Steve Urkel.
Bare hands together from Mike Roberts.
Hey, thanks for having me. How's everybody doing? We're gonna talk about college today. Anybody go to college in here? Yeah. College will make you do some stuff you never thought you would do, like stealing hot sauce from the cafeteria. And you put it in your room on your dresser like it's yours. And where you get your toilet paper from? Wendy's. You get the yellow napkins and pile them up in your bathroom. College was a trip for me from the beginning, though. My dad wanted to make it a road trip, so he made my mother drive so he could get his drink on the way. And so we had this tragedy before I got to school where basically he had to use the bathroom. He was on her nerves all the way, on her nerves, getting on her nerves. She wouldn't stop, so he peed into a cup. Peed into the cup, threw it out the window, and went right to the back window and hit the entrance. Bad part about it is, or the good part about it is I had no shades. Bad part is I had piss on my shades. Rain. That was a subject line. That was like the day the MGM line was being put to sleep.
You gestured from that horse earlier.
Well, I know. How do we let them know the scenes of
There you go. Mike Robertson.
Yes, sir.
Did that really happen, the peace story?
No, it did happen, actually. Wow. It wasn't quite as bad as it sounded. Only a few drops got on me, so but it did happen.
Felt like there was another twist coming. Like when you said the good news was I was wearing sunglasses, the bad news was I had pee on my sunglasses. I feel like that was sort of like a known thing I was expecting.
Yeah, everyone expected there to be pee on. I know, that was kind of on purpose, because you would expect it.
So later,
There were so many, I don't know what to call that actually, but I knew you would know. But there was so much useless information to get to that point. That like him being a drunk, what did that mean to the story? All these different things that you kept saying about college and all that. What did college have to do with getting this on the face and everything? It's like, you know, with the SATs, they always have that section where it's like circle which part isn't relevant to the story. They should do that when writing jokes because because you got cut off, right? You didn't get to finish because you had so much unnecessary.
And then also, you're expecting what is it to be relatable. It's not like none of us use Wendy's napkins. So it's toilet paper. You go to Wendy's. No, I don't.
I was also personally envious because I could never afford the amount of melanin you have. It kind of costs, dude. It kind of costs.
You did say that you use Wendy's napkins?
No, I did. You know, like, basically when you run out of toilet paper and you're at a fast food place, you just kind of like get extra tissue to take home so you can have the tissue in your mouth.
I mean, this is a simple fix. I don't know if it makes it much harder, but you say I. You know what I mean? Because that's more true than you guys know. Yeah, make it personal. Maybe add something about how you wouldn't need this much toilet paper if you ate something better than Wendy's.
That's true.
there's like a character count. Like you only have so much space. Imagine trying to write that joke in a tweet. You know, like Twitter's really good because you have to try to get it yourself and get the point across. And that's like I remember last time you were on stage, the same thing. You had this very elaborate story, and then it kind of just like at the very end, I was like, wait. I was just paying so much attention to this story, I didn't really get the joke.
Because the thing is, if you work really hard, you could be a great comic someday. But if you keep doing what you're doing, you could be an amazing NPR host right now.
Yeah, they're averaging about a punchline every minute. So.
Well, I'm really like a storyteller kind of style. It's my style, and I'm trying to like.
But then play your strengths, But go to the
I'm trying to figure out how to do it today.
But don't. Like if that's your strength, that's what you're good at. Then don't. Go to storytelling. Go to the longer advice.
But if you want to do stand up, then you got to come fast. Definitely. What else happened when you got the piss on your face? There's piss on your sunglasses. Your face is covered in piss. What do you say to your dad? Do you say, "Dad, I'm back"?
Yeah, exactly.
What really happened?
So what really happened is we were in Alabama. And so we just got in a new car. Unfortunately, the car didn't AC.
A new car, the AC doesn't work in the middle of the summer.
In August, and going to Alabama, so it was hot.
God.
So that's why the windows were down.
Why did you pick that car?
Well, you know what? It was kind of cheap. It was cheap.
You guys might be melanin rich, but not enough to have an AC.
It was supposed to have an AC, but it just didn't.
Do you remember what kind? Was it a Wendy's?
It was
cup?
No, it was a big gold cup.
Big golf. It was worse. That's like 72 ounces of hot piss.
It was funny. He had ice in it, and the ice immediately melted.
Right. Yeah.
It was like water.
So what did you say to your dad after the piss hit you? Was he upset that there was now piss in the back of his new car? Or did he really not care?
No, it was my car. Actually, it was my car. They were helping me go drive it to college. So I had piss on my car. Really, it was like piss water in my car. So I thought that was fun. It wasn't funny at the moment, but every time I tell somebody, it's like a funny story.
Well, I think it was funnier at the moment than it is now, actually. It's sort of hard to get that story across with the bang because there's nothing really coming.
He's like, and the worst thing, he's like, I've done this joke a few times in urban rooms. I've always heckled with at least you had it, Dad. And then it gets like, oh God, I'm so sorry. I was raised in Florida. It comes out sometimes. I apologize. This way. Did I just walk the Patriot?
I guess there's only enough room for one of you. That's a no, really. Really. This shit is out of control.
Thank God.
I love that you're on Twitter. You don't seem like the kind of guy that would be. But if you're wondering who's the King Mike Buggy, I mean, I'm sure you tried Mike Lawrence when you were getting on Twitter. That's probably the first one.
I'm so pissed about the person who has Mike Lawrence. He literally has one tweet, and it's, when are we going to go hiking, Sherry? That's it. Motherfucker.
It's so awesome. Yeah, somebody in, I believe it's like Uruguay or something, has the @KillTony. It's just a totally different language, so I have no idea how to even ask him for it. I don't even know where he's at. Anyway, it's just a little fun fact.
I didn't have toilet paper once in college, and they used one of those tabs that chicken come on.
Yeah,
There's no standard inside this one.
like a puppy pad?
Yeah, there's like if you buy raw chicken, it's always on a puppy pad.
Oh, yeah, that's really, really good. No, that's like,
There's like
even then, there's.
You're the first person to get salmonella of the butt.
Eric Allegria.
Alright, this is my impression of Brody Stevens as a strip club DJ.
Alright guys, get out those dollar bills.
for 3, you get 2 free lap dances. Loving it and doing it. Yes! Alright, enjoy it. We got that ATM over there by the bar area. Hell yo. Hot, sexy ladies out there loving it and doing it. This is Christopher Walken in Spanish. Christopher Walken in Spanish. Guys, necesito más cowbell. Más cowbell. This is... Respeto. Straight to the mayor on that one. Straight to the mayor. That was straight to the unbearable. Well, I don't know what's worse, hearing a comedian do the 1000th Christopher Walken impression or the first Brody Stevens impression.
That was a dick sucking itself.
Yes! Loving it and doing it. Hell yo.
Also, if you do an impression of someone, some insider, you know, like not a lot of people would know who Brody is.
Yeah.
We people know who it is.
The impression's gotta be very good. What about Andrew Dice Clay? Dickory, die. Guess they cheap got you out of me, God.
Everybody do that. You know that? That's like Mary had a little bit.
They're like, and you want to mess.
Answer the question, what if the rapper Pitbull did a person? You guys like reggaeton impressions? This is Rodney Dangerfield sweating. Oh, I'm gonna tell you.
Yikes. Now, are you hoping to get those impressions like inside people to the point to where you make them famous? The person that you're doing an impression of?
You're doing a great impression of a guy who comes up on stage in a shirt that says pothead on it. That is nailing it. Did you make that yourself?
No, it's my buddy shirt.
My buddy is Bill Cosby, and he sounds a little like this.
What's the deal with no stuff? Stevens one, like, even though I know who he is, and I'm just having fun. I know, but like, you know what I mean? I'm not taking this to comedy section. You know, like, you guys are just like, you guys are all like, no, sir, you're doing it wrong. Like,
What I'm saying is that it was a really good club DJ voice. I mean, it was dead on as a club DJ voice. I just didn't have it.
Everybody can do that one too if they want it.
The only Brody thing about it was they enjoyed it. You know, exactly. That's what I said. There was no Brody in that. There was like 1 or 2 things to the whole thing. If you're gonna do it, do it. But like that was just like it's her club.
I think I should have got high before I did it.
Do you like this?
Well, you're not high. You're wearing a pothead. What the fuck?
Real contacts of North Hollywood. I'm just representing.
Oh, okay. Yikes.
That's my gang.
That's your gang?
Wow. Red lights all over North Hollywood. We smoke weed. We jaywalk. We do a bunch of bad stuff.
Wow.
No, it had nothing to do with the real contacts of North Hollywood. We're bad dudes. We wear vests like this. They're crazy. We're nuts.
Who would have thought your last impression would be worse than our Let's Say did?
I love what's you got a laser you caught in your throat, Tony.
What's that?
You heard it. What's that? Let me buy some time before I start calling you Spanish McFly.
Yeah.
Settle down in the back.
You're getting scared. You signed up for this. You didn't
Scared? No, dude, we're having fun, right? You guys are doing stuff and you're doing it back. Relax. All of a sudden, it goes back to excuse me, and we're like the dirty.
But what if Jerry Seinfeld threw it back? What's the deal?
Can you do a Schwarzenegger?
Schwarzenegger? No.
Damn.
Talk about Hank. All right, that's straight up. Wait a second. Did you hear my Christopher Walken? Wait, did you guys hear my Christopher Walken impression? It was like,
Yes, I heard
it was one line. It was supposed to be a joke. Guys, they took my scalp out. You think that's my closing bit?
You had 60 seconds of comedy. That's
Dude,
the
I'm
joke.
doing 60 seconds on a freaking podcast, all right?
Yeah, for people to
So
hear.
what? That's your closing. What if they hear it? Oh no, what if they don't like it?
Well, that is what's going to happen.
So what's gonna happen? Am I gonna quit comedy tomorrow because of it? Because it makes it like this and it's all.
Didn't end up too well for you tonight. You got a little bit nervous.
Oh, my heart broke, Tony. I guess this is the end of my comedy career. I should just pack up and leave LA. Because you said so.
Start walking.
Your comedy career would have to start for it to come to an end.
All right, Tony. It'll have to come to an end, I guess.
That impression is as good as your other impressions. I'm pretty excited that I sound like that. Erica, you're pretty much completely unbearable. Erica Wakefield. All I'm saying is that you're just having fun up here, so you didn't really.
So when I was coming back at you guys didn't have anything for that? You guys are just
Recite a material. You said yourself that you don't do that on stage. That you can't.
And then you just look around.
but why would you guys like, oh, man, should have
But they don't hold the
Then you
names
think
of
it's
this
gonna end my comedy career?
No, you're just wasting everybody's fucking time for shit that you don't give a shit about.
Dude, you think way too much of this podcast. Actually, think this is gonna make or break my career.
That's what I'm saying, man. You're just saying goodbye to other people to get on the stage.
I'll show you guys. I'm gonna be a big star, you see? I'm gonna be a big star. I'm gonna prove you guys wrong. I'm gonna be somebody. You'll see. You'll see. I'll show you guys.
You're still bombing, Eric. You're still bombing.
Can we just get on the part where I want to apologize to Aaron Marsh and Rothschild, Stimmons, and every other person who actually tries and fucking wants to be a comic. That was terrible.
Yikes. I'm pretty sure he just burned at least 80 bridges.
And got a sitcom on Telemundo.
Yeah. Didn't even get to make fun of it.
This has been a crazy fucking episode.
You
Man, we really need some Germans up in here. We need Germans to light it up the moon and give them fun.
We only had a German to apologize for the Holocaust.
It's literally been, I don't think I should marry a girl, kills the Jews, piss in my face, and Christopher Walken.
I mean, that was just the worst. Hey, what do you think you could have done to be a little bit worse?
I think it's going to turn out that we've been dead for the last hour. It's weird when Iron Patron is the only thing I understand in this room, other than keeping you.
I love it that he said you guys are taking this podcast way too seriously. Like, even if it was an open mic, just a regular open mic, and this wasn't being recorded, why would you want to suck and then be proud of sucking and then not pretend like you didn't suck and just say I'm just having fun?
Yeah, and then like just having fun isn't a defense.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't make it all right.
Yeah.
But to be fair, it seemed like he was kind of having fun.
He was all the screaming. He did kill with himself. Fuck him.
And that weird crying thing at the end where you try to make it funny by like, oh, that was a joke, but it's like there's a part of that that's real. And I know because it happens sometimes where like you just fail so terribly at something that you try to like exit on a joke, which you kept trying to do over and over again, but there's no real good exit after all that. Yeah. Your next comedian, who knows what's going to happen? Cindy Kane, I do believe that he or she has been on the show before. Eli Jacobson, everybody.
Jacobson was just going to be that guy with a cocaine.
But yeah, Patriot, you finally put the black in Blockbuster.
I'm ready to be if that guy was Philip Seymour Hoffman's dealer, so you could hate him on two different levels. Too late.
I love how he kept trying to guess what I was going to make fun of him as. You know, call me Spanish Marty McFly. It's like, no. We're in together for Jay White.
That's okay. Thank you. I'm a swimming teacher, and it's a pretty good job, except sometimes it's real weird. One of my kids that I teach lessons to, he almost drowned, so I sent him out to the lessons. And it's really hard to teach a 2-year-old how to swim when he's already seen death. He does not care. I can't imagine raising this kid. Hey, what are you calling their sport? Oh, this is just all black. Yeah, Daddy, like the void. So, like, I felt bad for the kid, and then he pooped on me. I didn't feel bad after that. He had what we in the biz call an accidental release of feces, or an art. Much less cute than it sounds. I can't be bad. The kid, he's literally scared shitless by the water. Yeah, that's just there are other things that you can be afraid of, you know? 60% of it's made of water. You have to deal with it one life. And it's done. Perfect time.
That was good. Before you, Eli Jacobson had the set of the night. That was good, man.
Tough to follow, Eli. What happened in the beginning of that joke?
Oh, I tried to say something about how fucking weird I was beforehand, but I fumbled the words.
No, I mean like the first part of the joke.
Oh, the first part of the joke?
Poop in the water, or what? Wait, what happened?
He almost drowned.
Right, that's why I had to teach him lessons. Got tired of me after that.
So what was all black he was because he was dead?
Yes.
You probably should say blue or something. Because I had no idea what you were saying black. It's like when you drown, you don't turn black. It's blue, right?
Well, I was saying, I don't know, I guess I was trying to think.
Like, you said the calling. Just circles, black circles, I get that.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
It was a lot refreshing than, the other guy. That was already in when he said split up the straw.
As a kid in the fall, it's
God, guys, what's doing?
Yeah.
But what do you have in context now?
What if Al Pacino was a swim teacher?
Swim Johnny.
Like, legitimately, I would say I like the confidence, cadence, you're making eye contact with us. It's like you look like you're comfortable up there. How long have you been doing stand-up? Okay. Yeah, you're very comfortable on stage. Jokes can be a little punchier, maybe not from the time. Just, yeah, you look comfortable.
How often have you been doing that?
Well, really, I've been like focusing on it for about 3 versus comedy clubs, like the last first 2 like years.
I think once the writing becomes sharper, the comfort you have is on like the hardest things on stage. Writing is probably
It's like the more like the art joke, like you just took an acronym and then said it. There wasn't a punch.
Right. And I also, maybe it was just me, but I sort of didn't get any of the punchlines. I didn't get the black thing. I didn't get the part before that. I think there was one. Maybe, I don't know. I guess, yeah, they definitely need to have like some crisp. I don't even really know what the main frame of that. What was the front end of that joke about swimming lessons? Like what was the beginning of it?
It's really hard to teach a kid how to swim when he's already seen death.
So he did die? He was literally dead. Right.
Well, there's a joke right there. That I teach I teach swimming lessons to 2-year-olds, or like try not to drown lessons, or something like that. And like if you're 2 and you almost drown, isn't that closer to near birth experience?
So, I mean, it's also like you've had your hands on more wet 2-year-olds than Jerry Sandusky. Alright, we all understand. Think about it.
Honestly, one of the weirdest things about teaching 2-year-olds is because you have to like hold them up in the water and you have to be touching their butt the entire time and like around. It's super weird. There's probably a lot of pee in that pool too. A lot of pee. Yeah. A lot. And there was when the kid pooped, there was poop in the pool. They hate it. Talk about that shit. There you go. Jay, what's there you go. It's almost interesting having just a completely sane person. Thank you for saving us, lesbian Harry Potter.
Yeah, let's keep the fun train moving along. Here we go. Anything can happen. It's Armando Anto.
Hey guys, how are you doing? I was born and raised in France, and after all this time, I still don't look French. And that's because my parents come from a touristic place called the Middle East. And well, it's interesting because since I started stand-up, people tell me that because of my French accent, I sound gay, and because of some things I kind of look like a terrorist. And it's not very attractive to be a terrorist, so it's not something that's working very well. Anyway, I took a lot of classes to improve my accent, and as you can hear, it works very well. And but I found a new way to improve my accent, and it's called drinking. Alcohol is the solution, especially when the audience is more shit-faced than I am, but that never happened. And there's just some words that I can't. Alright.
You know what? This is one of those weird instances where I actually want to hear the end of it. So, what instances?
Now, well, I'm a violin teacher, so when I teach the violin, I'm a violin teacher.
Okay.
And so I have a hard time pronouncing some words and they really sound like shit. So like when I ask a Chuck to concentrate, I would tell him like, alright, Jonathan, will you please fuck yourself? And that always sounds bad.
So here's a bird. That's a French Cisco Rama.
You say you don't look French, you're wearing like Can you vibe out your jokes?
Yeah, you look like so embarrassed. That's like if the Dark Patriot came up and was like, I look nothing like a superhero. You're wearing the costume. I mean, the striped short sleeve t-shirt.
Very French.
Yeah.
That is sexy.
No,
you do a joke saying where you don't look French, but you won't tell me that I am a French guy. Well, you do because you have a beret on. That was really American.
Nobody that's not French wears them.
Anyone who's American who wears that tilts it to the forward and sings for Smash Mouth. You know what American.
How long have you been in America?
I've been traveling for the last 10 years. Yeah, I lived in France.
10 years ago. You lived there all the way up before that, right?
Yeah.
Born there.
Yeah.
And what kind of Middle Eastern are you? Yes. Interesting.
So, I mean, there were definitely, I mean, obviously, this is, you know, your second language and you're learning, and I can feel like at times there were some, you know, barriers with that, of, you know, communication, you know, wordplay and all that. Well, we're just being honest. Like, the way, you know, like, you would say things factually, but not, you know, in a complete, you know, funny, punchy way. Like, with a joke about, you know, the audience and I don't get to say or not, you know, like, that's how I sound. I'm not good at impressions, you know, which you've learned is a good thing today. That's actually a bad thing. But I felt like at times there was, you know, some kind of distance, and the more you do it, I mean, I applaud you. I can't speak any other language.
Yeah, it's very impressive that, you know, your second language, and same with you. Do that, but I think it just comes from reps. That's the syntax of what you're trying to say. It's just the more you get it down.
I have a question for you because you guys stand up comedy. I've done a set last Wednesday. It's the exact same room. Not stand up. I did my 6-minute show. And so I'm lost because, well, I bring my violin normally my set.
Your violin.
Yeah.
Did you play that last week?
Yeah, I did.
How much of the 6 minutes was the violin?
45 seconds.
Did you open with it or close with it? Let's say you actually speak it 22 and a half minutes.
If you see the video, like, 6 minutes, just laugh and laugh. And if it was great. And every time I go to open mic or something, we stand up comedy, so it's empty.
Yeah.
It's just so different.
Let me tell you what, because a belly room bringer show on an average night, this is like a special format of a show that takes place in this room. Normally, the shows here, the audience are filled with the biggest idiots in the world. Because they got dragged here by their friends who work in restaurants with them and stuff.
It's a very easy and supportive group. Yeah, they're trying to laugh to help their friends out, have, you know, fun, trying to be supportive. So I mean, you get a little weird audience. That's what comedy can be. This is what comedy is. And another question is, like, I was watching Louis C.K. And then I was watching another comedian stuff. Funny. Right. However, you guys way more funny than they are. So what's that? They have their own audience. Everyone has their own taste.
It's always that way. Not everybody's always going to like everybody. Everybody's different. So are the comedians. So it's all about finding your own little people that you like. Nobody has the exact same top 10 comedian list.
And the thing is, too, because I noticed at times, and there's nothing wrong with it, but, you know, you were nervous, or you would expect a reaction, and then there would be, like, kind of a sigh. Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, it happens all the time. But the thing is, you should be performing as if you're on that belly room show all the time.
Right, and that's what the open mics are good for, is by burning away that fuel of, oh shit, they didn't laugh at that. Like, that's exactly what you want to get used to.
Yeah, don't give up on us. Don't give up on me. And a lot of comics will avoid shows where you'll get those sides, right? They just want to do those breaker shows. So they're going to kind of laughs. You're not going to get good. Just reward them over time. It happens. Oh, yeah, I get it. Yeah, but that's comedy. Yeah, so
how long have you been on stand-up for? 3 months. This is exciting. I think, you know, I mean, my favorite part of that set, by the way, and I don't even know whether you were trying to be sarcastic or not, but was when you said, I've been taking French classes, and as you can tell, they work. Right. But it actually is true at the same time. I mean, I can't imagine, like Fahim said, I mean, the second language, this is the hardest thing to do, in my opinion, with the normal language, to be able to change timing and cadence and beats and everything, especially just words. It seems like a fucking nightmare, like if my final...
We had to do stand-up in French.
Right. Impossible.
Then you just tear us the shreds.
Impossible.
Yeah, you should talk more about that. Like, being just mouthing French and stuff like that. I don't know, just talk about whatever you want. Yeah. No, because someone's going to feel like you talk about it. Yeah, right. So just talk about whatever you want. But I think just get up more. And then it'll just wash away the
Yeah, totally. Yeah, definitely. Maybe your email instead of your Twitter handle. Okay. Yeah, we won't put that out there because you don't want anybody fucking with you. Very good. Interesting. Violin player, French, Arabic. Interesting. Alright, there's our manga info. Let's get somebody else. Hey guys, doing you having fun? I want to apologize to the Afghans. Alright, bumper stickers, guys. We really got to think about these bumper stickers because you guys are putting these causes that are near and dear to your hearts on your bumpers. You're driving around like assholes. I was driving behind a guy for 30 minutes. It was free Tibet bumper sticker. I don't know where Tibet is. I came to point it out on the map. And I wanted to fucking follow Tibet by the end of the time. He's basically driving all over the road. I think I'm going to start a driving school where you can driver's test based on your driver's score. You can one of the bumper stickers. All the shitty drivers can get a Cheney 2016 bumper sticker. All the good drivers can coexist bumper stickers. Without any wrong in the place. That's all I had. Started in December. Right. Awesome.
Saying you were in the military and then talking about bombing Tibet makes me think that you could.
It's funny because I'm anti-war. That's where it was. You've always wanted to do something.
And you earned it, yeah.
Yeah, so I served and I saw what
That's fucking
do
you have bits about that? Because that's an interesting perspective.
really funny. I noticed that time and time again. Ever since I started comedy, I've noticed that it is probably the hardest thing. I've seen religion jokes. I've seen so many. There's something so hard to make military. I've been in the military jokes.
Yeah, but once you have the cred of I was there, then you're allowed to because you're respected.
Yeah, and I understand that you want to talk about things specific that you have to yourself. You know what I mean? Bumper stickers. I'm trying to get somebody has a joke out there. You know, I have heard it. Right. Yeah. I'll tell you what. I knew that. You're in it to win it. The fact that you made that Afghani Fahim joke right from the top. I mean, that's sort of like pro shit. You know what I mean? You acknowledge something that with you and your background, where right the direction you were going in, which is the military, you made the sorry about the Afghanis, and then you were in. And then you're playing with fire. I can tell that you're brand new by how fast you're going. Yeah, well, I was pacing up and down Sunset trying to get my minute in. Right. My original material was about automatic toilets. Interesting. I couldn't get it under a minute, so I was like, fuck it. You know, we'll do something else. But we're actually going to be in a documentary about throwing on ice. So you saw journals in person. You saw. I actually worked as a contractor for a program. After 2009, from it, I started questioning it, started reading up my stuff, started looking at perspective. The Chinese invaded the United States, started shooting the hours. So similar to there, you know what I mean? There you go. Yeah, exactly. That works. That's the type of stuff. I mean, if you want to go if you wanted to go that direction, you could. But you can also, you know,
I was so appropriate about him following the French cabinet. American things up here. Surrender to my punchline.
I'll be in France in 2 weeks. I'm going to Lyon.
And I get a fucking traitor.
Just pleasure. What are you doing in France? Just, visit a friend. That's awesome. Adam, you just started in December, and I fucking love your style. I mean, I can tell that you're in it to win it, and you're probably going to be doing this for a long time. So congratulations. I hope you won that. Next time you're on Let's Hear About All the Next one. That's Adam Patterson. Follow him on Twitter at Doug Patterson. Unlike our heads of security, this guy's an actual patriot. So, I mean, come on, you're wearing a pajama costume for a 6 later. I'm trying, man. Oh,
all Amazon Prime, by the way.
That's the saddest thing I've seen in shoulder pads since the Denver Broncos.
I give that joke a Seahawks 75 points again.
Super Bowl.
You were at that Super Bowl. That's right.
I Wikipedia football to tell that joke.
Well, as many of you know, every episode we have two regulars that go on. They always bring a new minute every single week, and this week's no different. Bringing it together for your first of our two regulars, Kimberly Condon, everybody. From South Florida. University of Florida.
Hi guys. So I was thinking the other day. I was walking, and a guy walked by me. I was wearing some leggings, and he got a hard on. And then I got to thinking, boners are flattering. You know, it's like they're saying, "I choose you." Do you guys remember being really young and like doing some like Christmas performance at school and looking out and seeing your dad in the crowd and he gave you one of these? It's like the same thing, except it knows you inside out. One of my favorite hobbies is watching my high school friends fluctuate in weight via social media. You know, it makes you feel good. Because, okay, so people have friends that commit suicide and they always say, you know, they didn't show signs. I have no idea. People show signs that they're giving up on life. Like, girls become Mary Kay consultants, and guys get tattoos that say blessed. That comes after.
No, she has a minute about blessed tattoos. That was all. Okay. I already had some ideas. What was the first premise that you talked about? That's right.
Boners are flattering.
Okay, I didn't understand that ending part. I think there's a little bit of something there with the flattering thing. Like, it's almost like, I don't know.
The boner gives you inside out.
It's like a compliment.
Yeah, I didn't get the inside out thing.
There's something funny too in the fact that like what if you're flattered by it, but then you realize that it just happens all the time, or it's for everything but you. You know, it's like it's not hard to get hard.
Yeah, I thought of that too, but
maybe that's exactly how it is. Like,
I mean, I saw Philomena last week, and Judi Dench started crying, and I was kind of aroused. You know,
Judi Dench. I can't come without watching Judi Dench cry.
damn right.
She cries in every movie.
I get hard. Only 6 minutes in Shakespeare in Love, but it lasted 12. So.
And then the second part is the premise that I like the most. I think that makes sense coming from you. That sounds like something that the young female comedian who just dropped out of college would talk about, is watching her friends fluctuate in weight on Facebook. I don't really know.
I was going to add at the end of that, I talked about how the girls that were really hot in high school, they peaked too early, and like they wasted their sexy on getting younger. You know, like they're still the same hotness, but like they just never increased. They just got really hot in high school. You know those girls, they're like hot in high school, but just stayed at high school.
Yes, I've been to Applebee's.
Maybe their Facebook movie is like a hot dog eating contest without the hot dogs or something like that. It's definitely something. Yeah, it's a good premise to be wrong. Yeah. Totally, exactly. I can't really think of much right now, but like, it's almost like when you read their status update, they can put whatever they want as their status update, but you're looking at their profile pic and that says 185.
Their status update.
Right. Yeah, there you go. Or, you know, just look at everything and analyze Facebook and figure out where the fat joke is. Whether it's fucking, I can just feel it being close. There's so much there. Iron Blackie or whatever.
Yeah, I don't feel so bad now.
Did you have some now on French?
Did you have something that has that?
Well, I knew what she was saying about the fluctuating weight. I know she's going to get more detective about how she comes to that conclusion. Like, status updates, like, all the pictures, family, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean?
Maybe like maybe the pictures aren't of spring break in a bikini, but
all the pictures start being from shoulder up. You notice like around the town.
There you go. Exactly. Yeah, that's got to be in the front
The
end.
angles are all the same.
Right.
Profile pictures that they use.
Yeah.
Right. But when they were in high school or college or whatever, it was their full body. I don't know. There's a lot there. Charlie Hollywood, everybody. He's over there. Now you know how we do it. We're get together for being always fun, always goofy. It's Sarah Weinshank, everybody.
I ate a Rice Krispie treat a few days ago. Mind-boggling. Who thought of these? What type of psychotic genius, guys, thought to mix Rice Krispies with melted marshmallows? Takes a special mind, that's for sure. I imagine it was like a poor college student that was stoned. Nothing was in their kitchen except for some marshmallows left over from Thanksgiving yams and a box of Kellogg's Rice Krispies. And he had this genius idea to melt down these mallows, if you will, and make them into an adhesive, much like Elmer's glue. And he did, or she did, and I'm thankful for him, you know? And what the hell? Okay, let me tell you this. Try to eat a Rice Krispies treat and have your gums not bleed. It is so, the terrain of a Rice Krispie treat, guys, is rocky.
I was with you on everything up until that point.
Yeah, I thought of that like 5 minutes ago, threw it in there, and I'm full of regret about it. My gums have never bled, but I feel like it could.
It could have been like if they started off with Grape Nut treats first, or some other cereals first. Like they just go right to Rice Krispies.
Yeah, well, then I wanted to do this thing about like Snap, Crackle, and Pop, the three guys, like being pissed off about Rice Krispie treats because they don't want their like respective sounds to not come out because marshmallow cookies. But I was like, is that too far? Like, is that too far?
Probably gums bleeding.
Yeah.
It's like the Rice Krispie treats that like Snap, Crackle, and Pop's like comes off. That's the thing is that when you say that like your gums have never bled and that you don't even really know if people have. You said your gums always bleed in the jokes. If you're using like a generality and an absolute,
right,
then it has to be.
Well, like, okay, I've eaten a Rice Krispie treat before, and they're like kind of like rocky, and like they have hurt my gums. So I said that it bled, but that was an exaggeration. And
so you lied to us.
Yeah, I basically lied to you guys.
I love the premise. It fits with everything else you're doing. I love the malo, if you will, all that goofy stuff that you do that makes you, that defines you. That was all in there. Definitely be punched up. Great premise. Great job.
I'm curious though. This is the first time you've seen it. How long have you been doing stand-up? Then it's like you do a character kind of on stage. Because you talking to us, it's very different than your cadence when you do stand-up.
Yeah, like it's how I feel when I'm having a bad day.
But Holtzman, or like Sebastian, the way Sebastian talks on stage, the way he is on stage.
No, yeah, it is.
It's interesting to me because I don't mean on stage, but there's some people who characters who are.
That's why her and Kimberly balance each other out. Kimberly's definitely
more of her, like,
right.
I was confused because you start off like really indignant and angry about the Rice Krispie treat and why it exists, and then you're like, well, I'm thankful for it. So which side?
Yeah, I know.
Are you pro Rice Krispie treat or anti?
I'm just actually confused at Rice Krispie treats in general. Like, what the fuck?
Would that be the joke?
Yeah, get into that one.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Sarah Weinshank. Thank you guys so much. At the Mike Lawrence, anything coming up that you want to promote? You, the Amy Manor, at Amy Manor? Mike?
Yeah, I'm at Mike Lawrence Comedy, my website, and the Mike Lawrence, and yeah, we're all gonna get stabbed to death by the French guy.
The Dark Patriot was Willie Hunter. That's at the Willie Hunter Show. Will Hunter, one of my funniest friends. At Josh Martin Comic, always helping us out. Thank you so much, everybody. Right, man?
Yeah, stay tuned for the longest, hilarious, most amazing, coolest show ever, the King Kong Show.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Fuck yes. Fuck yes, everybody. Audio issues on the intro, and I love that. That's when you know you're in for a crazy night. How you guys doing? Fuck yeah, it's happening. It's an electric room right now. I'm pretty excited about that. It's Kill Tony 38 here with the great Brian Redband.
Jesus Christ, you can tell this is already a crazy audience.
Yes.
I'm kind of nervous from if you saw last week's episode, that was like traumatic.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
We had some aggressive foreign people. We had a complete meltdown from one guy. I mean, a true meltdown. A mass. It was the only time. What's a 38 episodes times? We'll say 15, 20 comedians. But last week was the first time that a comedian ever freaked out so bad that he left out of that door. He exited. Right. I'm pretty sure that if that was just like a rooftop and not a stairway, that he still would have just jumped right out of there. He was up very quickly, no hesitation. Yeah, it was a crazy episode. A lot of fun feedback. A little bit of audio magic.
Yeah, we had a MP3 recorder that I have been using for about 5 years decided to go out in the middle of recording last week's episode. Thank God we had a backup. But it was, not only did we have some of the craziest things happen, but like I even focused in on the MP3 recorder on the video, and it was showing it was recording the whole time. It's so fucking weird.
Could have been the ghost.
Yeah, the ghost. Now I get what Tennessee Tuxedo from the Ding Dong Show always talked about.
Yeah.
The ghost here.
So I spent the weekend in Traverse City. We have that was insane. I just had a comedy winter festival this weekend. Tim Meadows and Dave Foley and filmmaker Michael Moore. That was insane.
You're around a lot of snow. How was that?
It was we were inside. I mean, you just go from one place to the next. It's sort of bizarre. Like, there's no really,
I just forget that it's like freezing cold.
the people that live there are so used to it, it's insane. And that was always pretty much the first 5 minutes of my set was every set were these theater loads of people, and I would just keep asking them, like, what the fuck are you people doing here? Because I don't get it. There were some people that were riding this Ferris wheel that was in the middle of the street, that was in the middle of this festival. It's like 6 degrees out. But anyway, it's always great when you get off that plane. It's fucking 75 and sunny. Anyway, so if you guys know anything about the show, you know that a few weeks ago, our head of security, the Iron Patriot, quit the show in a devastating move. He said that he got too big for the show, and that he wanted to move on to bigger things, and that when Comedy Central picks up the show, that he'll be waiting by the phone, which I'm guessing, all right, for those of you listening to the podcast, Brian just poured water on a doll, and now he is tapping its butt with a battery. People in the front row are loving this. And so anyway, since he quit, we've been replacing him each week with a different kind of patriot.